This is a confession. This is a confession. This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. Confession. Killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people.
Okay, the thing is, if there is no gap between the stool, there will be no fun. And we are not. I mean, we are not gonna talking about it.
Kill those people.
When someone says I'm late for something, man actually automatically think of their period.
Kill those people. Kill those people. This is a confession. I killed the sweet shit. Kill. Those sweet shit.
Well, that's a whole lot of nonsense. Yep.
This is a confession. This is a confession. This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. Confession. Killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people.
Okay, the thing is, if there is no gap between the stool, there will be no fun. And we are not gonna talking about it.
I have a thing that I want to share, but Steven's the only one that would get it, so I'm putting it in our general, our discussion.
I'm late for something, man actually
You need to watch Portlandia, Jared.
their period.
That's
I mean, I know it's okay if you never do. It's just all.
no, I
just,
think
you
that's
know.
also hilarious because for the entirety of watching the movie, I thought the store manager was Fred Armisen.
Really?
It wasn't until I combed through the credits, I'm like, oh, that wasn't him.
Great. Now our image has to be Fred Armisen.
Yep.
Well, that's a whole lot of nonsense. Yep.
Did you notice how much of the cast was Walking Dead cast?
I did. Despite only really watching like the first season, like half of season 2, I recognized a lot. I'm like, oh shit, that's that person.
like a lot of them.
Yeah. I mean, I think
And
I
that
only
actually
recognized like
reminded me-
3, but
You since you watch YMS as well, maybe you'd even seen the Walking Dead review that he did
Oh,
like
yeah.
a long time ago.
oh yeah. I
And
knew
so
I knew
I-
that a lot of the same actors like to work with Frank Darabont, so
Yeah. When I saw his name at the end, like the memories of that review rushed back. I'm like, oh shit, okay, so I do
Yeah.
now. I know why these guys are here.
oh.
Steven, I put a thing that was stuck in my head while I was watching the movie, but I put it just for you because I don't think anyone else would get it.
I love it. You know, it's about time for another watch. Seriously.
I was gonna watch it the other day, but it's not on anything.
I guess it's not on Netflix anymore. I guess.
No. Oh, Jared, can you make sure to have a slot for like the A movies of the for horror, and then the small sliver like the B movies?
Sure,
Ah,
sure.
yes. I just got back from a bonfire. Tried not to be as late as I was that other time.
My goodness.
Oh, I mean, pretty good for coming back from a bonfire.
Yeah, I left at 8:40. It's like I'm gone. Fuck you people.
Was it a good time at least?
Yeah, it was fine. Had some hot dogs over the fire.
Oh, hell yeah. Listen,
First time I ate a hot dog in a long time.
hot dogs are great just coming straight out the microwave. You put them on a fire and all you did was elevate it times 10.
That's true. Although I did drop my second hot dog attempt. I dropped it on the ground,
Oh,
but I ate
No.
it. I was like, you know what? I'll just put it over the fire for like another couple seconds. It'll be fine. I
That's
just ate it.
basically how Osmosis Jones starts, you know?
I felt like a crunchy bit. I was like, that was probably a leaf,
Mm.
but I couldn't see. It was really dark outside. Oh.
You know what upsets me like more than anything, and it almost makes me gag, is whenever you're eating like cheap, like I was eating like taquitos the other day, like cheap, really like frozen taquitos, but I've obviously cooked them. But you like,
course.
you know that like it's just a mush of things inside it, and as long as the flavor is good, you don't ever question it. But every once in a while, like there will just be like you're eating, and this thing is mostly like frozen things. When you eat them, they just turn into just mush in your mouth, right? But then when like a hard thing that like isn't mush stands
Yes.
out, dude.
Yes. That happened to me with pizza rolls a couple weeks ago.
Oh god, nothing makes me like almost throw up more. And it can just be a tiny little thing, just a tiny one little hard thing that's not mush in the midst of the mush.
Is it mist?
Is it mist or is it midst? There's a man in our midst.
Our midst.
Our midst. That happened to me with taquitos the other day, and I was like, like that's worse. That's worse than a hair to me.
Well, I at least unless it's like inside a thing, and I know. But like if it's something just like a hair of something I cooked, I know it's from me.
Right,
So,
right.
what's
Most
the
of
worst
the
thing
time,
about
I
it?
can pretty much be guaranteed it's me.
If it's in a frozen thing, then there's a little bit more concern. But
Well, because like I have
Get a
light
bit.
hair. Whenever I find if there's ever a dark hair anywhere, I'm like, oh boy, I know that's not mine.
yep.
We're discussing the real horror movie situation right now.
That, like I'm remembering like this feeling that I had when I, you know, like that a distinct feeling when like your teeth come down and then stop before they're supposed to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're
Oh.
like, nope. That's not
And then-
supposed to be
and
there.
then like the next step is to then locate the piece because there's no way you're swallowing that.
Yeah.
So now you're like trying to find it in your mouth, and sometimes it's so bad you just have to spit everything out.
You just start vomiting
Sorry,
uncontrollably.
Dalbus and Diesel.
Just fingers down the throat.
But yeah,
Well-
also, my shower's broken.
Oh no.
And what way?
So it's not as bad as it could be. It just the shower part won't work anymore. I can't change it from tub mode to shower mode.
Baths only from now
So
on.
I still get water and hot water. I just have to use a bowl and a washcloth.
Oh my
until-
goodness.
Until maintenance finally comes and does something about it.
How long has it been?
Last night. So I sent a request this morning and they didn't say anything. So Monday, if they don't like call me or anything, I'm gonna have to just put in another one and it's like critical. It's critical priority.
Guys, I'm using a washcloth. What the hell?
I swear I'm not getting clean. You don't want this. I don't want this. Roka.
Well, this is probably as good a time as any to tell everyone what we're actually
Man,
gonna
I
be doing
sure
tonight
can't
is
wait to
playing
watch a
Martian
quick
Gothic
movie review
Unification.
followed by
Oh.
Windy City, Tomba, and Martian Gothic.
Humba.
What a fun stream.
Buh. I'm trying to parsec in, but it's just not working.
Yeah, because you keep doing it at the awkward times. Steven gets in immediately because I have Parsec open.
Yeah.
Damn it.
See, I've been. Look who just opened Parsec. I've had it open for a while.
Wow.
I think while we're waiting for Jerry, there's something that we can definitely do to fill the time.
Wow.
Fill
That's
it,
never been
baby.
an issue. I guess the first thing we could do is you could accept.
Oh yeah, I like I didn't
please, let's talk about
I didn't even
this.
know that was a thing until I just randomly came across them on YouTube before I saw the Discord discussion about it.
Oh, did
Like,
you watch it?
Did they have like a full like conference
you know
or
what?
something? For
They
this?
did. How about let's just watch
Oh.
the
So
trailer,
I
shall we?
only watched the trailers. Now I'll say I have not seen the Silent Hill 2 trailer.
Oh, well,
But
let's watch
Silent Hill F looked kind of cool.
I didn't watch any of but the one that Pomo put in there, the 2 remake.
Let's just pull that up.
We could probably talk about this one for a good chunk of the night if
That's what I
if we
thought.
really wanted to. I was actually curious if we should bring it up or not.
Some people have already asked my opinions, and I'm just like, I have a lot.
Negative ones.
Let's see how, because you and I have seen this, Steven hasn't.
Mm. Let me turn it up.
Anybody in here?
Anybody in here?
I'm a James Sunderland.
Nice hands.
Really,
The police.
really nice.
I'm a police officer. Anybody in the house?
Somebody in the house.
It's looking more like Leon
Could
Kennedy
she
now.
really be here,
Very Leon-y.
waiting for me?
Oh.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago.
Harry.
There it is.
My restless dreams.
Just watching the Silent Hill
I
2
see
trailer
that
right now.
town.
Ooh, okay. I
Have
mean,
you seen the Silent Hill 2 remake trailer, Jerry?
Silent Hill.
I haven't seen it. I actually wanted to see it together.
God
damn
damn
if
it,
you'd have just
Jerry.
shown up.
Well,
I-
we're
you
a
You
minute
showed
and
up on
14
time. All right, here we go
Now we
again.
gotta start over for Jerry.
Son of a bitch.
Because this is like our grand slam movie. I'm no
That's
game
true.
grand slam
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
We
Sure.
are most likely to have opinions about this.
Exactly.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Holy shit. We are
I'll
gonna
just
play
react the
this.
exact same way as I did before. Nice hands.
This looks like a zombie hands.
I'm a police officer. Anybody in the house?
First
He
time.
kind of looks like Leon Kennedy.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
I think that's the last
Like
thing I
old,
waiting for
old
me.
Leon Kennedy.
yeah.
Old
Wait, start over.
Empire.
Oh, wait, we gotta start over real quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
He wasn't-
you got
he
it.
wasn't paying
3
attention.
years ago.
Can we start over real quick?
And watch it on like quarter speed.
Just for the other people that are catching up.
You know, for the slow. Not for me, because I could pay attention, but the other
No,
people.
In my restless dreams, I see
A lot
that
of
town.
midst in this video.
Silent Hill.
So Akira Yamaoka did the original soundtrack. That's something to know.
That's nice.
Oh,
That's nice. I was curious if those were newbies or oldies.
Oh no.
What's that? Hello?
Uh-oh. You can see that in high def, baby.
They chose some interesting things to show in the trailer.
I know why I needed you. But it's all over now.
Sorry, Jerry.
I don't need you anymore.
Nurse.
There's something about HD nurses that isn't as scary.
Well,
I don't know what it is.
That's kind of like my critique on the whole thing.
I didn't see what you were saying. I completely agree.
Yeah.
Like the weirdness of it is what made
It's
it
all
so
so
good.
clean too.
I don't
Mary.
like
Yeah.
this.
I think
Yeah.
the weirdness is like the old
No.
Silent Hill 2 has like the old radio. It has the same vibe with that old
Yeah.
radio. When old radio like
So
it has the same vibe with the same like old graphic.
So maybe
Yeah.
y'all can help me out here because I find it difficult to put into words why I dislike
you
this
don't
so
like
much.
it.
Yeah.
It just it doesn't have the
The best,
spirit.
well, the best I could do was like kind of what I said in Discord. I don't think that you can remake this game.
I don't think
intentionally.
so. No. Thank you.
Because the things that you would be remaking to actually capture what made Silent Hill 2 like so memorable were not things that were intentional. You know?
No,
I mean,
it's
some
I
of
have
this stuff was
fireball.
intentional. Like, hang
I
on.
have
Some
pizza.
of it was.
Everyone
but a lot
cheers
of
to the Patch family. 25 months.
Well,
If
let's
I
just
had a
let this
baby
long
when I
thing
subbed
out.
to this channel, I would have a 2.5 years old at this point.
God damn.
That's scary.
Yikes.
And
Don't make me
awesome.
think-
Also love you, Jerry. Hugs.
Jerry gets
Oh,
Jerry
thank
shout
you, Ninja.
There
I'll
was-
give you back too.
There was also
well, clearly
just a lot
Jerry's
of
the most
things.
popular one here.
Yes,
Of course. I mean, why are you surprised?
I'm not. I'm just saying.
So with regards to like a lot of stuff, you're right, happened by accident, or like they were just. It was a perfect product of its time. I think case in point is like the visuals. They made a game specifically for like the PlayStation 2, essentially. Like it was meant to look the best that it could possibly look on the PlayStation 2. And they took advantage of like the griminess that those graphics generally tend to have.
Right.
And it really just worked in their favor. At the same time, the developers also just have developers have also just put a lot of thought into like pretty much every aspect of the game, right? Like from the visuals, the music, voice acting, story, like gameplay, all this stuff like works together because it was well like thought out. This feels like especially since we got so much footage from like a third person perspective, like I did not like that at all. And just in terms of, like it's not I don't know, because like when you're walking around in Silent Hill, like in the streets, you're in third person, kind of, but like the camera's like up and above it.
It's more overhead.
Yeah, like when the
they're
camera
trying to be
is
Resident Evil 2 remake.
Exactly, and when the
it's
camera's
just
like
not
that,
gonna be like
that's like the God of War camera angle, right? Like that's a camera angle that you
that's
use for
totally
like an
what it
action
is.
game, and that's not
It's
what
like
this is.
it's basically your common. Like it actually made me think of Last of Us, like that when he opens up the bathroom door, and I'm like, oh cool, so it's definitely more actiony than it's gonna be anything else.
Here's the thing,
and
like
action's the worst part of Silent Hill.
Fidelity wise, it looks great. Sure, I'll give you that.
I mean,
sure,
it
it's
looks
not the question
sharp,
that we ask anymore, though.
but it's not. That's like, I don't give a shit, especially when it comes to like my baby Silent Hill 2, like my
Silent
like
Hill 2.
yeah, like so I'm trying to articulate this in a way that's not just like, oh well the book did it better sort of thing, but I also don't know if that's possible. Like
okay, at least based on the trailer seems very surface level.
Yeah. And also
I mean,
I just don't trust Konami to do shit.
No,
these days.
so like I'm taking the trailer at face value, but I'd stick by that.
Honestly, we shouldn't even talk about the graphic. It's how long has it been past? Like 20 years old? 20
I think
years?
it's about 20
if
years,
it doesn't look better, we have a problem.
And anything will look
yeah.
better. Like it'll look better regardless. But is that what we need for a game like this? I don't think so.
No.
think
It's like it's
Silent Hill,
It
the
had a
original
very
Silent Hill 2 looked
specific-
great and still looks great.
This-
It had
this
it had an art style to it. This
Yes.
one just feels like a generic AAA game,
Yeah.
which
I-
it doesn't.
Here's some nice
It just
polished
doesn't.
assets.
Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, but anyone could do that. Make
I
a
think
game.
That's kind of the point. It feels generic. Because
It
everything
feels
is
generic
familiar
because
now.
it's just generic AAA 3D game, and
Yeah.
original Silent Hill 2 was like, this is like all the assets were tailor made for this exact game. Like
And
they
why-
put thought, like a lot of thought into it, instead of just like, yeah, here's just a bunch of normal stuff that I could get off an asset store pretty easily.
It just works in Unreal Engine out of the box.
Yeah.
and I think why it was genius was like in PlayStation 2 era, even if the developer had a beautiful idea, they had a limitation. But they actually turned that kind of like a limitation of technology. It is a disadvantage
but they actually turn this disadvantage to their advantage, like the Silent Hill 2. They
limitations.
no limitation. They use that limitation to make their value out of the game.
Mhm.
Yeah, the most creative things come from things that are limited. Like
And
you just have to
now
be
look at
good with what you have.
Now look at the new Silent Hill 2 a trailer. They have this huge amount of advantage, but they didn't use that advantage to make that out of that great game. They just used it.
So I looked some
They didn't
stuff
do
up.
anything new.
I looked some stuff up. We got hang on. Let me pull this back up. We have Masahiro Ito on creature design, Akira Yamaoka on music. These are
Who
the
is
OG
Masahiro
dudes.
Ito?
Masahiro
They're
Ito,
OG.
he's OG Team Silent. What's up?
Do we know for sure that this isn't just a pachinko game?
I was waiting for like just any sort of pachinko news because Konami was teasing. It was like, hey, we got some Silent Hill news coming in a couple days, and everyone's just like, I refuse to believe that this is anything but a pachinko machine. So we got these two guys. These are OG dudes, and then we got Bloober Team, not Team Silent. So like
Bloober.
these are the
Who's
only
Bloober?
two. These are the only two guys that worked on the original game, the creature design and the music, like the composer.
No.
And
What else
Bloober
did Bloober
Team
do?
have done Layers of Fear, The Medium, Observer, Blair
Ah.
Witch. Okay games.
Blair Witch stuff.
We never played
I didn't like
any
it.
of these together.
Blair Witch did not get
No.
very good reviews. I have not heard that
I've
much
heard
about Medium.
Layers of Fear decent.
That's why I said
People
like
say
decent.
Observer's good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Decent.
they're not like mind blowing, but they're serviceable.
And
Yeah.
I was talking to someone. I think I was talking to Mastiff because he wanted to ask about this stuff. I'm like, I can't type out all of my words through Discord.
I need an
The
essay.
words
one
are
of
too,
the things
are
is
too
like,
many.
at the end of the day, I would love to be proven wrong, and I would love for this to be like an
Sure.
amazing adaptation because
Yeah.
a solid adaptation of material like Silent Hill 2 could be like standard setting, genre defining stuff. You know, like if this ends up being good and successful, maybe other people will try to follow suit because these are the kinds
Sure,
of horror
yeah.
games that I want to be seeing, or original Silent Hill 2 is the kind of horror games that I want to be seeing. And
Yeah,
if
of
this
course.
delivers a similar experience, dog, I'm all for it. But I
I
just
mean,
don't
yeah.
trust.
Like
I don't
Jesus
trust
said,
the
if it
people.
gets a new audience in, then all the better. Did you guys see the trailer for Silent Hill F?
I did not.
No.
I only watched this one and then saw that there was more.
It actually it tells you nothing about what the actual game is going to be, if it is even a game, but it looks pretty cool. I'll say
But
that.
also,
much.
this will bring out some younger fans. Hopefully, assuming they don't completely f it up. Like if
Basically what you
they
were
bring
saying.
in a whole new audience, I hope it's an audience that loves like Silent
The
Hill
right
2,
audience.
and not like they turn Silent Hill 2 into Resident Evil, and that gets super popular, and just the whole like Silent Hill
Oh.
franchise is down the toilet.
yeah.
For- or at
they
least
try
for
to
the
make
things that we
Silent
like,
Hill-
right?
If they try to turn Silent Hill into a streamable thing,
Yeah.
where this is
Yeah,
what,
it's
this
not
is
in
my
1960
concern.
Japan.
And I
But, like,
I want to come back to this discussion because one of the difficult things that I had talking with Massive is that he has no exposure to the Silent Hill franchise at all. So it was difficult for me to sort of
trying to put it in
explain
words.
why I hold the
not a
second one
real
in such
fan,
high
wasn't around.
esteem.
We were playing Silent Hill 2 on stream.
All right, so let's check out F here.
I hope this should.
This is
I think
it's 100% a cinematic trailer, so just there's no
Yeah,
telling
yeah.
what the game is going to be, but it like
Hang
the
on.
styling and like the
I'm looking
the
for what,
vibe of it
what it's telling me I'm meant to feel like when I
seems
play the
pretty
game.
cool. So
what
and
is
it's 1960s Japan apparently.
what,
Okay.
what console is this for?
Probably PS5.
I have no
PC.
idea. Probably next gen console, the current
Okay.
gen,
Yeah, next gen.
this gen.
All right.
It's not next gen anymore. We've been in this gen for like 5 years.
Listen, you
True,
can't buy
true.
a PS5 even if you want one.
Well, that's true. That's fair. this part almost gave me like Fatal Frame vibes.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh,
say
yeah,
if I
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
know
I
this was
was-
Silent
I
Hill,
thought
I'm
the
just like,
same. Yeah, I thought the same.
Oh yeah, it's hard to know that it's Silent Hill, but it looks interesting for sure. Like it's like giving me like Fatal Frame and Devotion vibes almost.
Yep.
Okay, they've at least got me with the visuals.
They got the visuals, like they're pretty sick.
my only concern is the studio behind it. That's it.
That's the only thing.
If they can just
Yeah,
like
but
not
there's
fuck
no way
this
to
up, there's no way to know. Because these visuals are fantastic.
They're doing some interesting visuals. But what are they gonna do? with
No
it?
idea.
It doesn't
Pre-rendered
show
cutscene's
anything.
not enough to convince
No,
me.
that's
But like,
exactly.
What is this for?
you got me with the
It's
like
got the
aesthetic and
vibe.
tone. So as long as those are
Right.
present in the game,
I'm
Like-
gonna allow myself to be. Apparently, that writer guy, he wrote like Higurashi and some other
oh okay,
famous horror
okay.
stuff.
So
So, like,
color
the
me
story
curious.
Yes,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know nothing about this game, but I'm at least intrigued by it.
Okay, I'm at least optimistic for that. It does seem like with the 2 remake
Mhm.
that
Heyo.
they're not gonna like try and invent much on top of Silent Hill 2. It's just gonna be like a glossy remake, and that's
No, they're
probably-
literally copying off of Resident Evil 2 remake.
Mhm.
okay.
They're
Like,
just
not
gonna be
try
like,
to
all right,
reinterpret it
over the
in some-
shoulder, and that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Increased visuals, but like that worked well for Resident Evil, which is an action focused game.
So what's
Silent Hill's
what's
not.
Konami been up to?
A couple of
Pachinko
football
machines,
games, some
mostly.
Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. Yeah, let's look up the.
Pachinko.
Yeah, let's check this out.
Wait, they actually have trailers for this?
Oh yeah,
course.
like it's
Pachinko
been a
machines are
meme
big.
because all Konami's been doing for like years is just pachinko machines of their valuable
Yeah, they've been
IPs.
making a fuckload of money off
I
it,
hope,
too.
yeah, I hope they make a lot of money out of
That's
it.
the
Why
way
not?
to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I can't knock them for it. Like they
I
that's
know
what their
it's
business
just
is.
upsetting that they have
But
all of these IPs that I love, and this is how they're getting used.
They have control over the things that I want to be made, but I guess finally we're getting games at the very least.
I don't think I ever wanted a Silent Hill 2 remake though. At the very least,
No,
I think I
it's
would have
not
wanted like
something
a
I've been
port
craving.
to modern hardware like Baldur's Gate. I know.
Take what you can get.
You know, when I went to Japan,
This is Silent Hill right here.
Yeah. I actually went to pachinko machine to play just Resident Evil 2 pachinko.
Oh, nice.
I tried to take a picture, but they actually stopped me doing that.
Oh
yeah!
Come and get your money.
Show me that.
I have never been more hyped for a game.
Is a nightmare.
Oh, now let's get spooky.
Oh,
Show me the spook.
show me a bunch of stuff that oh, there it is. Evil Eye.
That's like
Have you guys ever played the pachinko machine before?
This is the studio
Looks more
that
like a
is
slot
making the
machine.
next Silent Hill games. Like these are the owners of the IP. This is what they've used it for. So excuse me for being a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I understand. that.
You have every right to be skeptical.
Silent Hill.
It's like a slot machine, but they put a lot of effort to make it like marvelous, look marvelous. So I
These are the
actually enjoyed
people.
it when I played it.
These
like,
are the
for
people
5
that
years.
pushed
pachinko
out.
machine.
These are the people that pushed out Hideo Kojima in the middle of Metal Gear 5, and then this is what they do with the IP.
fucking-
They make like
Really?
a zombie survival
remember
game out
who
of the
this
Metal Gear
is.
Solid series.
I fucking hate
Remember who
them.
we're dealing
They
with.
control
here.
Metal Gear
Pachinko
Solid.
machine and stuff.
Hey, but now we got Death Stranding type.
That
game.
wasn't
true.
Konami's thing. This is the studio that
No,
canceled
that's what I'm saying.
PT.
But no, it was a
because they
result of
kicked out.
them
It was a
kicking
result
out
of them getting rid
Kojima.
of Kojima.
This is
Now
the studio that
he
made
can
one
do
of the
whatever
most
he
popular
wants.
horror teasers ever that spawned an entire generation of horror games
Oh yeah.
and then canceled the
And
project.
then they just dropped it. There was no money in it, Jared. No one was interested.
Well,
I
they broke
need
their
to be
golden egg.
given reason to believe that Konami's not going to Konami this up is the thing. I think because the Silent Hill 2 remake is being made by this team, maybe there's hope, but like Konami's got their fingers in there.
They got their production fingers.
You
in
have no idea what they're going to ask
they're-
these developers to do.
True. My one fear with all horror games now is
basically I'm in a position where I'm just like, prove me wrong. Essentially, like I am coming from a place of like complete doubt.
be skeptical.
Prove
That's
me
okay.
wrong. Like
That's good.
Okay, here's the assumption. So the Konami, this guy is like a publisher, like asking the director of the new Silent Hill 2, like, okay, we need a new idea for new pachinko machine. So you gotta make the game so we can make the new pachinko machine. So make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, this is all an elaborate ruse to increase sales of their pachinko machines.
so, like again, if
Tons out of money out of it. So why not?
if I'm wrong, I'd be the happiest wrong person on the planet. Like if these games end up actually being good, because you don't get a lot of like AAA horror these days, or at least not a lot of good AAA horror.
No, we are in a deep mud of bad horror games era, and we can get out of it because of the streaming service.
Well, let's I'm curious. So we liked the Resident Evil 2 remake.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yes.
So what do we? Why do we think that one worked?
Because like,
I'm just curious. Like, what did they do well? And maybe it's different from Silent Hill, but like that's another. Just they shined it up.
I think that Resident Evil is very action focused.
Yeah. You
And
talk about
I think it evolved very well
into
into
compare
really
the
good job
old
of
one.
elevating that. Yeah.
The old Silent Hill and old Resident Evil 2, they were totally different games. They had the same idea, but Silent Hill 2 was more like a psychological horror, and Resident Evil 2 was more like an action-focused horror game.
Yeah.
With some survival, mechanism.
Y'all did say that the third one was not good, but
The third one was
second
fine.
The third one was just
second one-
it was fine. It was just
It
really
was okay.
forgettable.
it was
People
nowhere
played it.
near
That
the
was
level
first
of
game we
Resident
ever
Evil
played on
2.
stream.
Yeah.
And I don't remember anything from it except for the fact that Jared was in it. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Well,
And with that horrible sound
Oh yeah.
Jared make.
Well, so my experience, like after going back and when we finally, because we played the remake first before we went and played the original.
Right.
When we played the original, it really looked like two different games to me, and
Yes.
still does.
Yep.
Like it wasn't just sort of like a shiny version of the original.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, the only way that
this is Jerry
this
Jekyll.
Silent Hill 2 remake can actually elevate itself is to try to not be exactly like the original.
And they could definitely do that.
Could they?
Just based on the trailer, though.
The trailer
It seems
doesn't
like
tell-
at least
well,
like
they
at least
immediately
the
threw
story
us
at least the
scenes.
story beats are going to be the exact same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like the
but-
people you're like all of that stuff they're going to be the exact same, but without the awkwardness of the voice acting that kind of made the game what it was. It
There's
kind of
like
made
the-
it
there's
eerie.
like the-
I
can we
dude, I
bring up-
hated
It's
James's
it's
voice.
unsettling.
I hated James's voice in that trailer.
I did too.
It's just
my-
like,
probably
this
my most-
grizzled horror protagonist.
I hated
No.
how animated he was.
Yeah.
I actually don't
Well,
like
those little
his
puppy dog eyes as he's like holding the gun up and shit.
Yeah, because I think one of the reasons I like Silent Hill 2 is because like you can't explain why people are acting the way they're acting. So if James is just coming in, he's like, "I'm guilty," and he's like,
don't
"No, I'm
spoil it
scared."
too much, by the way. There's some people who haven't played through it.
It was just
okay.
like the way they deliver their words makes it
was
seem like
intentional.
things are off. Like it's
Yes.
intentional. Like
Yeah.
it makes it seem like you're
It
like,
does feel
what the fuck is happening? Because the things they're saying are insane most of the time, and you feel that with the way they're delivering the lines. But if
Mhm.
someone is just saying it normally, like with good voice acting, it's like, well, all right.
So help me
It just
put
doesn't hit. It just doesn't hit as well. I don't think.
help me put words into my mouth in terms of like how can we convey why we love like Silent Hill 2 specifically to somebody who's not familiar with like the franchise at all.
Can you maybe bring up like the bathroom scene from? It's not a spoiler. It's the opening scene of.
Oh,
the
yeah.
original one.
You're gonna spoil the opening for me.
Come on, to be honest, I think everyone here played Silent Hill 2.
No, not everyone. I know for a
to
fact
to
there's some
Jared's-
people.
To Jared's point, I
Oh.
won't spoil anymore.
I also, dude, I'm
I have
also
not-
seeing like this whole prison cell
Oh, you have
scene
not?
too.
Okay.
God.
We will not.
I would try to shut my mouth up.
No, we
because
won't
you
even-
know me.
The
Oh,
feels-
enhanced
just-
edition? No.
Even just that still image
Look at
of her
that.
face. in
It's
that thumbnail.
iconic. It's iconic.
It's iconic. Imagine that as just like a
gonna
well-made
suck.
3D modeled face. Like
And
it's just
also-
like with actual like
I don't
mocap face. It's
want
like
it.
no one can actually make that.
Also, like the voice acting direction in that scene was so deliberate with how
Yeah.
like Mary Maria was. This is what I'm struggling with. Is I just evolved into like screeches, and I need to
Well,
learn
actually,
how to
you know what?
articulate.
You could also bring up like the trailer that plays at the beginning
Yes.
of Silent Hill 2 when in the main menu. Like
Yep,
that's
that's
not a spoiler.
this. Oh, that's the intro remastered. We'll get to it. Yeah,
we don't
can
want
get
the, we don't want the remaster because even that's already
It's like
messed
the
Oh,
the
fuck.
surrealness of it.
Yeah,
Like, it's
yeah.
up. It
almost
does.
like
I think it does capture.
you're
it,
it puts you in the world. Like
and it's not
pretty-
saying like
pretty
this is a
heavily.
scary game. I think that's what I love so much about it. It doesn't just come out like, especially with the music and this little like main menu trailer.
Yeah.
It's not like you're playing a scary game. Get scared already. It's like, what are you playing?
Yeah. All right, here's the intro to Silent Hill 2 for the PS2.
Great. This will be good.
This looks
like Leon
so
Kennedy.
good
It
still.
still looks good.
After all these years, damn.
This is old and it looks great.
Well, I'm still remembering that scene from Silent Hill 1 with the nurse like
yeah.
looking
Oh
amazing,
my god. Yeah.
even by today's standards.
Oh, they were genius. They were genius. That's for sure.
The problem is though, is I don't think everyone will agree with us about that.
No, they're not.
No.
They're not.
No,
Listen to, like,
yeah, it's just like
Look how
just right off the
grungy
bat,
this
right
shit
off the
looks.
bat,
There's so much
everything
space.
is just dirty. Like you don't wanna touch
Everything
it.
looks like it could give you tetanus.
Is
No,
is
this
a
is
remaster,
PS2.
Or is this original?
This
This is
is
definitely
Silent Hill
not
2 Osborne
PS3.
PS2. Yeah, this is PS2 right now.
They're just. It feels expansive. It feels like there's space.
There's
like
so
an
much
uncomfortable
detail
amount
that
of
has been put
space.
into all of like these textures and things. Like,
Yeah.
Man, we even had a problem with the HD remaster of this game.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anyways,
Wait,
because
this
it's
Oh,
is-
I hated it.
This isn't remaster, right?
no.
Okay.
no.
You
In my
already get
restless
feelings
dreams.
from it.
I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take
Yeah,
me there.
there's
again
just something about
someday.
like this cinematic camera angle versus just like him walking out the door and you see the car and everything and, like
Yeah.
down his line of view.
Well,
It's just
I'm alone.
this feels like a movie that I'm
it's-
playing through.
in our
It's also more
special
dreamlike
place.
this way.
Like,
Yeah.
listen to this music and shit. Like, it's just
The music,
eerie.
holy shit. This is the type of thing that if they had tried to recapture this in a trailer, it would show me that they were appreciating the same things, not just
then,
embellishing
like,
the
this,
stuff I
like,
like.
melancholy and sadness comes in. Like, fucking.
I know.
It's such a unique horror experience. Oh, absolutely. No, for sure. But
possibly be true.
Well, but I always
keep telling
I have an issue with like bashing on people's nostalgia for a remake because there's a reason that the original was a certain
Well,
way.
because for us, it's not even really nostalgia because we played this only a couple years ago for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't something I played when I was 10. I played it like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was a full blown adult at that point, and it still blew me out of the water.
Man.
And I'm not saying like Silent
So-
Hill 2 is like a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination. But
But
it
it
is
spoke
like
to me on like a very real level. So and I just don't get that with a lot of AAA games. Just my apprehension with
just the two of us staring at the water.
Yeah, I feel like the 2019 Lion King should be enough to like not have people bring up the like you just like the old one so you can't
Yeah, it's
appreciate
like,
a new one anymore.
No,
Like,
the old one
no.
is
No,
just
no,
better.
no, it's not.
Like if the studio only sees like
excellent.
the technology being the impressive part and not understanding the material.
And I'm not
then
even like a
that's what you're gonna
hardcore
get.
Silent Hill fan. Like I pretty much just like exclusively have an undying love for 2. 1 and 3 were still
Right.
great, but like 2 is on another level
Two
for
is
me.
the one I think
Another
of.
level.
Like, when I
Yeah,
think of
it's
Silent
another
Hill.
level.
Let's see if we can find
Does it have that like where it plays like the main theme, like the Silent Hill?
that's
theme in
that
the
first
main
one
menu?
there, but that's the HD one. So I want to try and find the
We can somehow find
the
the
OG.
original.
Just open up Silent Hill 2 real fast.
I mean, I could.
Load up your PS2. Easy.
Let's do PS2 trailer.
The trailer just seems a bit focused on superficial things, and it doesn't really capture
I
Silent
think
Hill.
the trailer is making things
2001, so
it's
it's
just
been
not
20
really the
years
spirit
past.
of.
I
of
think
what
this is the
Silent Hill
intro.
Check
was.
this out.
Yeah.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway?
Oh, the music kicks in. Oh, I love
Are you
this.
confusing
Everything.
me with someone else?
All right, hang on though. Like I want. No.
Oh shit!
No.
I want. Oh, that's the
a
song that I
trailer.
want.
That's the main theme,
I know,
or
I
like
know.
Mary's theme.
Yep.
But
Or a theme of Laura. Yeah. So. Is it this? Hang on.
maybe.
I just need to hear the intro music, and I'll know. Yada yada. Nope, that's not it.
No.
I don't want to
Silent Hill
see
2 menu trailer.
Yeah, look up like the menu.
Because it happens while you're just hanging out in the menu.
Oh, there you go.
That looks like a remaster.
No,
It does.
HD,
It's
no.
all stretched out.
looks like a
See, why is
Oh,
it
I
so hard
fucking
to
hate it.
find this?
I don't
HD
know.
more like a head dead.
Shit.
I'm booting it up.
They are head dead, so they
Oh,
have to
just
make-
boot it up. Here we go. We're gonna do it faithfully because that's how much we care.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
massive.
is
The
our
main-
like
the-
a grand game, grand D game.
Mhm. Yeah, massive. The main point we're trying to get across is that like, yes, the remaster is going to look good and it's probably going to play good, but the spirit of Silent Hill just isn't there for us particularly. I
Well,
think
that's-
just you kind of lose some of the surrealness with shiny new graphics and like the kind of like weirdness of it. I think that really kind of drew us in.
Now I'm actually worried
So
that
I
can they
think they're
make
going to try to go for the same tone, but I don't think they're going to accomplish it because the voice acting will sound completely different. The style of it will be different.
Yeah,
and
I think
from what I saw, the camera angles are like even for the cinematic shots are going to be
those camera
completely
angles.
different.
and the voices are all different.
That's
The voice
great.
actor.
I feel like with a AAA like good visual game, you're focusing all on the visuals, and you're not really feeling the whole package anymore because
tone,
it's
the
just so
tone.
distracting
It
having like
upsets
seeing all
me.
like the pretty
So-
stuff.
It upsets me that this original version here is like basically impossible to experience now unless you have like $100 to kill on a PS2.
Yeah.
There's really no other way to
Porsche Gothic
experience the not shit version
Gothic
of this game.
unification. We're
Oh
playing.
yeah,
it.
surprise! That's what we're playing actually.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
not
it
not,
just
not
it
even
just,
that.
I don't know.
Because
because a 4K version. Because if they were just upresing the Silent Hill 2, it would still
And
be
they have-
the
and they
Silent
have
Hill
one
2 that we remember. But like, I think even then we didn't like the HD remaster of Silent Hill 2
Well, they
because
fucked up a
everything
lot of
looked
things.
too clean and smooth,
Mhm.
and they did fuck it up. But like, if all they did was just re-release it in a 4K like format, we'd be happy. It wouldn't matter to us.
All I would want is for like the original version of this game to be ported to modern hardware. That's it.
Don't do
it.
anything with it. Just make it run nice on modern hardware.
Make it accessible for people to play.
Shut up, Diesel. We're gonna talk about the Mist at some point, so better buckle up, buddy.
And you might not like our
What
opinions.
we're talking about Mist, whether you like it or not, bub.
Silent
Yeah,
Hill
because
2 has
guess
Mist.
what?
It does have Mist.
You know,
How's ever
was-
missed?
This is.
I do have a question for Jared. At any point, did you think, is this a Silent Hill movie when you were watching the Mist?
With all the Mist. Did you feel like that was Nico all over again?
All right,
here we
everybody
go.
shut
Oh,
up.
there you go.
James, honey, did
okay.
something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
Oh my god.
Legendary. You know about No, this is just the first thing that you see in the game is what we originally showed. With like the walking out of the bathroom and stuff. This is just a trailer that pops up when you
If you're in the menu for a while, it'll just happen every so. Oh yeah, promo. That's the best part. Oh, this music is so fucking good.
Oh yeah, I made it chilly.
What?
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Okay. I think I got something.
Ugh.
I
You
think
putting
I
together
got
some
something.
thoughts?
So good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So to me, like, it's not that this is the best that this game is ever going to look, and this is like I said, this game is not perfect, but it is exceptionally good at just making me just whatever emotion it's trying to draw out of the person playing it, it just slam dunks. And I don't feel like I don't have any evidence that the remake will be anywhere near as effective at conveying that or like imparting that sort of emotion. Because like that's one of those things, I think that's why it's so hard to articulate. It's just I feel like if I could put my feelings into words, hang on. When you're able to put your feelings into words, then it's like, God damn, I'm struggling here. It almost takes away the power of that feeling, right? Like a strong feeling is almost like something that you can't really explain, because if you could put it into words, you would just put it into words, right? Like you would just like write a book or something like that. Like this is
Well, like if you can turn it into like math, if it's just an equation, then like it loses some magic.
And it's not like spoiling the magic or like ruining a joke or anything like that. It's just like it's literally something that I just can't explain, but like we've all experienced a similar feeling when playing that game. And that, I think that's an incredibly powerful thing that any piece of media can do. And that's something that Silent Hill 2 gave to me. And I'm upset that it doesn't seem like that same experience will be given to people who play the Silent Hill 2 remake. Like maybe it'll just be an okay game, and let's be like, all right, next piece of media.
So to answer Roka's question, what's to say they can't do it again? They definitely can.
All evidence is stacked against them, though. But I hope they succeed.
Based on what we saw in the trailer, for us at least, it just didn't.
That trailer doesn't show an understanding of what made Silent Hill 2 good. It doesn't. It's clearly focusing on superficial things.
And that's what we're really focusing.
The trailer was all about showing like how good things looked. And I get that that's part of the marketing for it, but like if they really wanted to show that like they're making Silent Hill 2 like one of the biggest fanboy games in the world, and that they're only coming at you with like, look at how good our models look, I have a feeling that that's all they've got. And they could have told us anything, and they told us the most superficial thing.
And call it gatekeeping, call it dumb if you want, but if people start liking it for being like a Resident Evil type game, I'm gonna be upset.
Well, then
like if it just turns into like a RE2 remake thing, and I'm just like, and then that's why people are getting into it, and I'm like, well, that's just not the point of Silent Hill.
I think the only reason that I would be upset if that were to happen is it would just mean that like no other game like Silent Hill 2 will be made with like it not like never be made again, but like I don't know, like, well, okay, but like, this is a chance for the horror that I love to flourish again if they nail this.
Right. Yeah.
But
well, someone tell me if this is confrontational. You can't ever remake anything, really.
I don't,
because you're always it's the same idea as like you break up with someone and then you like date someone again hoping for that exact same feeling. Like you're never gonna do it. Like you'll always get close to it or around
same
it
as the other
but you'll always be like comparing it to the other thing. Just be the inherent nature of a remake. I don't think that's very confrontational, which is why, like I kind of said earlier, the only way for this thing to really be like quote unquote successful, in my opinion, for a Silent Hill fan is to try and do something new using the old material, not just trying to give you the same exact old feelings. You'll always compare it to the old thing, and to me, you'll never get there.
Yeah, I think that's the only way that I can see myself loving this Silent Hill 2 remake is if it's just vastly different, but still maintains like the core of what I loved about the original. You know,
I think I can explain what Gerard like has said like how to explain, because in old Silent Hill 2 we were the main character, like a little bit of a top down the view was like showing our mind is the main character's mind is struggling as we are, and the whole Mist was like showing that we don't know anything about this world as the main characters do, and his voice and the other characters' voice and the music, everything make us into the game and make us into the main character, make us be the main character. But as far as I see, the new trailer looks like he's just the main protagonist that can do anything with the action they can make. Like he's a powerful character.
He looks too well put together.
Yeah, there is no mist,
Well,
and he
he's
knows
accurate.
stuff. I mean, in all the Silent Hill 2, he doesn't know shit. So he's trying to figure it out what the fuck is going on here is in the game. But the new trailers, he just knows shit, just like the protagonist, like a typical protagonist. I'm not getting into it.
I think that's a pretty good point, like just showing that everything is too accurate, like it's too clear, and that the whole idea of the fog extends far beyond the aesthetics. Like the fog applies to the gameplay, it applies to the conversations, like not knowing like how to comprehend what you're around. Like the fog was actually an intentional thing, which some people would equate the fogginess and muddiness to being just like a lack of technology. So if you take,
I mean, it was,
which
but
was
they turned it into an advantage, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, as I told you, they turned disadvantage to make their value.
It's a game that excelled at being the best it could be on the platform that it was on.
Right.
And that aspect right there can't be put into a remake, really.
No,
Like-
this game runs the risk of being like the kid with with a blanket over himself playing a ghost for Halloween, but this game takes the blanket off and you're like, are you still scared?
No more beef cat. No,
I
more beef cat.
swear to God, I'm gonna be so pissed if like there is even a single like jump scare in this remake.
Oh,
Hey, I'm gonna be pissed if you don't put out the beef
I
cat.
know. That's my one concern.
Can
is
you
that this
imagine,
becomes
like-
a streamer game?
Can you imagine like trying to open a door and a nurse is just like,
Oh, she busts through with a bunch of like audio strings.
there wasn't a single one in Silent Hill 2.
No jump scares.
No jump scares.
No jump scares. The thing that made it scary was always the atmosphere, the feelings, and the things that you knew you had to do.
I
Or
mean,
the feeling of confusion.
Yeah, they actually made a lot radio sound before the monsters comes out. So well, can there be jump
Like,
scares?
imagine-
But the radio sound made us so scared. Like, where is it? Where is it?
Imagine
it-
that,
it
like,
was
okay,
threatening.
so here's the thing. In that trailer, it showed like that leg monster thing falling out of the closet.
Yeah.
That is essentially the room where James picks up the flashlight for the first time, and that just happens in gameplay. Is like this little leg creature stands up, and you're like, "What the fuck is that?" Because you couldn't see
Yeah.
it because like the whole room was dark. But it looks like they'll just do a cutscene for that now because look
Now
how
you just see
nice
some
it
light.
looks.
Yeah,
Now
they're
we get to see the
gonna
full
focus on-
penetration of Pyramid Head and those.
Those are
dynamics.
those are the
Perfect.
sorts of like moments that I pick out in that trailer. I'm just like, oh, that was a gameplay moment, and it looks like they're going a different direction with that. Like, imagine, so if you remember in the apartment building, you're like exploring around for a little bit, and then after a certain point, you're going back to a certain room. But as you're walking down a familiar hallway, the radio starts like buzzing more and more, and then on the opposite side of that gate, you just see Pyramid Head just like standing there, and that's all he's doing is just standing there. And it's just unsettling to see that thing there because that's the first time you've ever seen it.
Mhm.
Now imagine that's all like either in a cutscene or done with like a jump scare sting or like the camera goes all that stuff. Like
Yeah.
there's so many very tempting ways that I feel like a studio could just fuck this all up because it looks nicer. And I just don't agree. I guess my main hesitation is that I just don't agree with the general mentality that that provokes a remake to get made. I think I disagree in terms of like there are some remakes that I think are decent. The big one that springs to my mind is like Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. Like those original PS2 games have been remade by I think Bluepoint Studios, who just do an excellent job of just like reverse engineering the game and trying to preserve it as much as possible with like high-res graphics, and that's it. But you could still make an argument that like there's something special about like the original PS2 graphics. But in playing like all three versions of the game, I can still say that like the core essence of the game is still like 95% there, unless you have like a preference for PS2 graphics. But nowadays, like I love the idea of like remakes or ports or remasters to make games like more retro games more accessible on modern hardware. But I think the main impetus for a lot of people to make remakes now is like let's make the graphics look, let's fix all these mistakes from the old games of just like, oh, we don't need like a fixed camera angle or fog anymore. We can render as far as we want now. Look at all these polygons on James's hand. Look how clean and nice his face looks. No.
Expressive.
So I just don't like what it seems. But these remakes are fucking popular, right? Like, out of even movies, games, whatever. I think Lion King 2019 is one of the highest grossing movies of all time.
Yeah.
And it's
up there.
So, like, but that's the thing is I just fundamentally disagree with the audience that enjoys that kind of content. And it's like, so to see my immediate instinct when I hear Silent Hill 2 is getting a remastered is, oh no. Like, it's not going to be what I want it to be, essentially, which sounds super entitled or whatever, but I'm probably not gonna buy the game. So like, it's not, I'm not gonna shit on anybody who like plays the game or whatever. I'm just like, oh, it kind of makes me sad that like most people's first experience with Silent Hill 2 might be a remake that I don't think captures the same emotion. But it's not, at the end of the day, it's not important, right? Like,
yeah, it doesn't diminish the original that you can still just go.
No, and it also doesn't really.
I mean,
it shouldn't
actually
matter
does.
to me. It shouldn't matter to me what other people's experience with Silent Hill 2 is.
Now, here's the thing, though. It only matters if it creates new data that shifts the way games are made into a direction that you.
Games are already trending in that direction without this remake's help. So I wouldn't like it's not going to change anything. It's only just going to maybe reaffirm where the direction's going. But
one thing I'm for sure is that it's gonna accelerate the PlayStation 5 sales point.
I don't know
Probably,
because the biggest bottleneck for the PS5 sales right now is just supply. Still, after 2 years,
consoles.
yeah, you could have you could spawn an entire fan base of people wanting to get PS5s for this game. There was an entire fan base of people who wanted to get the PS5 for the Demon Souls remake, but
yeah,
well, that's not. I can't even see that being worth it. But I'm not a Demon Souls fan, so I don't know.
Demon Souls, never.
Yeah, when I look on Amazon for PS5, it still says available by invitation.
Which is insane.
You have to like sign up for it and
which
wait.
is insane for a console that's 2 years old.
It's pretty nuts at this point.
After 2 years old, we shouldn't say it's a new console. It's an old console.
After 2 years old, you should start seeing it on Black Friday sales. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, I don't think like
I'm not shitting on Demon Souls, Diesel. I just know that like it was a big selling, or it was the killer app of the PS5, but it didn't drive sales because there just wasn't enough PS5s.
I don't think even if I was a Demon Souls fan that the remake would get me to buy a new console, because if I like Demon Souls, I could just go back and play the original one and it's just as good. Like, that's my whole thing with like remakes. Like, if I could still experience the old one,
consoles.
It's like, why the hell would I play the Last of Us 2 remake where they just up the graphics and I could just play the exact same game that still looks good on my PS4? There's no reason. Like, that's one that blows my mind. That they're like, yeah, we've remade Last of Us. But
that's weird. That's a weird one for me.
Like, cause like it's one thing like porting stuff to PS5, but completely redoing the graphics for something
that's just so you
can say it's on a PS5. It's a lot of effort
for no reason.
But it's like the game already looked good, guys.
I mean, for Last of Us, it doesn't even look that different. It doesn't even look that different.
No,
you can tell in a side by side, like the character models are different a little bit.
It is different, but I mean, like, it's not like a game changing different.
No, it's not. It doesn't break. It doesn't change anything like with your experience of the game. Because honestly, like, I don't know.
I'm just irritated in the of remake culture. I don't understand what it's going to take for us to get out of remake culture. And to me, it's people need to be more skeptical, like we are, the second we see a remake for Silent Hill 2, instead of everyone being in like a give me more. Because us saying like, well, who cares? Why are we being gatekeepers? It's like, well, if y'all want the remake trend to stop, then you should be on our side.
One of the,
I also think we just all think that we put Silent Hill 2 on such a big pedestal that we think it's going to be very hard for it to live up to that.
You can't.
And I think because I know that like we're decently excited for the Resident Evil 4 remake if that ever comes out. Like we're gonna play that, and that's why is that different? Well, it's because the Resident Evil 2 remake surprised us. I don't think any of us expected that to be so good, but granted, we had.
You mean the Resident Evil 2 remake? You just said Silent Hill 2 remake.
Resident Evil 2 remake.
Yeah.
You guys gotta know that when we finished the old Silent Hill 2 game, we were all screaming, and we don't usually do that. We were like, so good, like it's something like that. We don't usually do that. We just do that for really good game like a Detention.
One of the conversations that always comes to my mind whenever like the discussion of remakes comes in is a conversation that I just had with my sister in the car where she was talking about, oh, have you seen the new Lion King movie yet? I was like, no, I don't really have any interest in seeing that. And then what she said back to me was like, what? I thought you loved Lion King. And I wish that I had the proper response to that I do now. I'm just like,
you just hit it right.
No. I was like, yes, I loved Lion King. And that's why I don't want to go see this remake, because it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's the whole purpose for it existing is like the antithesis of why I loved the Lion King to begin with. So like, yeah, like if somebody's confused that I'm not excited about this, even though I love Silent Hill, that's why. It's like,
Well, because someone's offering you just a counterfeit version of the thing that you like. In what way is that ever going to be satisfying when the original still exists? It's not like the other one went away and they had to remake it. The other one's still there. It's not like we're missing it or unable to play it. So this isn't offering you anything you don't have. And the only thing it's offering you is a counterfeit, impossible to recreate version of the thing that you already like. There is no version of this where it satisfies you the same way. So why would this get you excited? I don't understand. I don't understand that argument from people.
Yeah, so there you go. I don't know if that even came close to articulating anything about my opinions.
It's a lot of stuff that's hard to articulate, because the reason we like the game is like it's all like emotional. It's
such a complicated cocktail of personal bias and then my own just general thoughts about remake culture. Like, I feel like I have some valid points, and I feel like a lot of my other points are very personal and difficult to justify. But yeah. I feel what I feel. And what I feel is that I'm not excited about the Silent Hill 2 remake whatsoever.
No. Because I imagine like other like movies and stuff that I love, like if they ever remade
Back to the Future,
like a Back to the Future, or like A New Hope, like the original Star Wars trilogy, or Lord of the Rings, or like stuff or stuff like that. Like I would shit myself with like displeasement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you wouldn't be excited just because
I would not be excited just because I like that thing.
As like, a hardcore fan of those series, your immediate reaction would be, "Oh no!"
Exactly. So that's the only reason that I'm apprehensive about this game, is because I have that gut reaction to other things that I like, and I know that this, unless they really do something interesting and new with
they're gonna have to RE2 it. Like they
now.
Really have to.
Yeah.
And
well, imagine you. Really
and I know like RE2 is kind of a hard thing because we didn't really play the original one before we played it.
Sure.
It was just a good, well-made game, and like that. And honestly, I still enjoyed the original one when we played it later.
I did, but like Andrew said, they're also very different games. So
they're very different games.
If the Silent Hill 2 remake is like that, and it's just a solid game that offers like a completely different experience, the original Silent Hill 2, but still captures that like essence of what we loved so much about it.
Cool.
Dude, I would fucking love that.
Amazing.
Fucking love that. I am currently of the mindset that will not happen, but please, for the love of God, Konami, I would love to be proven wrong.
This it's like you like hamburgers, and we heard you really like hamburgers.
Don't remake my hamburger.
We have this new technology that lets us make hamburgers without hamburgers, and it's called it's this plant-based.
Well, that's
thing.
just Impossible
Burger. Impossible Burger. So, well, that's kind of the point. Like, you would never eat an Impossible Burger and be like, "Wow, like this is everything that." It would be like, "Yeah, that's pretty close," or like, "That's not bad. Like, that's decent." But it's never going to be the thing that you love. So the argument that because you love it, we made you a new thing with new technology shouldn't be enough.
Oh, I love cheesy dripping hamburger.
And God forbid, if they ever remake The Mist, I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah, The Mist needs to actually. Didn't they make a modern TV show out of
They
it?
made a TV show out of it.
Yeah, it's already been out. I was like trying to find it in the Netflix, and Miss showed up. I was trying to like see it. Oh, this is not a movie.
Oh.
This is like drama. No,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna watch it. It was
Oh,
like,
no.
Well, that's just great.
What's that?
This is the dog end for Silent Hill 2, where you discover that there's just some Shiba Inu
Coming
working controls.
soon.
Spoiler,
And a statue.
apparently there's a little bank.
That's cool.
That's hilarious.
Fun. Hold on, Diesel. Hold on.
Well,
We're gonna
hey.
get in. We're gonna get into The Mist soon. We'll tell you how wrong you are.
Oh
about
dear.
The
Oh
Mist.
dear, Diesel. You strolled into the wrong neighborhood, I think.
You really did, I think. Surprisingly, you might have thought that we would shit on this movie, but actually,
I actually hope that we all only have glowing reviews and that Diesel's
Oh,
the
I
only
have my
person.
criticisms.
and
But
yeah, obviously there are criticisms of the game, but honestly, overall, quite positive.
yeah, I think so. Yeah. Before we get into that spice, how about I
like this
hit the
movie.
bathroom and grab a drink, and then we
Go
can
for
actually
it, go
get to a
for it.
movie review. How about that, huh?
do it,
Finally,
do it.
Hang on.
even though Boats isn't here and it was his pick.
Oops.
Oh, this was Boats? Come
Well,
on,
everyone was
Boats.
kind of like obligated to pick a horror movie, so I doubt he's like too connected with this one.
Fine.
Well, that's
Boats,
true.
if you're there watching the VOD, fuck you.
This one's for you, Boats.
I'll be back.
Did we watch the same movie? Did you watch The Mist, starring Thomas Jane and other people
Or did
from
you
The
watch
Walking Dead?
the midst?
The
I was actually surprised that there were like 3 Walking Dead
Yeah, there was
actors in
something,
there,
yeah.
like a Dale, Andrea, and Carol.
Carol.
I was
yeah.
like, what the fuck? Holy shit! And I realized that later I found out like the director was the same director.
Yeah,
as
the same
Walking
director.
Dead.
Well, the
Yeah, I
same
was like,
director from I think.
holy
I don't
shit.
Know, I don't know if Frank Darabont is like around later. Does he just do the first season or the first 2 seasons?
I'm not sure.
There was some
he does.
When I watched the YMS review on Walking Dead, I'm pretty sure he said something about Frank being like either ousted or something like that.
It was a little
Okay,
distracting.
I think he was a showrunner for the first season. I think he was only a part of the first and second season, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, season 1 and season 2.
Walking Dead turns into ass.
That makes
later.
sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, honestly, season
First
2
and
was-
second season was the best.
Season 2 wasn't.
season 2 kind of was garbage. Season 3 kind of brought it back
What
a little
was
bit.
season 2?
Season
I
2
don't-
was the farmhouse.
Oh, the farmhouse.
Everyone kind of
pretty-
agrees the farm.
it was just-
nah.
It was just pretty boring for the most part. It's like, oh no,
It was
Carl
boring,
got
but I think
shot
it was
by a hunter.
Good.
It was-
die.
It was
Carl,
a good
die.
last season.
Now, season 1 though, season 1 is
Season
top
one's
notch.
great. Season 1's
Like,
really great.
I really like season 1, and then like a few seasons in the middle, but then it just goes like hardcore
once it's
downhill.
over,
And
it was the
Carbonate
last
season
season we were watching.
I've watched. I think the last one we watched was like season 10. I think. I
Yeah.
think they're on like season like 13 now or some shit.
I swear the
even
last
know.
episode we saw was where
Spoiler.
what's the oh I guess yeah that would be a spoiler.
Oh, Rick.
Never mind.
The old
Yeah,
Rick.
Rick.
No,
business.
don't say anything.
The Rick.
Don't
Rick
say anything about the leak.
We're just
It's a
saying his
major
name. We're not
spoiler.
gonna say what. We're not gonna say
I'm
what
not gonna say
happened.
what it
We're
is,
just gonna
but
say
Steven knows.
Rick.
Steven knows.
You know.
That thing with Rick.
Yeah.
Oh, Rick Grimes, the hero.
I never saw Witch myself. I think Steven, you saw it, right?
Which? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Uh-oh, Diesel didn't like
You thought
it.
Which was bad? Oh my god. I mean, I don't really remember too much.
Wait,
about
are
it,
we
but I
saying
feel like I remember
are we
it being
saying
pretty
Blair
good.
Witch?
No, just it's called Witch, but it's spelled like VVITCH.
The
Oh.
Weirdly enough.
Oh, I'm
Witch.
actually I'm not
Witch.
surprised. I'm not surprised at all that Pomo doesn't like the ending of this
No.
movie. Pomo.
You came to the wrong. I'm telling you, you came to the wrong
my
fucking
God.
neighborhood, friend.
Pomo.
This is gonna be the same reason. This is gonna be the same reason that you didn't like the Wakefield ending, and we did.
Dude.
Like I'm telling you,
I'm
it's
sorry.
Oh no. Well, let me just right out the gate say that I feel much more strongly about this ending than the Wakefield ending in terms of justifying it.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Good. Good.
Be on the same page, Gerald.
Oh, okay. So this is gonna be us versus Diesel and Pomo now.
Sounds good to me.
Listen, I've been
Clothes are
waiting
coming
for this
off.
battle. I've been waiting for it to be us versus chat for a long time.
So here's the thing. What the fuck are you saying right now, Pomo? Oh,
Pomo.
God.
Dog.
No, that's okay. This is gonna make it more fun.
Because
Yeah,
here's
I
the
like
thing.
it, I like
I'm
it.
bringing out the fire.
Bring it, because I think we're about
It's
to
getting heated.
I'm getting
It's
hot.
getting heated.
If they're feeling this strong, then we're gonna bring it back.
There it is.
Listen,
And we are gonna bring it back hard.
I had just watched this movie like a month before this, so you can tell I like it because I instead of just being like, oh, I saw it recently, I can remember it. I watched it again. So there you go.
So like, all right, here's my like TLDR of like my opinions of this. It is not a perfect movie. There are some just glaringly not great things about this movie, some of which I think I can attribute to like writing and cinematography. Other things I can contribute to just this movie was made in 2007 on a tight budget. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you can see the budget in
yes,
the movie.
yes.
Very
but
much so.
I think this movie did a lot of things with its plot and characters that I found to be very engaging. And the fact that like I don't think I could say that there was any particular character in this movie that like I enjoyed watching their development or I cared very specifically about them. But the whole dynamic of like the mob mentality and the groupthink that just happens inside that store, I thought was done very effectively and very upsettingly believable. Yes.
I was more scared by the human than monster.
I did not expect.
The whole point is the humans are the scary part of the movie.
And that's such a cliche.
Comedy
That's such a cliche thing to say, but
it is a cliche.
I didn't expect that to be the case for this one. I thought it was just going to be like a monster flick, like cheesy horror movie. And I felt like all the stuff that happened inside that grocery store was just it was upsettingly accurate, I feel like.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't describe this movie as horrifying by any stretch of the imagination, Diesel, but it was engaging.
It's not a scary movie.
It was engaging.
Listen,
I'll tell you that.
The thing that's supposed to be, this is a Stephen King story, guys. Like the thing that's scary is not the monster. Like it's just not.
I just don't have a lot of experience with Stephen King, like either the books or his like the movies based off of his stuff. So
the scary thing are the people. It's always the people. And if you watch this movie thinking that the Mist was the thing you should be paying attention to,
I'm scared of the Mist.
You weren't watching
tentacles.
Because I think one of the things that I really enjoyed about this movie was how long of breaks the movie would take between like Mist encounters and just like let the dynamics of the group and stuck inside this store develop and just escalate constantly.
I'm curious if we keep throwing this word boring around. I want to talk about
how is it boring?
I need to understand. I can understand that if you here's the thing. I can understand if you don't like this because it's not
after the fight, after the tentacle thing happens at like 20 minutes into the movie.
It's literally one of the first thing that happens. Like the Mist happens 5 minutes into the movie.
Yeah,
so,
and then
like
tentacle happens like after.
So the thing Pomo wanted was them fighting the Mist monsters and going out and then like constant threats and things like that, and it would be the Mist being the threat.
Good Stephen Kind movie.
The Langoliers.
Oh, I love Langolier.
Is it a horror movie?
Kind.
If so, you can put it on the list.
Put it on the list.
The Langolier is not about the Langolier itself. It was about the
Shining. I'd love to
people.
see it too.
That's what I'm saying. The Shining is not about some monster. It's about like the things are.
Oh, it's about that. It's about that naked woman in the bathroom. Man. That was scary.
You'd probably think The Shining is boring too.
There was a naked woman in the bathroom.
In The Shining.
In The Shining.
Oh, okay.
You haven't seen it.
Sorry. Did I just miss something from this movie?
Oh yeah. Oh, I watched the extended version, the uncut version of The Mist.
Did you know that there's a black
and
and white version of this movie? Like Frank Darabont originally shot this movie to be in black and white.
Really?
Yeah. So if you get like the DVD version of it, it contains both versions. I'd be curious to see. I'd be curious to see how the visuals if they're improved if it's just in black and white. Because some like,
But
I don't know, because dude, the lighting was way off for all of the monsters in this movie.
Yeah.
But I felt like I did feel like a lot of the
Sometimes
death
the
scenes.
conjuring
for this movie.
I do feel like a lot of the death scenes in this movie were, for the most part, pretty effective. Like I thought they looked pretty gruesome and effective.
effects-
Like
the effects
I was
weren't
never
bad
I was
when
never
people
taken
got
out of like
messed
a
up.
character like dying a gruesome death. I'm just like, fuck, that looks
Like,
yikes. But like when I see like
regardless of
pterodactyl
the-
boy flying through, obviously I'm just like, ah.
yeah, it's like regardless of how the tentacles looked, like the whole thing where Norm's getting
concept
like
of 'em is
pulled
pretty-
into the mist.
Yeah.
Oh,
And like the
That's
tentacle
like-
just
that's
touches
fucked
in and
up.
just sort
It
of
just
thing.
splits them open, but then like the way he
dude,
like the way he like
that's
turns over and reaches his hands out and they just get sucked in. It's like, oh man, it's so good. It's such a good shot.
Hang on, let me see if
Poor
I can
Norm.
find.
What a dumb kid.
Let's see here. Yeah.
Also, can we
those-
talk about how Jim is the most idiotic fucking person in the
Who? It
fucking
was Jim,
world?
the manager.
No, Jim.
No,
Jim is
Jim-
the mechanic.
It was
guy.
Jim.
Oh.
Yeah, not
Jim and
not Byron, but the one who goes over to the religious lady side.
Switches
Oh
over to the
yeah,
cult.
yeah.
But just like all the times he's just like, oh man, I'm an idiot. I'm gonna turn on all the lights and waste
Yeah,
all the
dude.
power.
Oh my goodness. He was a very like simple-minded. Well, I think that was kind of the point, right?
There were a
Because,
large number
I'm
of
gonna
frustrating.
my
David just-
crowbar in this pharmacy, make a bunch of noise. Like some sort
David
of
tells
idiot.
him like only turn the lights on in an emergency. Do you got that, Jim? He's
Only
like,
if something's
got it.
inside the store, and
Emergency.
before anything comes inside the store, he's like, "All right, turn off the lights."
I
Yeah,
love that
dude,
moment. It's like, oh
motherfucker.
man, it's attracted to the lights. Everyone turn the lights off. Immediately cut to this dude just jacking up all the lights and turning
turn
them on.
on all the lights.
And you can point at that and say, I was like, this movie's so fucking stupid. And I'm here sitting thinking of like, that would happen. That is exactly what
Yeah.
would happen.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, exactly. Because the main character actually said like if there is monsters inside, you gotta turn on the light.
there
You
are
gotta
so
turn on the
many
light off.
there are so many idiots in this movie who do frustrating things that fuck over everyone. And
the
it's
whole- dude,
so
the whole movie.
accurate. It's so realistic.
accurate.
And maybe this is just coming from three ridiculously cynical three ridiculously cynical people and Jerry. So to where it's like, yeah, humans are like this. Puh. But like, I feel like I've been in situations much less dramatic than this, obviously, where I'm just like, I know some people in my life who would probably do this under pressure. Like,
I mean, in this case, I've been in work a lot with with a lot of bad people who think in their way. So I'm on the same page. I don't want to be cynical, but there are people like that. Like there was a girl like a higher rank than me when I was in Korea working for some company, and she was like a fucking. She was like that woman, the Christian woman.
Yeah.
She think that everything in her way, and she never accept any others the opinion or something. So I believe there are people like that. Less dramatic, of course, because
Sure,
we were not in such a that dramatic situation. But if it comes that way, I'm pretty sure that kind of people will turn.
Oh yeah,
an idiot.
Main character even says he's like, you put these people in the dark and take away all the rules and just see how fucking animalistic they become.
Exactly.
Watch
Yeah,
how primal
exactly.
everyone becomes.
Yeah.
It
and
does
it's just like,
take
yeah,
much.
like I.
That's the, that is,
I
I'm
do
sorry,
think
Diesel, that's the movie.
I do think some parts of that discussion in the garage was a little bit heavy-handed, where it's like Ollie's
It
like
was
humans are
explained in
insane
the
by
movie.
fundamentally insane, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, no one talks like this. Y'all are just explaining the whole point of the movie right now, whereas I got it by this point. So you didn't need to have dialogue to explicitly spell all this out.
I did like the at least from my interpretation of the themes of the movie. I like that I forget her name, but the blonde chick. I swear I can't remember some people's names.
That's what I'm saying. Is not a lot of these characters by themselves were engaging.
No,
but I think as a unit,
it was the community that was basically the character. It's like a living organism. Like one actor was everybody, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But I appreciated that you know, you have the one character who says like, no, what are you talking about? People are basically good. Because I always love in the real world when people say that, because I have the same reaction that everyone around her did, where they're like, shut up, bitch.
Shut up, you loser. People suck.
Like, oh, that perspective is not helping anyone, and you're obviously wrong.
And on other side note, because she was like an Andrea character in Walking Dead, I had a hard time to like sympathize her. Because Andrea, you're not that character. No.
You're just gonna have to wait and find out, Pomo.
Yeah, you're gonna wait. Those come at the end. So it's your job.
You can
do whatever
assume,
you think and argue it with us back.
Here, I'll tell you this much: it ain't a 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10, dude.
That's insane.
That sounds like a very biased score because you don't like movies that are about people. You like movies that are
just hang on to your
level.
hang on to your seats.
Duress.
Hang on to your seat, Pomo, because like we're just getting started with like gushing about the stuff that we like. But again, I have some
there's definitely
some very big issues with the movie, but overall, very fucking positive.
Yeah, I'm critical of movies, but I like this movie, and I will be critical of the things that it's done wrong, but I enjoyed watching this movie.
Yep. I'll watch it again, and I will continue watching it.
It was not boring,
again,
and I don't think that. I don't think its problems were with the story. Is basically the point. I think there are a couple of things that I don't like with the story, but they're not like a deal, like the basic story and how it's executed.
The only problems that not the only problems, but like one of the major problems that I really have with like not necessarily the story, but I think just the writing, is that you do have quite a few occasions, especially in the beginning when all the characters are getting introduced, of some M. Night Shyamalan dialogue.
Oh, like heavy-handed.
Heavy hands, like this is who I am and what I do. She's a third grade teacher. Like she also teaches like blah 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 and all these things. And this old granny's like going off on like all these people's jobs. I'm like, I'm about to hate this, aren't I? But like once they get through that stuff, like it's the dialogue. It gets better.
I actually thought the beginning was the worst.
It was. Oh my god. Yes. Yes.
It depends.
It started on a very sour note for me.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, they've done very good job, like portraying the Stephen King's novel. So
I've never read it.
I'd like. Watching this makes me want to read the book because I think that like Stephen King is really good at developing characters. I think that this movie was not great at developing characters, but it did the rest of the story pretty well.
Yeah.
It developed the mob, not
it developed exactly.
And I like it. Yeah, it developed the groups. So you have like the rational people, which only ended up being like 5 people at the end.
The over-rationally people who just decided to walk into the mist 10 minutes into the disaster.
They're
the good thing is that. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, sorry, those are like basically the intellectually prideful people. Like they're rational, but like it was a pride thing that made them.
They can't allow something like this to happen because it goes against what they think to be. It breaks their rules and.
I love that like some.
It's so good.
The thing is in the movie they are rational people and they are like a protagonist that we wanna like be like them, but everything they do is just screening up like a Lestinger guy who has been burnt out. Like they brought like 6 people and they actually had to like sacrifice not more sacrifice. The monster actually killed like 2 people plus the burnt.
Yeah, he was dead.
He was actually dead at the end. So they had a good intention and they had the pride and they had like a will to act, but actually they made it worse.
Every single time someone was just like, I'm just gonna real quick. It's right there. I'm just gonna go out, grab it, and just go right back in. It's like fucking stop.
I'm just gonna go outside.
What are you doing?
I don't need the top half of my torso. I'll be fine. Just tie the rope around the lower half. It's cool.
Bitch. God, especially after like for the garage scene, I still think that they were all fucking idiots. But I get it, like that they hadn't seen anything yet. So I'm just like, all right, it's just gonna go out there. But after people have seen the shit and they're still just like, my car's like 100 feet away. I can make it. I bet I can make it.
Son, you got brass balls on you.
I'm actually surprised no one ever tried to make like armor or anything. They only ever tried to make weapons. They never
Out of
wore
what, though?
protective stuff.
What would they make armor out of?
I don't do they. I mean, they had a store full of supplies and shit, and it was like a general everything store. They could have taken stuff apart. I don't know, but
Yeah,
they didn't
honestly,
in any way
like-
to wear anything protective.
Yeah,
And
some
there
like
were
shields or
armies in
something.
there.
Yeah, like no one did anything defensive. They only got weapons.
All, like,
Yeah, even the
attack.
soldiers. Soldiers were
Yeah.
like a trained.
Well, the
to,
soldiers.
like, kill.
Soldiers.
But they didn't do anything. They were just
much,
sitting
though.
there and just talking.
They're just in the back hanging out.
Eat naps. Oh, hanging out. Fuck you. Bunch of peckawoods.
Heck of wood. Hey, we don't want to mess with no reefer addicts.
Yeah, damn. I mean, I guess we could just start at the worst part of the movie.
Let's walk through it. Like now we've got our opening statements. We know that we're gonna be tackling Pomo and Diesel with everything we say.
Yeah, so I mean, we start off of just like, well, actually, hang on. What is this? Let's see. You know what? I'm curious. I have the trailer pulled up here.
Oh, the trailer for the Mist. Never
For
seen this.
black and white trailer.
Oh.
So I want to see what this looks like in black and white.
I'm curious.
Hang on. Rated R.
Uh-oh. This was rated R? Shit.
Didn't Frank Darabont want to do Walking Dead in black and white?
I'm not sure.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, the child actor
No,
also
come on.
sucked ass.
I mean, I didn't like the little kid. Luckily, he was rarely talking. He was just getting passed around.
Most of the movie was him
Oh,
like just passing his child off.
He was a very television kid actor,
Yeah.
sort of
very TV
quality.
Oh, this is so
before
cheesy.
your eyes.
I love these
Super
texts.
cheesy. Look at them. They added that.
Wow.
They did add that, like
They added that.
Death.
From Frank Darabont. That was from the end of the movie, right
Something of the best
Yep.
Chuck John Lee.
there. They should. That was from the end of the
The only
movie.
way we're going to help ourselves is to seek rescue.
Go for it, boy.
Poor Norton.
Let us know you got at least 300 feet.
Although to be fair, the lady who just wanted to go back to her kids,
She survived. Yeah.
She survived.
I'm gonna point out that that's a really important part of the movie.
There was a trivia thing on IMDb that said originally Frank wanted everyone in the grocery store to also be on those rescue things.
Oh, that would have been upsetting.
But all of those people had already like moved on from set, so they didn't have access to them to have on the
Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
Man, that would, because I don't want any of the people in the grocery store to survive.
No.
Like, especially
to me,
like the ones that
to me,
left over.
I'm
Like,
very
fuck
happy
them.
that the one person who survived was the one person that wasn't worried about herself.
Yeah.
Yeah. This movie just looks darker in black and white. I'll be honest. Like, it doesn't.
It's
really-
not-
I think the
doing
monsters
anything to
look a
help
little
that.
better.
There were other dimensions.
They
That's
really
about
needed
it.
to mess with the contrast and lighting if they were going to do black and white.
I mean, to be fair,
They can't just put a black and white.
They still need to grade it.
Yeah, exactly. And this is literally just like black and white on.
Raw film.
Yeah.
if they wanted a black and white movie, they had to made it in the first place.
Yeah.
They just turned the color movie to the black and white movie.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be good.
Pomo. I know you're getting fixated on these monsters, my friend. Like they needed to, like the threat needed to be unknowable, but it also needed to be clear. You needed to know that like you walk out there, you die. I mean, the whole idea of like sacrificing people to the mist and stuff. The movie looks better in black and white. Oh my goodness.
Really?
I think
I
the
very much
monsters
disagree.
definitely looked better, but I don't know. It's hard to tell
It
because
just
I think
has,
that
like,
trailer was also like maybe early footage before the movie.
I
Was
mean, if you look
actually done.
at
I don't know.
if you look at movies that were planned to be in black and white, they look way better than that.
Oh,
Yeah, like
for sure,
Zack
for sure.
Snyder's Justice League.
Exactly. But no, like Schindler's List and stuff like that that are like
They were always
shot
planned
to
that
be
way
they were
and shot
planned to
that
be
way.
black and white, and like the lighting and the contrast of the shots makes sense.
You have
be
to
black
light a
and white.
movie differently if you're gonna go black and white.
You really do. You need darker darks and brighter whites.
And it's the same for other movies that have like really like jarring color grades. Like you can't just put a bunch of film like without understanding the lighting into the end, and then just hope that a color grade gives you the effect that you want.
Yeah.
That's when you look at like a Wes Anderson movie, like he didn't just color grade it to look that way. Like everything is intentionally set up so that it can look like this.
Well, because like bad color grading just looks like they tried to turn a daytime scene into nighttime just by using color grading. It's like, well, this just looks like shit.
And you can still see people's shadows over their faces and stuff.
Yeah, like it's clearly like the middle of the day, but they want it to look like night. I always think of Point Break, Steven, when they're like surfing at night, but it's clearly daytime.
It's clearly daytime because it's way too dangerous to actually surf at night. So they weren't gonna do that.
Like turn the contrast off and the brightness down.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can start at the beginning.
Yes, but a little bit
at the beginning,
back.
but I feel like what an interesting job, just painting
movie posters. Like he seems like the guy to be painting movie posters too. He had like The Thing. I think Pan's Labyrinth was up there. Like
they were only the classics up there.
One of the
Now that's one of my first issues where I think that the book would be better. It's just like, why do I need to know this? And it's because it wasn't passive. It was like an active part of this character that he does movie posters, and it's even brought up again later in the movie. And I don't understand why that's relevant.
I think the reason why he's like
that's just a classic Stephen King sort of thing.
I know, but Stephen King he's always very specific about, like, it's like how he is with cars and stuff too. Like he'll tell you the make and model, the year, and everything about it. But like this, usually like something like this, their job would have something, and maybe I just didn't catch it. I think
the only significance came from people thinking like, oh, he's a big shot, he thinks he's better than us, but that didn't really last
like
super
Hollywood
long.
Kind of stuff. Like, because he could have been, because like Stephen King is notorious for making everyone a writer, like in his
So I was like, oh, this is just like, this is what a writer would be if they were an artist. They would be painting movie posters.
Maybe it was the same type of like, I lock myself away and work on this thing, and like
it gave me that same sort of
publisher.
Yeah, it gave me a writer vibe without being a writer.
Yeah.
Okay. Like it didn't upset me. It was just it felt like a missed opportunity to be like, tell me something about him.
Yeah.
It's pretty unimportant.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh no, I lost my painting. Well, I'm gonna go into town and never talk about it again.
Yeah, but until later, this old lady is like trying to like instigate infidelity between the blonde chick and David. And she's like, hey, have you two met each other? Well, she's a school teacher and you're a painter.
Yeah, she's pulling their pants down and trying to mush their bits together.
Yeah, his wife is probably dead by now, you know.
And boy, right.
Oh,
Yes.
she was dead.
But yeah, we also see like he's painting his stuff, and then like power goes out. He looks out the window with his family to the most CGI'd storm you've ever seen in your life.
Ridiculous.
But I did get some nostalgic vibes of seeing them taking like pillows and blankets down into the basement as a big storm is passing through.
During a
I'm like, hey, I've done that.
There's a big storm coming.
It's a very quick opening scene too. Like
It really is. They get right into it.
And there's no words. They don't say anything to each other. If I'm remembering right, they're just like downstairs, and they just do that, and then a tree flies through the window.
Did you get scared?
Like
from
they've been through a lot already.
Oh, is that supposed to be? No, but I was more just like,
it just kind of goes
damn. Like, yeah.
That tree did just come
the way
it doesn't make sense how that
comes
tree
in is literally like
it looks like it rammed through there
and then just pushed it into the house. It's not,
if that tree actually fell, it should have like taken the wall with it. Like,
it would have. The size of that tree, like when you see it after, it's a massive tree.
It's massive, and it is leaning on the house, not just like shoved into it.
And this was actually right after this was like the first red flag that popped up in my head. I'm like, no, Sixth Sense dialogue. It's like, that was that tree that your grandfather gave us, the one that you used to play on all the time. It's like, yeah, it was. I'm like, no.
You got that wrong. She said, oh, that was your grandfather's tree, and he says, I used to play on that tree.
Yeah.
Come on, Jared.
Whatever. Whatever. I hated it. I hated that dialogue. I was like, no, movie, don't be like this. And then the kid's like, you gotta go see this. It's like, blah. It's like, hit that scuba.
The biggest budget they spent.
Honestly, if I was that kid, I'd be freaking out about like all this cool shit.
You got
Yeah.
conceited. I don't think I ever went up to mom
I
and
don't
dad
so much
though,
have
after
an
a
issue
thing.
with
It was like, but I guess we always had each other to freak out about stuff.
Yeah,
with.
he's an only child. Those kids are messed up, man.
Yeah.
They try to hang out with their parents. Fucking losers.
Get a sibling, losers.
Were your parents infertile after you?
So yeah, they see that their boathouse has been destroyed by a neighbor's tree.
Richie Rich over here with the boathouse.
Who apparently they do not get along with, even though they have one of the most amicable conversations I've ever seen after a stressful event that just happened in both of their lives. They're both pretty chill about it.
Worst.
I mean, there's a little bit of tension to it, of
little
like
bit.
an expectation,
But
like
the
trying to
moment-
like dance around it. But
The moment the main guy says like something nice about his car, he's like, "That's very nice of you to say.
Can I get a
yeah.
ride?
I'll
But that
contact
was-
my
and
insurance people." I'm like,
And even that was only like important to point out again, like the details of the car, because those things are important.
Yeah. That car was cherry.
I think they made a good point because he knows that he's got like an expensive car, and actually his neighbor, he thought he dislikes me, saying nice thing about his car that he's proud of. I actually thought it made sense because there have been tension. I assume there's been tension for a while, and he assumed that his neighbor disliked me, but he said something about. It's like he said something good about my life, which I'm very proud of. I think that makes sense.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that
I think it
happened to
makes
me.
sense. I still don't think it was like that. I didn't
Well, I
have
kinda feel what you felt,
any
dude.
sort of feeling of like, oh, these are some feuding neighbors right here. Like they have a history. I didn't really get that from this. But
I think I felt the same way.
Mm.
I expected there to be a little bit more like awkwardness. Like there was a little bit of it, but I expected there to be a little bit more tension than was present.
and this is
A little
all
bit
just
more
because
dismissiveness.
we haven't been introduced to the actual best character of the movie, which is like that mob. Like these
Yeah.
individual characters
Oh.
just like chatting with each other before shit goes down. Not interesting.
It doesn't do nothing for
No,
me, and also
no.
doesn't really set up anything. Like nothing relevant is set up in the beginning of the movie.
No.
Unfortunately, like
Not-
nothing
Just
that
like
you,
the normal days.
nothing about
I mean-
David that you, and his family is relevant. The storm isn't relevant. Norton's profession, like I guess it's just like telling you
It's kind of relevant, like,
It's
oh, he's a
kind of-
lawyer, and so like when they're
But, like,
arguing
they're-
about
Sure.
the backroom stuff, he's like, you're playing a joke on me. Their
Yeah.
relationship leads him to
Yeah.
not believe him, and like all
Mm.
that stuff, and he's able to convince people to go with him because he's a lawyer. Blah
Yeah.
blah blah. So it's tangentially relevant.
Yeah,
Like,
I
it
didn't
kind of goes along with it.
I didn't get any sense of like that neighbor's animosity towards anyone until he actually started blowing up at people and they were trying to tell him something. That was the only time I'm like,
Norton-
oh, okay, like
He was-
here's
he was
the
just a big
attitude that
baby
I've been
is what he was.
expecting this whole time, but now it's just okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I thought, yeah, I
Alright,
thought
fine,
he was
whatever.
going to be like the aggressive. Like I guess he was rational, but like at a certain point, it started to become that like his whole thing was not about like litigating through an issue. It was just pride.
Yeah.
which I didn't expect from that character. I guess.
I also
I
didn't
thought I
expect
was-
him to vanish from the movie so fast. Like I thought he was going to
I
be a
thought he
main
would be the one-
antagonist for a
I thought he
while.
was going to be running back. No, he was gone.
Gone. Never.
You
Saw,
don't
he
even-
didn't even get a death
but-
scene. He was just outie.
No, he just
Honestly, I
Nothing
think
there.
the best part about that scene where they walked in the mist is you hear nothing.
Yes.
No, that is
No,
You don't
Yes.
hear anything, and all you see is the rope movement, and
Mhm.
that's it.
movement is
Okay,
hilarious.
here's something for me that I think I absolutely loved about this movie is like I want to say like 80 to 90% of it has no soundtrack to it. It's all just silence and characters talking.
You're just in the moment with
Yeah.
them.
And I think that's especially effective when they're like in the mist doing those scenes, like when they're in the pharmacy or basically whenever anyone goes out into the mist.
It's always quiet.
It's always just quiet. And I just noticed that a lot throughout all the scenes is like these characters were talking. And even if there was like some emotional build-up scene, like the mob starting to like rise up or whatever, if I can recall, I don't think there was any music to just be like
Yeah, there at
No,
least
there was no.
the music didn't really cue like the dramatic moments. The dramatic.
They were
moments just kinda
basically only
happened.
ever around when
I
the
think it
monsters
was-
were around.
There would be music,
Yeah.
I think, during some like heated moments, but never like to initiate the heated moments.
It was never like intrusive, I guess, where
Yeah.
I'm focusing on the music.
It was
just
very,
kind
the
of
music
fell,
was very subtle.
it fell into the background, and I just like didn't even register it most of the time.
Mhm.
Yeah, it
Which I think for this
definitely
sort of
was,
movie, it works
and,
to its
yeah.
benefit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
I'd
so.
have to rewatch it and really pay attention to like when the music actually shows up. But I really
I
did.
had,
I
like,
really
no
did
memory of
notice
music.
the parts where no music was playing when I would usually expect it to play in a movie like this. So
Yeah.
I just thought it was an interesting thing that I noticed.
Yeah, because like in contrast, like Wakefield, for example, like they use music quite a bit to drive like very specific moments, and you could tell like when those moments were happening.
Just telling you when things were shifting. Yeah.
Yeah, this one did a very different approach for sure.
I liked it.
I liked it.
So they go into town, and we're kind of getting introduced to all the characters that are going to be a relevant part of this mob, and a bunch
Just
of
like one
Randys
by
to fill
one,
in the
like
seats.
this character,
Yeah.
then this character, then
Yeah.
this character.
This all sucked.
Over
man.
the course of, it's basically the Meet the Robinsons song.
Here's a bunch of people you don't care about.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna get a couple lines from each of them.
Here's the crazy Bible lady. Hey, here's the thing. Like, as I said before, like I didn't connect to any of these characters. I don't think I could tell you a single character's name outside of the one man that you want on your side in the apocalypse, Mr. Ollie himself.
Ollie,
the MVP
unforgettable.
of the group.
Fuck yeah,
Ollie. I freaking love Ollie.
God
He's
damn.
great.
He's the only, he's also, there's something that he says like when Jim and Myron are over there like tampering with the generator,
Yeah.
and David's like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? And then Ollie's like, no, listen, man, like these guys don't know what to do, they need something to fix. I'm like, holy shit, that's like, he's very rational.
Yep.
And he understands
he's the
human
most
behavior.
rational fucking person in the movie.
And he's a crack
always
shot.
just
Yes,
hell
sir.
yeah, he is. He was fucking like
And
state
he
champion.
killed Bible Lady.
94.
Like how much more can you
Dude.
like a guy who just like straight up headshots
Like,
the most
I wouldn't-
intolerable character in the entire movie?
It was
He's like,
fucking
I had to do it.
justice.
so
I had to do it.
delicious.
And we'll get deeper into
Yes.
why she's such
We'll
a
get there.
deserves
She
it so much,
she is an effectively infuriating character.
Very much so. Very much so.
So okay, we're still in the grocery store. Oh, on our way to the grocery store, we see like some foreshadowing, a bunch of military vehicles hightailing it in the other direction,
the opposite direction. Like,
towards
that's not suspicious.
towards the guy's place
The
where
mountains.
the family originally saw the mist coming in. It was like, huh, that's kind of weird, like coming out of the mountains like that. So there's like some foreshadowing there. That's kind of neat. Then you also see some
And then we
emergency
also
vehicles.
see the MP and stuff when we get to the store. We see military there as well.
Yeah. And there's some emergency vehicles just like flying down the road. Do you know how little that narrows it down?
Well,
It's all
The
in a
people in the
grocery
grocery
store.
store are like the Tremor brothers in Smoking Aces. Like you're in
They
there for
spend a
longer
lot.
than you would expect.
Yeah.
But when they come out, oh boy.
Oh brother.
Shit gets bloody. So yeah, and then soon after they see those emergency vehicles, there's like some sort of like earthquake thing that happens, and then the mist very rapidly starts rolling in to the city or to the grocery store. I forget his name. What's his name?
just call him Dale.
Yeah,
And
Dale
Walt.
comes
Oh,
running
he was-
in.
Just call him Dale. Yeah. just call
Dale
him
Dale
Dale.
comes
his
running
name
in saying that like something's
Like
in the
John
mist
or something.
Yeah.
Something in the mist took John Lee.
Something in the mist. Yeah.
My son.
Like I remember
I
a
saw it.
name that
I'm a
he's
witness.
screaming more than his actual name.
Literally, Ollie is the
John
only
Lee.
name of a character I remember. That's it, I think.
Mrs. Carmody was the religious bitch.
Carmody. Yeah,
I couldn't have
okay,
pulled that
thank
from
you.
my mind unless you said it. Like
Because they said her name quite
they
a bit.
did.
It was too hard to
and
remember for me. Carmody was just not.
Jim and Byron, I remember just 'cause- one,
Myron
because-
with an M.
I thought it was B. Are you
It's
sure?
Myron.
All right, well, whatever,
I remember because
Myron.
I had to look at his shirt to confirm.
Okay, well, him and Jim was just like the most infuriating character, so I remembered
Fucking
his name.
Jim. He felt like the same like character that he played in Shawshank. Redemption,
Shawshank,
weirdly.
it definitely did.
It's like the same dude. Kind of like slow, means
trying to
well.
trying to be like tough and like almost,
Yeah,
but
like
but
almost
is
the
really
same guy.
stupid at the same time. Yeah. And he says like when something really bad happens, he's like, "I'm sorry." Like that's all he can ever say.
Oh my. Okay, thank you, because that shit happens in Shawshank too. I didn't know.
You said it, but
Well, tell
I
that to
didn't know.
Norman. Oh, I love that, Steven. I also, whenever I saw Norma, I'm like, prodigious.
I know. I was just like, oh, dude.
Prodigious.
Oh.
If y'all haven't seen October
Skies. You know, that might be my next suggestion outside of October because it's
like,
well,
which is
How
actually
ironic.
ironic because
which is ironic.
you
But it's
should
not
be
a scary
watching
movie.
this one.
it's not a scary movie. It's just a good movie.
Yeah. So the mist rolls in. Everyone's kind of just like, they're still freaking out about like the earthquake that they just witnessed, and obviously this dude just spouting a bunch of shit about. It's like he's coming in all bloodied up and stuff, and he's like, something's in the mist. He's freaking out, and like
You also have the guy running to his car as the mist is coming in. You hear him
that's right.
screaming.
I forgot about that.
Because his reaction to Dale running
like,
in is
fuck
like,
this,
well,
I'm
fuck
getting in
that,
my
I'm
car.
going to my car.
I'm out of here. And then as soon as he gets to his car, mist rolls right over him, and then he just starts screaming at me. Like,
Instant
man,
screaming.
like we don't know like which creature actually was like at the forefront of the mist. I assume pterodactyl ones, maybe.
Charge.
But I was like, man, they were just like right there on
the edge of the mist. The edge of the mist. Yeah, like their boundary was just they touched the edge kind of a thing. The threat was the mist.
Well, they're not going to leave the mist. That's all they know. That's crazy talk.
So
they're not going to touch the unmist.
There is some reason to believe for everyone in the grocery store at this point that like this mist is fucking dangerous. Like we shouldn't go out here. And then immediately, I don't even remember what her name was in The Walking Dead, but
Carol.
Carol. Carol
Danvers.
The one with the buzz cut?
Carol.
Yeah, Carol.
Okay.
Carol.
I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure that I'm not like getting. Making sure you guys aren't confused with me talking about that person versus like the blonde chick. Yeah.
What was the blonde? Is it
blonde
Lori?
is Andrea.
Andrea.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing.
So I thought that was that was one of the first moments that made me like perk my eyebrows up for this movie in terms of like the dialogue of her like just trying to. Well, first her explaining that her kids are out there and she's like,
she's only
choking up and stuff.
Sometimes she forgets that she's supposed to watch.
But also when she's like specifically asking specific people to help bring her home.
What about you?
And nobody like there you can feel like a combination of guilt and like almost resentment for you. It's like, why you gotta thrust this guilt on me like that? Like I can't. Like you can feel that in that whole scene, and like with her dialogue and like the actors. I thought it was effective, yeah. And then she just walks off into the mist in silence, and all you can think of is she's fucked.
She's
like,
dead.
That's
Sorry. Yeah.
That's the irony of this movie. Like they chose to stay not following their goals, and in the end. We'll get to that.
I mean, they did have every reason to believe that they would die.
Yeah, exactly. If I was in their shoes, I would do the same. Like, this is a suicide. You going out, it's just a suicide. You are getting me into the suicide mission? No.
Yeah. But you are right, Andrew. I didn't notice that in the fact that, like, she is one of the only people who cared about herself outside of the main dad. Oops.
My own son to worry about.
Well, like their ending, like all of this stuff has some like decent resonance to me because I think it's got some pretty strong themes that it kind of sticks to, aside from a couple times.
Sure.
But that's why I like Carol's character because she represents someone. Because to me, like it's all about how they react to fear, and that's why that heavy-handed conversation in the garage is like heavy-handed, but also relevant. Like it's really saying what the movie is.
Yeah,
it's how people react to fear. And
I
the
guess
fact
my
that
only
this
thing
mom
was that
reacted
it
to
seemed
fear.
unnecessary.
It was unnecessary for us.
You knew it without.
But
it.
you imagine they had to hand feed it to people.
Some people. I know. I agreed with that for sure, Jared. But
so that's why like I see that stuff. I'm just like, whatever. It doesn't really bother me that much at the end of the day.
Sure.
It's when they do it multiple times that when I get mad at the movie.
If it's like for long periods of time, I'm like, all
right, come back at like a second time to tell you what the movie is about.
I did like that moment. I did like that moment when Andrea was like, "Do you have that little faith in humanity?" And the dude's like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Like straight up, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's rational. I'm the rational one right now.
Also, just a quick aside, can we talk about how Dale is the exact same character in this movie as he
He's
is in
just the
Walking
voice
Dead?
of reason for the whole group.
He's the fucking same character.
Do
Yeah.
you have a gun in the store? Like he
way he
delivers his
says it,
line
the way
the exact
I
same way.
hate to say it, but do
And
you
it's
have a gun?
I can't quite put my finger on it. I'm not sure if it's just like bad acting or it's just like the way he talks. It's just like it feels weird. I don't hate it.
Steven,
it,
do you remember him in The Majestic?
Oh yeah.
It's the same dude there too.
He's always
as the mayor. Like he's the same guy, always the same guy.
Definitely typecast, I guess.
I'm not gonna say he's a bad actor, but I don't think he's got any range. He is just this is how he gives lines.
He's pretty one note.
Like he's not bad, but Shawshank, Walking Dead, this Majestic, same guy.
He's got one perfect role.
He's just a sort of
and he's named Dale in all of those roles.
He's a very like a sort of unthreatening authority figure.
Yeah.
I like that because there are a lot of actors that doesn't do anything good. So
that is
he's good at one thing, so I'm okay with that.
He is the Paul Walker of Frank Darabont movies.
Oh, that's a good analogy.
Is Majestic Frank Darabont? Because
no,
Andrea's in that too.
Andrea is in that movie. Hold on.
And who knows who else is in it?
Yep, Frank Darabont made The Majestic.
No
Holy
freaking way.
Yep.
Shit,
Okay.
that's amazing.
Okay, I feel you.
Okay, so mommy walks off into the mist.
And mom's gone. Mom in the mist.
Mommy.
I think it just fades to black at that point and we transition into a different scene. Yeah, I think now is when we get like the exposition dump of who these characters are from old Granny.
Now they're just in the store talking to each other.
Yeah, so like immediately after that scene, I just get whiplash because we go right back into Shyamalan dialogue. I'm just like, oh, no, come on, movie, please. Please.
It is obnoxious. Agreed.
It's obnoxious, but it is short-lived, thankfully.
It's like one of the only scenes that I can like vividly remember. I'm just like, no. I think that was the last scene that I think that was the last scene until the discussion about the nature of humanity, where I had an issue with the dialogue. Was Granny just explaining like this person's job and that person's job.
Got you. That was my last annoyed conversation.
And then I started to like around the time in the garage, I was like,
it's not unbelievable. Like they're just gonna sit around and talk.
Like that type of old lady where she just knows everybody. Like she's the principal of the local school and it's a small town. She knows everyone. She's taught everyone.
But I guess when I'm watching a movie,
Why was she only introducing Andrea to David and not the other people?
She introduced the real estate
because she was a teacher.
No,
she was like a believable.
It's because she was new. Like the rest of them already knew each other.
I guess though.
Didn't know her.
I guess though, when I'm like watching a movie and I see something like that happen, even if it's like normal conversation, I'm just like, exposition, like heavy-handed exposition. Like even if it's natural, like this would happen. And even if it were to happen in real life, it would be like slightly obnoxious. When I see it happen in a movie, I think that's just like the immediate thought that goes through my head was like, oh, we're in exposition mode. Okay.
I think the problem lies in the fact that none of us really like small talk, and that's what that was. So it's just painful for us to watch it.
Well, so I would argue that
context,
even if that stuff could be real, but I mean, a lot of conversations in that store could have been real, but you could also say that some of those conversations like are quote unquote fat. Like you could trim that, and it doesn't like change anything. Like you could have more interesting things.
I mean,
more interesting
some of them were, but it's a countryside. What interesting like conversation they can have?
There was a whole 2 hours left of movie.
They only
could have cut like 30 seconds of it.
There's a lot.
I think they really wanted to talk about like, oh, she's new in town. That's why she doesn't know this person already.
Yeah, that's like the biggest news in the countryside.
That's yeah.
I'm gay.
So
I have AIDS. I'm new in town.
John Mulaney.
Anyways, we had that little thing. And then we get our first. I wish I could have kept a tally. We get our first child handoff to some other lady.
Oh, the amount of times that kid
it was like
passed
5 to
around.
7 times that kid just got shoved into someone else's arms while daddy went to do something.
Did he Did he know the lady who ODs? Did he know her?
I think so,
I
because
don't
she's the
know.
local real she's the local real estate agent. I think
Did
the
the
kid
kid know
probably.
her?
I
probably
don't
not
know if
super
that
well,
kid
but
actually saw that she was dead. Because she was just
Well,
laying
I
there
just mean,
quietly.
like at the beginning when
He was sleeping, so he
Oh, that
doesn't
was the
know.
first
Yeah,
person?
her-
Oh, right, right.
Her being dead doesn't really matter, but yeah, like
I forgot that was the
'cause,
first person that he handed off to.
He goes to get blankets. They're like, oh, the loading dock has whatever loading blankets, whatever the fuck he said. So he gives his kid to her. It's like, you want to lay down on my lap?
Yeah, she pulls him in all intimately. Like, does this kid, like, if it were me, I even remember being a kid and being like forced into the arms of like a stranger, and they're like, hold my kid. I'm like, fuck you. I want to be here.
I don't know you.
My assumption is like they really like the whole like driving home, like the whole like locals and versus
That was a big locals versus
so it's a very
newbies
Also-
yeah, it's a very small town, so I assume everyone knows each other.
Also, this
decently
was
well,
kind
so
of like
I
a disaster
I wouldn't be
situation. So I'm
yeah,
sure
I
it
wouldn't be
was like,
surprised if the kid either like knew her or was just like in shock and just.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they know each other. Like, it's so small town. I mean, in our countryside, like in our countryside, my like the place where my grandfather used to live, my father knows everyone around the town.
I
Pretty
believe
much, yeah.
I do think that this was
that's believable.
everyone.
I believe they know the town.
I believe the dad knew. The kid seemed a little bit odd.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the dad brought the kid to the town. Like,
I feel like it would have made more sense to pass the kid off to the old lady.
The white-haired lady.
Like she seemed like she was
definitely
like
knew
his
the kid.
actual principal. Like she knew
Yeah.
him and he knew her. Like
That's why I thought it was
he like-
weird when the other lady took him.
Yeah, she had to do something, otherwise she was
guess.
useless. And I know this is skipping way ahead, but what pissed me off the most is when she's holding on to Billy during like when the things come into the store, and he's like trying to get to his dad, and she's like, Billy, no, and she's just still sitting there like trying to hold on to him, like, you idiot, like you're stronger than this kid, stop this, you panicking
And she's
bitch.
letting him stand out in the middle of that hallway.
Yeah. Oh man, that pissed me off so much. I'm like, God damn it.
I was okay when she
suck.
died.
Oh, I was perfectly fine with it. She gave us nothing.
So yeah, what's the protagonist's name? I'm probably gonna be saying it a bunch.
David.
All right, so
I
David.
forget his last name.
David walks into Dennisy or something like that. It was alliterative.
It started with a D.
Started with another D. It was an alliterative name.
But he goes back into the garage. He smells something foul, and he notices that like the generator is just spewing carbon monoxide into the loading dock.
That pure, that amount of fume.
So he goes back there. He's like, oh shit, better turn this shit off. And then he starts seeing like. I love that this movie was made in 2007 because he pulls out his fucking flip phone, baby.
Hell yeah.
And he's using it as like a flashlight, and he turns to the garage and he sees. Okay, here's another part that bugged me. He sees this thing very dramatically distorting, just
pushing on this garage door.
and all he does,
just hear noise.
yeah, he just goes back there and he says, "I heard something." Bitch, you almost saw this garage door just burst.
Yeah, like
say that.
Let me explain. let me explain. Okay, after he turns off the what is that? Generator. He actually got hurt. This shows that he couldn't see anything. He had to like hurt his arms, and he actually
If he couldn't see anything, then we shouldn't have seen anything.
He wasn't seeing that good. I mean, he was seeing something.
If that's the case, then I don't think it was communicated properly.
No,
because that garage door was very well lit.
Yeah, you could see the light coming under the garage door and like on the sides and stuff, and you could see it bowing like that was the lit area in the room.
I also just want to quickly point out that I wasn't even sure that the grocery store lights were out until like. Because there's not much of a difference in the lighting between them being out and being on.
Yeah.
Like the movie lighting was not great.
It was not
it was very-
good.
I can see somebody trying to make the point of it's like it was dark, so he couldn't see it, he could only hear it. But nothing
the
showing
actor-
in the movie, nothing that was presented made that seem like it was the case. Like everything was well lit in that room. He was looking at it. He had like fear in his eyes, and he was showing with his phone light and stuff like that. Like everything was visible. And if we were meant to like experience what he experienced of just like, oh, it's so dark, I can't see anything, but I can hear it. That's what should have been presented. Yeah,
they shouldn't.
I'm not depicting the scene, but I'm just saying that like the writing was bad and the mood was bad. I think the same. It should have been darker to like communicate with us. But what I'm saying is like the movie actors acting like it was dark and he couldn't see good. So he had to like use the flip-on light
He looks right at the door, though. Jerry, he looks right at the garage door. And in the edit, like the garage door is shaking. The camera goes to a well-lit face of David looking at the garage door, then back to the door flexing, then back to David's face getting scared as it's moving. Like everything about that is I see this thing happening and I react to it.
If they would have showed him like looking around like he didn't know what was happening, then I'd believe it. Like he's like, oh, I hear a noise.
Like he's like showing his he's like shining his flash around. I was like, where's that coming from?
And then he hears a noise and just runs. Like that would have been great, you know? Like he's obviously spooked and he doesn't know what he heard. But the movie is like, no, you see it, he sees it. We all know what's going on here.
Well, I'm not saying the scene was well like.
But that's what it wanted to
I'm just saying I'm trying to understand what.
If that's what the movie wanted to do, then they failed.
They failed. Yeah, they failed. That's for sure. I that's why I'm saying it's a bad scene, but. I'm trying to say what he was experiencing.
The amount of like stupidly poor communication in these critical first hours with borderline comical. Like especially when they cut off that tentacle and it's like, how are we going to convince people that these things are out here? I'm just like, it's right there. What are you talking about?
You just bring the tentacle and just show the people.
Single file, bring everyone in here. Hey, what do you think that is?
Just to show it to you.
Well, Brent refused to go back and look. I'm like, just take the tentacle to him.
Dude.
Yeah, exactly. Drag it.
I mean, granted, when they poked it, it just dissolved, but like you didn't know it was going to do that, so you probably would have tried
I was hoping the dissolving of it was going to come into play where someone's going to be like, all right, finally, I'll go back and look. Oh, where is he? You guys are lying.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, no, it's dissolved, I swear. But that didn't really end up.
It was around long enough to at least convince the owner of the store.
Yeah, Fred Armisen.
Yeah, Fred. Yes, you missed that part, Steven. But Jared thought the owner of the store, the manager, was Fred Armisen.
Oh my god!
He had to look it up on IMDb.
Jared.
No, I watched the credits, and I'm like, Fred's not there. That wasn't Fred.
The entire movie, you thought that was Fred Armisen. Jared. Oh my god.
Yeah, at the scene, that was the first time the scene that like everyone here is like it's just fucking dumb, not logical.
Yeah. It's that, and it was on point with that portrayal.
The dissolving of the tentacle also was kind of like meaningless for the rest of the movie.
Yep.
Because
it doesn't come into play.
Doesn't come into play ever again. I mean, to be fair, they don't injure another thing ever again except just killing the pterodactyls.
Well, you would have thought that like once those things, because if the idea was once they come in and they like interact with like things outside of the mist, they dissolve. Then when those like pterodactyls and shit came in, then that should have happened to them.
Right.
But no, they can take like 50 beatings from a flaming mop stick and be.
We never see them do anything with the. We never see what they do with the bodies of those things either. They just like huck them out the door.
No.
Maybe they ate them. I don't know.
Oh, tasty.
I think I can bring these fires down.
Probably just threw it in the body pile in the back with the other bodies.
Oh yeah, the big pile of bodies on top of the
bodies in the garage.
So yeah,
everyone decides to kill themselves in the garage. Why is everyone in the garage?
Maybe because it's like the only private place.
I guess that's true.
It's the kind thing to do.
Like no one chooses the bathroom. Come on.
So he does.
I mean, what if someone needs to use it?
David does go out and he's like, you know, obviously he's rushing out there, and three of the people are just like, "Whoa, hey, what's going on?" or whatever. He's like, I heard something back there. It's like I heard something.
It's a generator. We were gonna go take a look. So.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So, and I think in the middle of all this as well, Bible lady's doing her shit, just talking about doomsday end of time stuff. And at this point, nobody's fucking buying it or believing her or whatever.
No one gives a fuck.
So now we get our engineer boys and Ollie back there to check out what that noise might have been. Everyone's decked out with their flashlights and stuff. And yeah, hang on, burp. That was a big one.
Gross. We heard everything.
Good. The engineer dudes or the handymen just like get to their head. It's like, oh yeah, this thing is just like all jammed or clogged up from outside. Like this happens from time to time. We'll just pop open the door. Just a little pop open the door real quick and then just like fix it. It's just real quick, right up against the wall, in and out, just easy.
Quit being a pussy, man. I can do it.
And then
David
on the roof
like too, like the
I don't
that they
remember.
have to get to.
Maybe
I think it's like
is it on the roof?
I think it was on the roof. There's like there's like a ladder like next to it that he had to climb up. He's like, oh, I can just get up there real quick.
Okay, whatever it was.
I feel like the ventilation is outside regardless.
It's 100% outside, and not just outside the garage door. Like there was some work to do.
Yeah.
I always I feel like especially in this scene, David was doing like the things that he was saying were like on point, like exactly what I would be saying in that moment. It's like, what are you talking? We don't know what's out there. Why would you risk this? It's not important. We don't need this generator. Like everything he was saying is like, even if like there isn't anything out there and it's not dangerous, in a similar way of just like Andrew's philosophy on haunted houses of like, why would you fuck around if you don't have to? Like, why would you take that? Why would you take that risk? Do you have any idea? Like, how would you get into your head of just like, yeah, I could probably die, but probably not though. Like, that's just stupid. I mean, there's a chance I could die, but that's probably not gonna happen.
And the funny thing is, one guy specifically said we don't need generator to keep regenerating the food. So they actually don't need a generator.
So like literally everything that David was saying, I'm just like, goddamn right, you're on point, man. But you were saying, Steven?
I was gonna say, Jared was saying that Ollie said that they both
exactly.
Literally, he said later, he's like, they just need something to work on.
Yes.
I love that.
That was great.
It makes sense.
It does make sense. I think I was just trying to point out, like, if I were in David's shoes, I would be feeling the exact same thing. And he was saying
like,
exactly
what.
Aren't
you listening to me?
Yeah, he was saying exactly what I would have probably been saying as well. So I think I felt a kinship there.
Well, that's okay. This scene is good, like for my take on the movie, because it points out like people's reaction to fear, right?
Yeah.
Like these guys, their reaction to fear was to be helpful in some way or like do something. They need to fix something, right? And I like that Ollie's reaction is to just like pay attention. Like Ollie is the most like perceptive person there. Like he's the one who notices the axe later. He's the one who like is actually seeing how like he notices when things are going wrong.
Ollie did nothing wrong. The whole movie.
He didn't deserve to die. He didn't deserve to die.
Didn't.
But he died.
Listen,
he died
that giant crab just was really hungry.
Valiantly. He was the first to the car. He opened up both doors on the side like he was told. He did everything fucking right to the very end.
Even though he died, he did the Ollie thing and dropped his gun right onto the car.
Dude, right?
Easily what a champion.
That gun just defied all physics and just on the hood.
The CG of that was horrendous.
Really dumb. But you know, it's okay. It's fine.
It's fine. I don't. It's just a.
This movie is not about CG quality.
No, it's not about the visuals at all. It's about the rest of it.
So
the mist.
Yeah. So he brings those people back. Yeah. So they're just cracking up the little thing. David says his piece, and then he's just backing up. He's like, I don't know what's about to happen here. And then we get our first glimpse at a monster, the little tentacle boy, which, although it didn't look great,
see the tentacles.
Although it didn't look great, I felt like the concept behind how those tentacles worked was effective and horrifying. Like,
like, I wouldn't want to fuck with these things at all.
Like I did like the way that like that tentacle was kind of like sniffing around. It literally gave it sniffing sound effects like a dog, which was dumb.
That was
but the way that it like opened up when it like grabbed something, I'm like, ooh, that's.
I hated that. I hated that.
Yeah, and basically the way it looks like on contact, it would just like rip off this dude's skin. I'm just like,
yeah.
oh
Fuck,
Jesus,
dude,
that's
fucking
Dude, yeah.
horrifying. Like,
Got me.
so like I said, like I think even though like the monster effects didn't look great, I felt like all of like the deaths in this movie were pretty effective. And they looked pretty good.
Stuff was
it was very yeah.
Well, I don't think that blood or anything was practical, but
Oh, was that?
I don't know. It looked pretty bright and
Oh, that's what made me think. That's what made me think it was like practical.
I don't
like,
know.
it was
I'd have
bad.
to see it again. But
It felt like paint.
I felt like all of the deaths in this movie
like
were
cornstarch with red food coloring in it.
Yeah.
Or not cornstarch, corn syrup.
But every single death, rather than like, you know, laughing at it like I did with some of like the pterodactyl boys. Every time someone died, I was always like, ooh, they were effective. Like I was experiencing the emotion that I think the filmmakers wanted me to experience.
Supposed to feel like, whoa, shit, oh shit.
Yeah.
Now I laughed really hard when the guy got caught on fire.
You know what? I
love that.
I actually loved that moment, not just for like it was kind of inherently funny, but also I'm just like, yeah, that probably would happen. Yeah,
people do crazy things when panic break.
I guess they don't teach stop, drop, and roll in Castle Rock.
No,
or
they
whatever
just
this,
go like
fictional study is. He's just the classic,
Dude,
just like fire. I'm gonna walk around waving out because there's clearly a guy in like a fire suit that's like on fire, but they always do the same exact movement.
Yep.
And it's so fucking. It's like the Wilhelm scream, but visually.
Which there was in this movie. There was a Wilhelm scream in this movie.
There was.
Yep.
Just real quick, the thing that made me like, so I went from laughing to like really laughing when he was doing what you're talking about, Steven, the sort of the visual Wilhelm like noodle.
Yeah.
But it looked like he was comically falling into a rack full of fireworks. Like it looks like the thing he was like going across the room and falling into. It looks like other things that were going to catch on fire.
That honestly, like if this is a comedy movie, it would have been so funny. If
That's what it looked. That's what it looked like.
Start zinging off.
That's what it looked like on the shelf. It looked like fireworks. So I started like crying because the whole like process was like a full minute of dipping this mop into a full bucket of like kerosene,
and then just fucking
immediately knocks the bucket over, falls with the flaming mop.
Kerosene is slippery, Andrew. So
and then he gets up and starts finding other flammable things to run into.
That's one of like, at least for the moment where he kicks over the bucket, that was one of those like rare moments that I see in a movie of just like, oh wow, that felt very like a human thing to do. Like that would so happen, and it is not like a dramatic thing that happens. It's just like, oh fuck, it's real. That would happen. Damn. Here it is.
This I felt bad, but I was laughing really hard at this.
Yeah.
It's fucking because this is in the heat, and he thinks he's gonna be a hero. Oh my god. See, here goes.
I think it's just like books and stuff. They all get brochures.
Well, the last thing that he hits look like sprinklers, like, and it looks like she's spraying lighter fluid on him.
the rate at which this happens in succession, it's like it happens in like 10 seconds.
It's so good.
Oh, we got to see puffed up face girl.
Dude, this
it's rough.
Pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
That one
Here we
is
go.
like I already hate
But it would happen, dude. In that chaos, that's the first thing that would happen.
Yes, it would. But
damn, what a scene.
Listen, I already hated like bees and wasps and shit.
What's happening? We're reviewing The Mist, Huey DePussy.
Oh, sorry.
2007
Huey, it's been a while.
Classic.
Oh my god.
We were also just laughing at a man burning alive.
That was a pretty funny moment
humor.
though.
Oh,
it was.
That was the hardest I laughed during the movie. by far.
Oh
yeah. God, where did we leave off though? Oh right,
we were still
Norm is still
with the tentacles.
Yeah, because the tentacles just came out and they're like, just ripping apart Norm by touching him. Ollie,
can I point out
MVP
one
Ollie, getting the axe.
really
What's up?
quick thing about Norm?
Yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to complete like a thought that I was having earlier about like how like why people die, and I think this scene's really great because like it points out like the reactions, right? Like Norm's reaction to this is to like be really arrogant and brave, like
because he's an arrogant kid,
nerd.
Yeah,
and that because he's a kid, right? And like these adults who should be rational are allowing him to act this way. But I think it's cool the way that the movie like sort of accelerates into these characters, and then that's the reason they die is because of their reaction to the fear.
Yep.
That was just one thing I wanted to point out.
Pomo, you know damn well we spent the entire first hour just talking about random Silent Hill nonsense.
Yeah, we spent an hour on Silent Hill, so not doesn't count.
And to be fair, we could do more.
We started.
We could still go.
I can talk for hours and say nothing about that franchise.
Yeah, we could just keep saying the same thing over and over again, but
we'll find new ways every time to say it.
Yeah, so like I said, Ollie MVP goes right for the axe and starts trying to save this kid's life, even though he is not obligated to do whatsoever.
No, none.
No, I mean, after all, the kid actually told him pussy. Called them.
Well, Norm was being a little bitch.
He was being a fucking asshole.
David also has no reason to try and be helping this kid.
No, but he's like down in there with the tentacles trying to pull this kid out. Like I'd be like, fuck that.
As rational,
the tentacles pull skin off.
Yeah,
I was like, I'm not helping. I'm done.
Sorry, Norm.
As rational as David was throughout this movie, he did have some moments where I'm just like, I don't know if that's the call, dude. It's like, we should get a group of 7 people to go to a pharmacy so we can get painkillers for this obviously dead, burned man. Like, he's toast.
It gained them. The only thing that gained them was the knowledge that it was the military's fault.
That was it.
They mostly lost stuff. Like the medication that they retrieved
was useless.
Didn't do shit. And 2 people died.
And the people that they were trying to save with the medication died while they were gone.
Yep,
exactly. So, all in all, good times.
It does take place in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's
every Stephen King story takes place.
Here's
takes
another
place
piece
in
of
a fictional city called Castle Rock in Maine.
Is it Castle Rock?
It's on the newspaper. It said Castle Rock News.
Oh no!
I was like, oh, that's like the city.
Another piece of trivia from IMDb is that the story takes place in Maine. The movie was shot in Louisiana, and Frank Darabont takes great pride in the fact that after Stephen King viewed the movie, he asked Frank, he's like, "Did you guys shoot this in Maine?" So
really,
yeah,
gotcha, Stephen, gotcha.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Gotcha, Mr. King.
There's a staple of crazy religious.
I love it, King.
Yep. Oh, we're gonna have some words about her.
If anyone's an expert on Maine, it's Stephen King.
So yeah, eventually, after quite the struggle, Norm gets pulled into the mist, the abyss of the mist.
It was just like it was the perfect speed that it pulled them through. It wasn't too fast.
It wasn't like
it wasn't too slow
sort of thing.
But the way it just kind of just like slides away, like it's like something dragging him away. Oh man,
those are the slow death is always scarier than like a whiplash.
Oh my
death.
And he's just like, you could see just the fear on his face as he's just getting like pulled through there.
Fear
like,
and pain because he was like enveloped by those tentacles at that point. God knows how that felt.
Probably not as much pain as Spider-Boy, but
yeah. Well, it's hard to say whether he was feeling anything by the point that time they found him.
Was he alive, or were the spiders controlling his body? We don't know.
Who knows?
He was saying
more egg than man at the end.
Yeah,
he was. He's just split open.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a nightmare.
That was, like I said, that was some effective shit for sure.
It got me.
Yeah.
I hate spiders still after that.
Well, there you go. I continue to hate spiders.
Jared, were you catching spiders by hand that night after watching?
Not the ones that were shooting fucking acidic webs into people's faces. No, because I can tell the difference between a normal spider.
So, do the spiders have 2 different kinds of web? Because their web is acidic and it burns stuff, but they have other web that just holds things up.
I don't know.
I think they are
like,
still acidic. Yeah, but
I think
in
the bodies looked a little like shriveled up, like maybe the acid like
Was
did
eating him a
something to
little.
them. I guess.
Who knows?
I don't know. It's a good point that I wasn't really thinking of.
Yeah.
It wasn't a big thing. It just crossed.
It's not a
my
big
mind.
deal, but yeah, like that is certainly a thing. But to touch
too
on like regardless of like the quality of the CG
3D.
and stuff,
Yeah.
I liked the design of. The
I think the
monsters,
design
like
of all the monsters
fucking
are pretty cool. Like aside from the
face and eyes on
pterodactyl,
them and stuff.
aside
That
from those
one's a little
pterodactyl
weird
ones,
looking.
all
They look
the
like
other ones look pretty
Transformers.
great. Like the weird faces on the giant wasps.
The faces on them.
The
and
fact
then,
fact that those spiders have acidic web that they can just like fire off as like a weapon,
yeah,
kind of
super
cool.
And the giant
The
crab.
gigantic thing near the end. That's
yeah,
just
This is
stomping
actually
around.
the least threatening thing that they ever run into.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could give a fuck.
But
about
that was
because
one of
it's
those
got a
moments when
bigger
it walks by. I'm just like,
my favorite part.
oh, it's end times. Like the whole
It's
world
end
is
time. We have no
fucked.
hope. I
Like,
actually felt that. I expected when
Honestly-
if I'm in that situation, I would lose all the hope I have.
yeah.
Yeah, honestly,
think
one of my
that's the
favorite
point.
parts of the movie is when that thing walks by.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I think that
yeah.
actually is
It's
the
so
point.
fucking cool.
Because like you said, Jared, like that's the thing that you see that tells you this world is gone.
Yeah.
Like if something that big can be out here roaming, the world is fucked and I am dead.
Yeah.
Why even bother? I can't
I'm
fight
not
that.
finding the end of
Where'd I
this
put-
mist.
Where'd I put that gun?
Where'd I put those 4
Hey guys,
bullets?
there's 4 bullets and 4 of you.
There's only one of me, but I got the trigger finger.
What the fuck kind of question is that, Pomo?
Do you think the girls like survival horror games?
The girls?
Asking for a friend.
Wait, what girls?
I don't know.
At first
Are
I
you
thought you
saying,
said,
like-
do you think
I'm
girls like
confused.
survival horror games? I'm
No, he
like,
says the
what?
girls, like very specific girls.
The girl? Who?
Who are the
Who are
girls?
the girls? Who are you talking about?
Is
They're not
the
our
girl
girls.
your
We
friends?
don't have
we
them.
don't have girls. Oh.
Oh, Japanese high school girls. My bad.
Who are the
I
girls
can't-
that
guys-
Diesel's talking about?
If you guys are gonna have a conversation, have it directed towards us. Don't talk to each other.
This is
please.
our stream.
Yeah, we're the most important thing here.
Wait, Palmo,
There's
the
no
thing- hold on. The
side
thing-
conversations.
oh, I just want to point out that even with what Diesel said, what you said doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Norm's dead.
Yeah.
Now all the
Norm
other
is-
Bye bye Norm.
See you later, Norm.
now all the
Let's
other
punch
handymen
Jim
are
in
just
the
like,
face.
Oh.
that felt good to see. Like,
It did
Yeah.
feel good.
and even Jim was just like, yep.
Yeah, I
didn't-
I actually didn't expect his
Sorry.
He
reaction.
didn't like
I was-
fight back or get upset. He's just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't expect that
No,
one.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah.
You
And-
should
How's that
say
supposed to know?
specifically more.
I mean, and he does help Jared's point where he says like, you just said you heard something.
You should
What
have
am I
told me you
supposed to-
saw the
what
whole
am I
garage
supposed to
door bending.
think?"
Yeah.
God damn it. So David goes.
Myron's not reacting much. Myron's just kind of sort of like, I was
Nah,
doing
We didn't
well.
egg him on all that much. He's like, you didn't fucking have to. It's a
Yeah,
dumbass
he was
kid.
a dumb kid. Kids are supposed to be stupid. What's your excuse?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
that got him.
good
That
shit.
got him.
Good shit.
Got
You
him.
guys want to go crack open some Budweisers?
some brews.
Ollie has like his advertiser moment where he label out to the camera. It just takes a nice refreshing sip.
You know what makes me feel better during a missed attack? Budweiser.
Budweiser.
Now available at all stores.
Your beverage for the apocalypse. But yeah, David comes out. He's all bloodied up, and Andrea just comes over. He's like, "What the hell? What's going on? What happened in there? You're bleeding." And I don't know of any situation.
Andrea, though?
I don't know of any situation where like responding to a question like distress like that by saying, "Don't worry, it's not my blood," will ease any
makes me
sort
worry
of
more.
tensions other than provoke more
Like,
questions.
Oh, okay. I feel a
You
lot better
killed
now. Thank you.
Something like that. Yeah.
So he's
It'd be great if she walked away after that. Like, okay.
Is that okay? Yeah, fine, whatever.
Thank God. All right, cool. So he's like changing his shirt because he doesn't want his kid to see all this bloodiness.
Nice at the grocery store to have just one
Dude, they
rack
have
of shirts
everything.
right
They have
next to
everything.
loading dock.
I was actually surprised that girl didn't ask anything like, "You killed somebody? What was the blood for?"
She was
Something
too
like that.
busy
She
looking at
didn't.
his-
She didn't ask any question.
That's
about,
what I always
there's
find
like
comical
a
about those
deep
exchanges.
Blood on his body, and you didn't ask anything. What the fuck? Like,
Perfectly normal.
yeah, I couldn't understand.
It's
So
Wisconsin.
what's next?
So now they're all talking around over some Budweisers about how the hell are we gonna convince people that these things are out there, even though we just amputated some evidence and left it in the garage.
Yeah, why don't
Maybe we should just try to
ethical.
maybe we should just try and talk to this neighbor lawyer guy and see, like, because he's a lawyer, like he can bring people to our side and whatever. Like all we need to
at
do
this point talking, like forming groups, right?
Yes, yeah, he was already in the background, like talking to people and like trying to like make some plans and stuff.
Yeah.
We're in an emergency situation. This is a disaster.
Yeah.
Shut up, Norton.
And like it's like all we need to do is just go talk to him and say what we saw, and then hope he believes us. Bitch, take him to the goddamn garage. Like,
yeah, how hard is that?
But of course, after they had already tried to explain things, like, you know what, we have some in the garage we can show you. Then Norm's the dumb where he's just like, nah, y'all just trying to trick me.
That was just like,
who
what
gives a
do
shit,
they-
Norman?
Yeah,
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, all these like,
Like-
what we have to gain by tricking you? And he's completely.
Ollie
right.
literally
He's
says
literally
that.
There is nothing.
Nothing.
Why
It's
would
like-
we do that in this situation?
And he's just like, oh, you're trying to get back at me for for that
How-
lawsuit, blah blah blah. I'm like, you fucking asshole.
How one-ply
you
toilet
deserve
paper
that.
thin is your like skin to where, like, even if they did
even
trick
if
you
this
into
was a
going
prank.
into the garage as a prank, who cares? That
Unless they're like
accomplishes
taking
nothing.
you back there to like,
Are they gonna
shit out of your-
beat you? But they didn't have a proclivity for that. Like he just thought that they
No.
were gonna like try to make him like humiliate him. But if you
We
already go
tricked you.
back there knowing that you're getting pranked,
You're not.
how are they
getting pranked.
humiliating you?
It's just, yeah.
Aha! Silly string in the face. Gotcha.
He really Normaned that moment up.
Okay, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But in his defense in the movie, he said like he was holding the grudge for a while because the whole village was like agitating.
It's a shit
agitating.
defense. It's a
to
shit.
him. Yeah, it's a shit defense, but it's his defense because he is acting like he's like intelligent and he's
Oh
rational.
no, I
Actually, in
understand.
deep side,
I
he's
understand
just
his
like a
entire
shitty
reasoning. I'm just saying
shitty
it's
person.
bad. It's a bad reason.
It is. Yeah, so he's a shitty person. But I get it. I
don't.
that it can happen because he's a shitty person. Like he's not logical or rational or something.
Mhm.
He's just like an angry lawyer.
No, I understand every
His
little.
angry was toward to the characters who tried to talk to him.
I understand every little A, B, C point that gets this person to where they are. I just think all of that results into a poorly written moment for this character.
Yeah,
which
it's
means that
a
like,
shitty moment.
yeah. But yeah, so they're trying to convince him. He refuses to go into the garage. And then I think at this point, like, what was it? I think Ali at this point was just like, you know what? Fuck trying to keep this like hush hush and try and like handle this responsibly.
Everybody?
Yo, everybody.
Get in the back!
Fucking tentacles.
What the shit?
And then
Well,
when
Ollie has never been known to lie. So.
yeah, when Fred Armisen is just like, I'm just gonna be starting to report everyone here, and I'm taking notes and
Yo,
reading names.
fuck
Like,
you.
he's like, yeah, you can do that.
Starting
And in the
with you.
meantime, shut the fuck up while I talk. So I'm just like,
Hell yeah,
get
Ollie.
Ali.
Get him.
I
Get
love
him.
that.
I fucking love him.
So
How are you not president of the world, Ollie?
because he's dead.
He should be.
Oh.
But before that,
Dead prison.
So for some reason they just decided to take like a small handful of people in the garage to see the tentacles.
they take the
just like the
biker
3
dude
people.
Yeah.
and the manager of the store, basically.
Not Norton, because he ain't getting pranked. Even when
Oh,
there's
no.
other people involved.
Yeah. And then he
There's
still
other
doesn't
people
believe.
going, other like in towners, because his whole
Dude.
thing was it's out of towners. You're trying to mess with out of towners. You hate
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
But like they're taking in other people in the store now. They
Because-
can't all possibly be in on this.
His
They're all in
whole
on it.
his
It's all an
whole
elaborate
rationale for like leaving with that group of people is like, there's nothing out there. Like, you don't have any proof that there's anything out there. We need to go seek help because there's
Bitch.
nothing out there. And if he just went into the garage and saw that fucking thing and just watched it dissolve or whatever, this unworldly thing, none of that would have happened. You dumb. You
I actually think
stupid person.
Based on the way the character is presented, I think the idea is no matter what they did, he was never going to believe them.
I
And I
guess.
think that was like, and that was his like his his flaw as a character is pride.
Yeah.
That like he is the guy that's smarter than everyone in this town. Like he thought that everyone was treating him this way, but he was actually becoming the thing that he thought they were treating him
Like a
as, which
self-fulfilling
was
prophecy kind of thing.
a self-important sort of elite man from New York that is much smarter than the in-town hillbilly folks that think they saw tentacles.
Yeah.
Which is again why he died. Which is
why he died. Which is why.
Well, we didn't see him die, so maybe he's going to be back for Mist 2.
I think even if
he's gonna be in Mist 2.
Yeah, I think even if he see the tentacle, he might think it's just a made up prank.
Like
I guess he would.
He would find a way to like make another excuse.
Yeah.
He would.
Yeah.
Well, because he said that, like he had not acknowledged that there was blood in the back. He's like, you guys and a couple gallons of cow's blood. So like he would have found any way to disprove anything they said, and I think that's kind of the point. That's why his character went from rational.
He think he's the smartest.
Because he's a smart guy. They're all a bunch of.
You can fuck me. I'm the smartest.
And I'm sure like yeah, that is another example of like a very infuriating character that is like portrayed realistically. Although I do think that in Norman's case, it kind of bled more into the side of like cartoony for me. Even though like I think I agree with you of like that's what they were going for, of this guy who's like so prideful and would find any excuse to like put himself in the right.
Yeah.
I think the way that they handled his character in those moments felt like
it's so
I
irrational.
didn't believe. It's beyond
way
irrational.
Out there. It's way out there.
Yeah.
I feel that
but
too.
But
it's
I agree with like the
version.
fact that a person like that, some form of a person like that, absolutely exists, and I have interacted with before, no doubt.
I'm pretty sure they exist because it's not that close, but I was not in that extreme condition, but the girl I mentioned about, he was actually kind of like him, and I have no doubt if we were in that extreme condition, he would turn into that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Not the same, but similar.
Sure.
She would turn.
Yeah.
I mean.
So after that, what happens when like they go out, like they come out of the garage? It's like, I believe we have some sort of problem.
Yeah.
And they started to build up the wall with the dog food.
Oh, is that what they started to do? Right. Yeah. Because
now
because Ali rightfully
like,
points out, it's like somebody's like, "What? We closed the garage. It's fine." It's like, look at the fucking front door, dum dums.
Plate glass, you idiot.
And then all the handymen are just like, oh shit.
They had like a Wayne's brother moment.
Yeah, you're right. So they start piling up like the dog food and stuff. And then Bible Lady's really like kicking into high gear in terms of just like.
She's already talking about sacrifice at this point.
Yeah, like listen,
dude, it's
really
been like an hour. It
hasn't even been like a full day, and she is going like boom. And that like, dude, it so could happen. Like, again, maybe this is just my cynicism talking and like my slight resentfulness for being raised religious, but goddamn, can I see this happening? Like,
oh, dude, yeah, absolutely.
Like, at this speed too. Like, nothing about the religious lady felt like cartoonish or unrealistic to me.
You shouldn't even say like this can't be happening. These kind of things actually happened in the history a lot.
Yeah, totally.
Like Jim Jones, they mentioned. Jim Jones actually like 100 of people made them suicide. Jim Jones made 100 people suicide.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be around when they start drinking.
Sounds logical. This happened.
Dude, every single time that woman experienced physical pain just gave me so much joy. When Andrea just like slapped her, or when she got in the face. She got just beamed by a can of peas.
I got a lot of peas. I love it. Fucking old lady.
Every single time, I'm just like, God damn. Good shit.
But every single time, I thought the other things like they are making fun of the Christian and Jesus because the way he got like treated is like what Jesus treated, like got.
Oh yeah, she equated throwing
like,
a can of peas at her as like throwing stones.
Like Yeah,
She was
and at
very,
the end, she was
It's
died
okay,
like
it's in the Bible.
crucified, like with the holes in her body. So they were clearly they were making fun of the Jesus. I mean, in the books, they were clearly making fun of the Jesus and Christian by portraying her as a Jesus.
Well, I think the point is to show that she was extreme. Like no one would argue. I hope that was like a typical Christian. This is the idea of someone who believed herself to be a Jesus type. Like
Yeah, exactly.
she was full on prophet. Like she was literally in the bathroom talking about like maybe they'll all die, but I could save.
If I could just save one, then I'll have paid my dues.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's how that works. Nice.
God damn.
But I do want to point out, because this is relevant later, like her whole thing is extremely like iconic in this movie, because like showing faith in a dangerous light, like what faith can do. And I think what we get to see later is actually like what faith could have saved. So like we'll talk about that later, but I think it's like this idea of fear and faith that she starts to bring into play is like a super important part of the movie and not boring.
No.
So
it's not boring at all. No.
Shut up.
I think another sort of theme that I kind of noticed throughout the movie was just like the different explorations of like leadership and essentially what that looks like in different contexts. Because for pretty much the entirety of the movie, David was kind of like a reluctant leader. Like he didn't want to be in this sort of position. And like all of these, whenever like somebody would like die under his watch, he would always be blaming himself. People would constantly be coming to him for like Ollie, for example, would be coming to him.
David, look at this.
On like what to do next. He's like, hey, like, or like I think there was a moment where like David was saying something of just like, yeah, I'm not sure if we should like actually go through with the plan of like getting out there or whatever. And he's like, you should. Ollie's like, you should probably rethink that. Like he's looking to David for like guidance and stuff like that. Whereas you have somebody who is certainly not qualified to be in a leadership position, just like relishing in that power. Yeah. Like, and how that can sort of like manifest into a problematic group of people.
Well, you see it first with Norton, right? Like, cause he's taking that position of like authority. Like I'm from New York. I'm a lawyer. I know what I'm doing. I'm the rational one. You guys are crazy. So he was the first one to start forming like an authority role.
And people looked to him because he like asserted himself as like an authority role. And you also get like the flip side of that where Fred Armisen is like the manager at the store, and Ollie kind of just absolutely makes his dick look so small.
Man.
So,
Ollie's dick is huge in comparison. It's gigantic.
So
it's straight up Mist level.
It's bigger than that giant thing at the end.
After all,
after he chopped off that tentacle, Ollie was just like, "You should see mine."
I produce more goo too.
Yeah, and before we move forward, I have a response to the farmers chatting, and it was not miracle. Do you know the like a bug behavior, like attract to the lights, and bee? It was actually like a gigantic bee. If you stopped moving, bee wouldn't do anything to you. But if you like agitating them, like they will sting you.
Someone was making a different point though.
Yeah.
I was pissed off when that happens to her, because I think my immediate reaction when that like happened and that like bug just flew off and just like, oh fuck.
You knew exactly what was gonna happen.
That's exactly what she needed. Fuck. And regardless of the circumstances of why it happened, I think there's a million reasons as to why it happened. I think some people were speculating on IMDb. It's like, yeah, like if you stay still like a wasp, like they won't sting you. Or maybe this thing, it landed on her clothes and it couldn't feel like penetratable flesh or whatever. Like there's a million reasons as to why it could have happened.
I mean,
but the fact that it did, and I'm just like, oh no, that's not good. That's not good.
Now that's a thing she can point at to her followers and be like, look, I am the chosen one.
Yeah. Like I can already see like the group mentality just shifting in that moment. I'm just like, oh, that's a bad thing that just happened there.
That's not great.
What were you saying, Jerry?
Yeah, but in the movie, they actually shows like a young girl who is the clock.
and she gets stung, right?
They were actually she was like she. They actually the movie actually shows her first like got stings because she was like agitating. Is it
She was
like
flailing around a lot.
she was like attract not attract provoking the bee, but so bee had to like sting her. But the Christian girl was not doing nothing, just staying there.
Well,
I think that movie shows the like a logical reason, but the people didn't want to believe the logical stuff.
Well, Pomo, I guess you just have to join her cult then.
The only reason any of that happens is so that she can have something to point at.
Yeah.
So like for whatever the reason it happens is, and it's probably like you're saying, Jerry.
Yeah.
But the point is that she now has something to point at to say like, I am a miracle. I am divine. You need to follow me. I am Jesus Christ. That's what she needed, and now she had it.
God damn. Yeah.
Because before she was just like, someone will die tonight. And of course, somebody died. And
I
then
love
she's like,
that.
see?
That's always a thing that people are like, she was right. Someone did die. I'm like, yeah, but you could say that at any point in this movie, and you'd be correct.
Like a bunch of people had already died before she said that.
I know. I always thought that was super funny.
God damn.
But I think we point out how crazy these characters are for thinking the way they do. But
given the circumstances, it feels I can see it happening
of what people do.
Yeah,
like
you're so scared. You want to latch onto something that feels like there's control over it. And you're like, oh,
exactly.
This lady's saying that she knows all the answers. I will follow this because it makes me feel like I also have the answers if I follow her.
If I follow her, I might have survived. I think
which is the reason like religion has like a role and faith has a role in the movie, because it's this idea of like life is like mist and you don't know answers, but here are some answers for you, right? So people in that
we'll get to that later.
Darkness, when they become primal, are absolutely going to follow it. It's the reason cults exist to begin with.
Exactly.
Pomo, I think there is a reason why she specifically want the kid, but we will get to that later at the ending, like almost the ending. Yeah, I will explain why she wanted the kid.
I'd love to hear it because my instinct was that she was just a bitch and wanted to hit where it hurt most. It was a very spiteful move.
I mean, if you want to explain now, I can explain like in short. Yeah, in short.
I agree with Jared. I think she was just like, I want the child. Like she's going full like
very
sacrifice.
Spiteful move. Yeah.
Like maybe she thought that like sacrificing an innocent like child would do more. Or something.
Let me explain.
I don't know
the kid was
being insane though.
The kid was precious, like a precious. Kid was treated like a precious in the protagonist group. Not David. David, right?
Yes.
David, yep.
Yes.
David's group. The father, the David, treat him like a kid because he's a kid, his son, and very precious. And even the Andrea treat him like he's her own son. And the Andrea was the one who attacked the Christian girl, and she actually told her like she will pay her back in some way. Like it was like another way to say that, but in point she will pay her back by like beating me. Don't do that anything. Then don't do that again. Like something like that. And kid was like a very precious, innocent things in the group. She found a way to hurt the group in the pain, like the most pain way possible.
Yeah, that's why
she's just the kid out.
She's just a spiteful bitch who wanted to hit it where it hurts most.
Exactly.
So
that's the reason. I think that's the reason.
Okay, and I think that's one way to look at it. Is she was just trying to do like crazy damage, but like also think from like her biblical reasoning, because she mentioned Abraham and Isaac earlier.
Sure.
And it was about like sacrificing a small child, basically. So I think that like the child angle was it could be either one, but I think attributing.
I think it's supposed to be one. He actually want to like give the most critical damage to the group, but also she believes in Abraham too. So she found a reason. I mean, in the history, every dictator or bad man found their like a reason, like a light. Found the light in the Bible. They tweaked it and they twisted it. They used it in their own power to manage, like like make the other people do the bad things.
Yeah, I definitely think
it's both way.
I definitely think it's up for debate for anyone to say, like, by the end of the movie, how much she actually believed what she was saying and how much she was just like power drunk, you know?
That's a good point.
She definitely seemed like more than just like a religious nut by like the end. Like she was definitely using like the mob mentality that she had garnered for her own benefit in a lot of cases. That were not like religious altruistic kind of stuff. So I don't know. I'm sure it's like some sort of mix, and I honestly think that anybody could make a point for either side.
It's probably better though that like she just wanted to hurt. She just wanted to hurt.
Fuck, where were we?
Anyways.
I don't think Norman's left the store yet.
No,
So-
we're like right there though.
By the way, because
Norton.
that's starting to confuse me.
Norman was
Norton?
the kid who
Whoops.
died.
Norman,
Right,
yeah, and
Norton.
I think and Norton was like his last name.
He's not going to
so
be
I don't know
important
what-
anyway.
Brett Norton. Okay.
Okay. So he's
He won't come up again.
yeah. He
Oh,
won't.
Brent, not Brett.
Whatever.
Brent Norton.
He basically announces like, "Hey, we're leaving. We're gonna go seek help because like staying in here is not productive. Like this is a disaster
crazy
situation.
hillbillies.
There's nothing out there. Blah blah blah." And then at that like David does try to convince him, but then at the end it's like, you know what? I'm not gonna
can't
convince
stop
you, I
you.
guess. So just tie this rope to you so at least we can get some data from your death. Like just cold hard. It's like,
do this.
all right, if you're going out there, at least like make your death mean something, motherfucker.
He should have said that to him. David should have been like, I just want to know how far you get before you die. So
Yeah,
like just he might as well. Like he's leaving Matt anyways.
I mean, he kind of did say that. He's like, because this way we'll know if you get like 300 feet or something.
yeah, he implies it.
And then some other dumbass is just like, I'll do it. I'm like,
Yeah, I don't know why the biker dude, like, cause he knew shit was like he was one of the ones
he
who was
wanted
back.
he wanted to get the shotgun.
He
was
did want
his
the
thing.
shock,
Right.
Yeah.
yeah.
And he actually said like I have to watch him like do like a stupid thing like run away, break the window or something. I assumed.
Oh,
break the
I love that.
window
I
and
love
expose us.
that tiny little comedic
Like in
moment. It's
nature.
like, if anything
knife?
bad happens, I'm gonna cut myself free. Yeah, like I'll cut myself free with the knife. And Ollie's coming up with this tiny little knife, and then he's just like,
It's like
he's like,
that's not a knife. This is a knife.
that was just a good little.
It was a
bit
great
there.
Dundee moment.
So they all go out there. Utter silence as this whole group just like walks into the
Dude.
mist,
Just
and
walks
that's the
into
last we
nothing.
see of the neighbor. That's just it. He
Yep.
doesn't have any
He's
sort of
gone,
dramatic death or like comeuppance or
No,
whatever.
nope.
He's just gone. And I did not
He's
expect
presumed
that
dead.
to happen.
I did
Like,
not. I expected him to be the last one running back to the door or something.
Yeah. And then we have the whole scene with the rope, which I thought was another very effective like scene of like they're slowly like eking it out. I'd have just let go once the rope went completely limp. But that's
It's
fine.
same.
One limp, and then once it started getting like
Picking up
pulled really
again?
fast, he's like, "Ow, ow!"
Oh yeah, like
Like,
well,
I
first it
didn't-
started like going up again. It was like, oh okay, he's back up, whatever. And then it just like. I thought that was a great scene
I
too.
think-
Of just like I could practically feel that pain
You
and
could
like
feel it.
the way that
Oh,
they were
yeah.
like you're like
Sounds.
putting like cloth around it. Dude, at that point, let go of the fucking rope. What are you doing?
I'm not
What do you
holding
think
on.
has it?
It's
You
not-
see
it's
it.
not
You
worth
see it climbing up to the top of the door.
You
Like-
don't need to hold it anymore.
But I thought that
I
whole
think-
scene
I
was
think
like
he's
effective because
gone.
like you could only imagine what was happening on the other side of that rope
Yep.
to make it behave like it.
Yes.
And then he starts like
Yes.
pulling in like the blood and stuff, and it's like, it was. I thought it was great. And he's like
Really
just
good.
this
And then
half
it was
torso
great, it
just
was
coming
great. I
up.
like
You
the
see
thing.
the legs coming, just dragging, and
Good
he pulled
shit.
it way longer than I would have.
I'd have,
Obviously, I would have stopped at the blood.
I'd have
but
broken
he-
out
he
the
saw
cloth if I'm gonna
legs.
keep pulling that rope with the blood on it. I'd have brought the cloth back out. He's just like no
Yeah.
hesitation. Just
But there gets to a point where like he can definitely see the legs
Yeah.
coming out of the mist, but he's still pulling until people are like, no, stop. He's like, "Ah, fine. I guess I won't pull the legs closer.
Jesus Christ.
On the side note, I actually expected like there should be like a shotgun on the rope.
Oh.
His last gift, heroic moment.
He
But that's
somehow
just the
like
other side
got
note.
it attached to the rope.
Yeah. So I was,
Well,
what
lands
if
on the
there is
hood
a
of a
shotgun
car
on
and
the
just,
on the
like-
end of the rope? Oh, that could be like a harrowing moment. He sacrificed himself to leave
Well, he wasn't. He
shotgun to
wasn't
him.
that like noteworthy of a character to do something so amazing.
No, he was just
No,
there.
just-
to-
Nor
he
is
was
anyone in that
thinking.
grocery store that selfless, I guess.
He was definitely another character to be shown as like this guy's kind of arrogant, like, and that's what leads to like
You
he thinks
definitely-
he's tougher than other people, and that's why he's going. That's kind of like his whole thing.
You also
So
just
he
by
had to die.
I also think by necessity of just like for a horror movie, sometimes you need a little cannon fodder, you know, like some just
you
some
do.
sauce, some ketchup packets to go out there and explode, you know, like
Only
for the
half
sake of the
man
movie.
Came back.
What a great
For the
expression.
movie.
So yeah, they have that, and then I think it fades to black again, and now it's nightfall. They have like their bunkers set up with like the windows and the dog food.
Yeah.
Bold move of a guy to just like bring a cooked meal up to the window, the
lunch
most
in his
vulnerable
window.
place.
Yeah, they just sit there like, what the
I
fuck
liked.
is wrong with you?
I think there was a nice little moment there of as he's eating, you see that bug out in the distance, but from that
it
distance,
looks
it just
small.
looks like a bug. It just looks like just a bug right next to the window, and then it just goes
Yeah.
like thunk. It's like, oh Jesus.
Oh shit.
I don't know why the entire grocery store, like everybody in the grocery store, their instincts just like went kaput when they start seeing a bunch of these bugs start like coming up against the window, and they're all holding their lights up to these things like, what? This is kind of
Even more
crazy.
lights.
Why do
Yeah.
you think they're doing this?
Hold on, let me grab my more powerful flashlights real quick.
Yeah.
All right, now I can see a lot
And I'm just like,
better.
it's
That's
the light.
perfect.
Turn off the
See,
light.
don't these
It's the
people
light,
live in the
dum-dums.
country?
It's the
Turn
light.
off the damn light.
Yeah.
The bugs are attracted to light, clearly, you idiots.
And it wasn't until like the pterodactyl boys start coming in, and it's like, they're attracted to light. Cut the lights. Cut the lights.
Turn them all on. Damn it, Jim and
motherfucker.
fucking asshole.
And he's like, he thinks he's helping everybody.
He is so excited
he
that
is
he's
doing
finally
his
helping out.
goddamn best. He is hauling ass to these lights
Yeah,
to
he's
get him on
putting
as
the-
quick as
he's
he
putting the
can.
hustle on. And goddamn, he's.
I love it.
But in this
If he
in this
would've put the lights
chaos,
on, he would have done a great
in
job.
this chaos
He's
with
doing
this
it so
many people,
effectively.
this is
Really is.
exactly how it would go down.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
dude.
Oh.
You told me to turn
absolutely.
these lights
Unbelievable.
on in an emergency. Shit's breaking.
doing it.
Things are getting in. It's an emergency.
Emergency.
Turn on the light.
But that, he started
help?
doing that before the things even started
That's
coming
true,
into
yeah.
Oh, he did.
class, though.
He did. They were like, bugs are here. Lights on. Lights.
Yeah.
Lights. No, the
Like,
funny thing is, he
as
starts
soon as the
doing
first crack happened, it
Yeah.
was like, all right, lights on.
Yeah, because everyone just starts
No,
screaming
he-
and panicking, I think.
He
Right?
doesn't start turning them on until David says the lights are attracting them, which is why.
Well, that's what it
which is why
immediately
it
smash
seems
cuts
absurd.
Yeah,
But
they
Which is
just-
why it seems
lights,
absurd.
lights, get the
It's-
lights firing.
It's
It
like a
almost seems like it's
huge.
sabotage.
It's like a huge mart, and their distance was far away, so I'm pretty sure he couldn't hear what
It's
he
possible,
said.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, his only thing was emergency equals lights. He wasn't listening or paying it. He's not one of the characters who pays attention, and that's kind of
No,
like
he's
his
not.
deal.
Mhm.
He's a very simple man. He likes to just wear coveralls no matter what time of day it is,
So,
and wear clothing with his name sewn onto.
so
Of course.
these bugs start getting in because we get introduced like the little pterodactyl monsters, and they're like breaking the windows, eating these bugs.
Yep.
And then they start using like their makeshift weapons and things. They desperately try to light a mop on fire for like 3
Oh.
minutes
Oh,
with every
come
lighter in the
on.
grocery
Child
store that
safety.
doesn't work.
Why
Yeah.
did they not check the lighter before?
I
They
don't
used
know.
Two different lighters.
Two different lighters, and both
And
of them
both
took
lighters
like
didn't work.
they both took like 24 attempts to get to light.
Just get some matches, something you know.
Oh,
I just,
yeah,
that
just
seems like a
you just
weird
strike and
thing
go.
to not
It's-
be ready to
Oh,
go.
we can-
I mean,
Come
even for emergency situation, that was weird. Yeah.
We completely skipped over the cashier lady's death flag that she threw up when she started making out with the military guy.
Oh, yeah.
because
she
she's
marked
about to
herself
die
for
now.
death.
Like,
Yeah.
oh,
She gets stung
wow,
by the little
I knew
wasp
you
thing,
had a crush on me in high school,
Yeah.
so why didn't you?
So had
and
they
it was a pretty like intense sting too. Like you could see it injecting stuff in her for like a couple
it was
seconds.
fucking
It was
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah.
that was fucked.
So I was like,
And
oh
just-
well, she's fucked.
she's dead. Even if it doesn't kill her instantly, I don't know what the hell this thing.
What did
inside
it
her.
put inside her? I mean,
Yeah.
it could have been eggs.
I thought for sure it was eggs, but no, it just like
It could've
swelled
been
her
eggs.
up to disgusting degrees, and then she just
Oh,
died.
that probably was my least favorite death right there.
That one
'cause
was
that
rough.
feels almost real.
Rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just allergic.
Like a normal person, like, ooh, ow.
Because like I think
Yeah.
about this. I think about this every
Beast
now and then.
allergic.
That like when a concept like this is presented, just the fact that like bugs in general would be like the most horrific things on the planet if they were like dog sized. Because you think about the kind of stuff that they do. Just like think of like a mosquito. And the fact that like
what it does.
The reason a mosquito bite itches is because they inject enzymes into you that deteriorates your skin, and then they drink up that fluid. That sounds disgusting, especially on a micro scale, but imagine like a giant thing doing that to a human being. That's fucking horrifying.
Imagine
No,
a
thank you.
proboscis the diameter of your water bottle.
Oh God.
Oh.
Well, I'm not
Like-
so much worried about what it's injecting me at that point. It's just stabbing into
The
me.
normal everyday
it's
things that
bored,
like innocuous
gouging
bugs
out.
of our everyday life do on a daily basis would be just absolutely body horror horrific if they were just bigger. And that's kind of what that sting sort of represented to me in that scene. I'm just like, yeah, that's just a bug. It's just big, and that's what it does. Fuck. Like, you are getting liquefied inside out. Absolutely, yeah. In the same way that like, yeah, there are a ton of bugs that exist whose like way of reproducing is finding some sort of living host and sticking their eggs in there for their children to just eat that thing from the inside out. That's a normal thing in nature. And if that thing were like the size of a German Shepherd, we're fucked. Like
we are bugged. We are bugged. We have no like a way to survive that.
the only thing that takes that
They
from
outnumber us.
the only thing that makes like that egg-laying thing from being gross to horrific is the size of the thing doing it. That's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was, yes, agreed. That stinging death was pretty rough.
That one got me.
Yeah.
That one got me.
The
I didn't laugh
pterodactyls.
at that one the way I did at the fire.
Well, funny you should say that because 15 seconds, not even 15 seconds later, like 5 seconds later, we get
Man's on fire.
A guy successfully lights his mop on fire and then just immediately dumpsters it into
Of course,
just
his lighter works.
Man, I really botched this one.
Oh.
Wonder what he was thinking as he was on fire. Probably
this is hot.
Oh, I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm
That's
on
hot.
fire. Probably that.
That's hot.
Yeah.
We see
Paris Hilton.
we see one guy get his throat ripped out by a little pterodactyl
From
thing.
the back, like his the back of his neck.
Yep.
That was a very like Walking Dead effect, like the
Oh yeah.
pulling. of-
Yep. You see like the neck
skin.
skin coming out. I'm watching it right now because I want to see the fire thing again.
I gotta see the.
I gotta see this again. I think we're gonna have to try and find some way to make this our souvenir.
So
it's just like
mean.
It's a thing that would totally happen, but just the speed at which it happens immediately. He doesn't have that thing lit for like 3 seconds. He's just like,
There's
all right,
no amount of
let's
success.
go, hero mode.
I'm going.
Bam.
Down in flames
Immediately.
and then he goes into the background. I love that he's in the background there, and then he's back in the foreground. Like he gets to be on the side and the main thing multiple times. And I still contest that second rack that he hits at the end looks like it has like sprinklers.
Like
you know like those like the
with sparklers.
Sparklers.
Oh,
They
I
look
see,
like
I see.
sprinklers. I thought they were gonna light up. I was ready to die because I thought sparks were gonna fly.
Oh my god.
That would have been super funny though.
Yeah, because
if the movie suddenly decided to just make a joke out of someone's
a hard shift.
my first instinct was to make our souvenir Fred Armisen, but I think if we can somehow find a way to do that
Fred
scene.
Armisen is still funny because it's another Jared thinks he knows an actor thing.
And can our souvenir just be the box art for Man on Fire, the movie?
How obscure are we gonna get? We're actually using other movies to describe the movie we actually watched.
I actually like it.
Okay.
What's
God
the
damn
cover
it.
art for Man on Fire?
I
though?
wish we
It's
could
just Vin Diesel
somehow.
standing next to Dakota Fanning.
I wish we could somehow incorporate, like, just sneak in the actual
Armisen
dude
in
on
there?
fire in the background. or
into
something.
the background.
Yeah, in the background of the Man on Fire.
Like if we could just like sneak him
dancing-
into this
dancing
orgy
on
party.
fire.
If you can somehow Photoshop or just Photoshop Denzel Washington into the scene of the guy on fire.
Yes.
You know what? Let's do that.
Actually, yeah. The part where Dale like comes up to the screen, you can see him in the background.
You just put
change him
Denzel
into
Washington there.
Denzel Washington.
That's perfect.
Oh, the sparklers.
This is
Look
sparklers.
at the way he's on.
I think I think those are fishing poles or something. No,
I think they are.
So these are books, obviously.
Yeah.
A bunch of Stephen King books, which is really funny.
Is that what they are? Oh, hilarious.
Yeah, I get.
All right.
Yeah, this.
What's the
I think
frame we
just
want
put-
here?
Oh, you
Just
need to be
put
able to see that there's a guy back there somehow.
There.
Wait, right before.
There. Oh, yeah.
How about this one?
So
Yeah, and then just put Denzel Washington over the blurry version
fuck.
of that guy.
Fuck. Hang on.
Such a weird thing to incorporate.
So it's so unnecessary. I'm here for it. I'm into it.
All right.
I love it.
There's no good rational way to explain why we're about to put Denzel Washington in.
There's gonna be.
Frame.
It's gonna raise more questions than it's gonna answer for sure.
And I can guarantee you, I will not do this to the level of your satisfaction. But we're gonna try.
Oh,
That's
it's,
fine.
it's the perfect.
Oh,
It's
he's
perfect.
coming out of that frame. Toot sweet.
Oh god, this is
Look
gonna
at
be. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way.
You're gonna have to
Manually.
hand chop it, baby.
Yep. Do. Let's crank this boy up. Get rid of the big.
Starting
things
out like
first.
a marquee tool that you could use.
Yes, actually. Where is it? There it is.
Like some.
I'm
Something where
extra
you can
bad
just-
at this though. Let's see.
Well, it depends on if it's like a freehand one or if it's
It's a
like
freehand
you
one.
Can click. Oh.
Oh, wait,
well,
is it?
That.
Yeah, it's a freehand one.
Okay. Because in Photoshop, there's like
Messy.
a
Don't worry too much
polygonal one
about
where
it.
you can just like
I
draw
wonder.
straight edges, but doesn't seem like this one has options.
Add union, replace.
On the
Wait,
click on the
hang
on tool. There's like a little drop down thing next to it.
Oh, is it?
Near where you were hovering. At the top left.
Oh, gotcha.
It says tool. And then a little further to the left.
Oh, left.
Like all the way to the left of.
Yeah, these are all the tools that are here.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like extra tool options
Let's paint.net,
for that specific
baby.
one.
All right, we're just gonna.
And are we like erasing the title too? I kind of want to leave the title alone. Man on
Well, we
Fire.
can't fit the title.
We're,
and
we're
Denzel
barely gonna
into-
fit the entirety of Denzel Washington in here if we want to do
I don't
scale.
think I think it's just the bust of Denzel is gonna fit it there.
Like if we want him to take up where Dale is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just getting rid of.
Oh no, Dakota
Bye-bye,
Fanning.
Dakota.
Fanning.
She was so young.
She was so young, and now she's dead.
She's like in
She's
nothing
gone.
now. Now that she's not a kid actor anymore, nobody
She's
wants to hire. her.
overshadowed by her sister.
I guess that's true. Her sister has been in a lot more
Her
things.
sister's more attractive than she is.
Little
Uh
dent
oh,
there.
oops! How'd that happen?
Oops.
Oopsie.
What was the last movie Dakota Fanning was in?
Dakota Fanning? She probably is still in things. I feel like I've seen her, not recent, but within the last 10 years, I've seen something. Which I know sounds like a long time, but she was in movies like 20 years ago.
Has she ever been like an adult movie as an adult?
I think
That's
so.
what I feel like.
Yeah,
Feel like she
uh,
has. Feel like she has.
She is in a TV series called The First Lady.
What? Is she the
So
first lady?
She was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Apparently, I forgot.
What?
Oh yeah.
Was she one of the
Oh,
hippie girls?
Yeah.
Squeaky Fromm. I think so. Yeah,
Oh my god.
she was in Ocean's 8.
Was she?
Was she the one that
Yeah,
came up with that?
I've only
ingenious
watched Ocean's
technology?
11, so I don't
That
even.
Freddie
I
Well,
didn't
Prinze
know.
was
don't watch Ocean's 8.
I'm sorry, I do not recommend.
There's a bunch of stuff that I don't recognize that she's
Okay.
been in. Twilight, Breaking Dawn Part 2.
Ooh. Was she the
She
baby?
was in a bunch of she was in all the Twilight movies. She played someone named Jane. I don't know who the fuck that is. She was in Coraline. She
was
voiced Coraline.
I'll be damned.
She was the voice of Coraline.
She was in Push, but I think she was still like a
Based
teenager.
on the
at that
novel by
point, so she's
Sapphire?
Not really an adult.
God, this shoulder's fucked up.
It's okay. You'll barely
It's
notice
alright,
in the
yeah.
scene.
You'll barely
That's
notice
some
it
damage to
behind
his head.
like the. Yeah, there's some damage. I can smooth it out a little bit.
It's looking like a good Denzel shaped head.
Yeah, that's very Denzel.
Use the blur. No, don't do it. It's time consuming.
Paint that net, my dude.
It's perfect. It's perfect now.
A little more in the ear there. This is fine. You ever stop and think of like, what am I doing?
You ever, like questioning something in the middle of a task?
Never had that instinct for some reason.
Because I zoom out and it's like, yeah, you know what? That looks pretty good. And then I remember the purpose of why I'm spending so much time, why I'm doing
Guys,
this.
I don't know how I didn't see it before because it's at the top of the filmography, but she's going to play Hillary Clinton in a TV series about Hillary Clinton.
Oh, good.
That's amazing.
Called Rodham.
Yes.
Good.
Oh,
here we
perfect.
go.
Wow.
Look at this.
I love it. I love it.
It's gorgeous.
Do we want to try and cover up Dale, or is this good?
See what it looks like
that's
if
fine.
he's like the same size. Or roughly the same size.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, shit.
I like it. Are we angling him?
No. All right.
I think we did it.
Pretty good. Do we want to cut it to like this, so it's just the flaming guy and him?
Trimmed down a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
There we go.
I love it.
All right.
I love it.
Beautiful.
Oh, now remember the scene in the movie where Denzel Washington is there?
The Mist.
Yep. Everyone will know what this means.
Yep.
This is just a veneer for the Mist.
Hey, it's at least got a scene from the movie, unlike the
Yeah,
Limp
exactly.
does.
Yeah.
It does.
The Limp Bizkit one is way more esoteric than that one is. So
I constantly forget what movie.
I love. That's probably one of my favorites because it's like 3 jokes deep.
it's
a lot. It's a
See,
lot.
this is just like one joke deep.
It's just
Not a good one.
a direct rip scene from the movie. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's it.
You
That's
can't
just
get any more
it.
descriptive than that.
We all watched a bootleg copy, and for some reason Denzel Washington
Oh,
was
Yeah,
God,
in it.
like
he
this
is
one part of the
gigantic.
movie, it's Denzel that shows up.
Oh God.
Zoo.
Oh, where's it gonna go?
I don't know.
Put it on the wall like a wallpaper.
He'll go right next to.
Right next to
Mr.
Tom
Mr.
Selleck.
Robinson.
Up there next to Tom Selleck. That's good. Now it looks like we just have like a celebrity wall. we should put Jack McBrayer or whatever up there as well.
Oh fuck. Well, first
All
I
of our
gotta-
framed pictures of people go up there.
Smoking Aces, where are you at? Aces, there he is. I still like where we got Jon Favreau though. He's staying
Oh,
there.
exactly.
Nice-
Yeah.
Nice and
Perfectly centered
Sexy, hot
next to the
Jack-
sandwich.
hot
It's-
Favreau.
It's
Scar,
great.
Scar Favreau.
Garfav,
Scarfav.
Scap.
the hottest new celebrity couple. Look at the
Celebrity
abomination they made.
All right, so I think we're just about. Does anything else? Oh yeah, in the bug scene, we get Steven's favorite scene where just the little kid's standing in the middle of the aisleway as Ollie's taking aim at this pterodactyl.
Yeah. And this dumbass kid just standing in the middle of the aisle while this stupid bitch, the worst fucking kid watcher in the
she's
world,
bad.
is just like, I can't.
What's the kid's name? Billy?
Billy.
Or- Okay.
It's
Billy.
It's Billy the kid.
Billy.
Duh.
Oh, Billy the kid. Like in Spy Fox.
Exactly.
And basically, I think the scene ends with a dramatic pop pop. Ollie just on point
Ollie
as
chases
usual.
that
Oh
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
Fucking
constantly
nails
chasing this
it.
thing around with the gun, and you gotta respect the trigger discipline because he aims that thing at like 3 other people as he's trying to lock onto this thing.
No, he's running around with like a red dot on that thing's skull like the whole time. He's just waiting for a clear light to go.
Yeah.
They're like,
a lesser man would have killed like 3 people with that
and
power.
shot all the windows out.
Imagine Jim was the one that had the gun.
Oh man.
Every single one of Ollie's shots counted. Everyone.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
He was the champion of the.
Especially the last 2 that took out the religious.
Oh,
nut.
those dude. Yeah.
Oh.
He hit his mark every time.
We'll get to that scene. That was one of my favorites.
Well, a very sweet scene.
But yeah, so I think that's essentially where that scene ends with like him popping that thing down, and it's I think it's effectively like assumed that the threat is neutralized. Even though the windows are still wide open. I think in the middle of the chaos, people were like putting up like cardboard or something. I don't remember.
I assume that there were some
patching it up,
people trying to close up the holes.
Yeah.
After panic passed, actually.
And then where do we go after this?
Well, I think so now. Like, remember, because the fire scene is when that scene is only the fire guy to me now. But the scene with the bugs is when Carmody or whatever, like when the bug lands on her. So now we're entering the new phase of like she's got a lot more followers now, and this is also when they have their conversation about humanity in the garage.
Yeah. So yeah, she's definitely starting to get a following now because of recent events and people's just general desperation for guidance. And you know what? That could be another thing. That could be another like tie into like leadership as well. Just because like David was such a reluctant leader and he didn't want to actually take responsibility for these people, someone else filled the void. So it's kind of on him that this happened as well, even though like he didn't ask for this. This was just like an opportunity for him to rightfully take the lead that was like thrust upon him. So I can understand that it's an unfair situation to be in. But because he didn't do it, this started to spiral out of control, and
he was thinking about protecting himself.
He could prevent it. He could prevent it.
Saved a lot more people, and eventually himself even.
Yeah. So I'm not necessarily saying like it's his fault, but like this is kind of what happens when somebody who is qualified to be in this position doesn't do it or doesn't want to do it.
David, it's like when David points out with Norm, like, yeah, like Norm's a kid, he's going to act that way. The crazy zealot lady is going to act that way. You trust the adults, rational ones, to take control of the situation and keep the zealots in their place.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you leave those people to their devices, and this is what happens.
So he knows what's going on here, but he didn't want to do the
He knows exactly what's going on because he got the rest of the plot line down to a T in that garage, saying like, this is what's going to happen in the next 24 hours.
Sacrificing people, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're damn right they are.
He knows exactly where this is going.
Like, they're not going to do that. You guys, shut up.
You just wait.
I once read Anne Frank's diary, and she said people are basically good, and I agree. So
the one single time that I ever disagreed with David's choices was when he decided, let's go to the pharmacy and get some painkillers for this dude who is like on death's door. Asking for death. Yes, they should have
killed him.
They didn't even need to. I mean, the merciful thing to do would have been to shoot him, but they could have just like left him. And
they could.
He'd be dead either way. Like he was
his brother was there.
He was like an hour away from death already.
Oh, he was
like
he was in that
beyond
much pain,
saving.
Like, it's amazing he was even conscious.
If you wanted to be like stone cold hearted and say like, no, we need to preserve bullets. That would have been a preferable choice to make than taking an entourage of like 6 to 7 of the most like rational, never mind, 6 to 7 people into the mist to go to a pharmacy to get painkillers for this guy who's going to be dead regardless.
Because even with the Silverdine or whatever, like all that does is protect you from infection.
Yeah.
So they weren't stopping the shock. Like it wasn't going to help with the pain.
He was beyond saving.
The thing that was going to kill you in that, I don't know doctor stuff, but I'm pretty sure the thing that was going to kill him was like shock, like dying of shock, right?
Probably.
So I don't think that the skin cream was going to stop that.
I think they tried to make an argument. It's like we need to get some supplies if we're going to still like be in here or whatever. I'm just like, no, you didn't. Like, you have everything that you need in this grocery store. The only thing that presents like an immediate medical emergency is this dude who's already beyond saving. So that was the one time that I didn't agree with.
People that needed medicine at this point. Also, what's up, Nanas?
The only time that that medicine was used was for a suicide later in the movie. That was it. I think
that was it.
Oh, she uses some of the meds that they brought back.
I would imagine.
So, yeah.
I don't know where else those came from. They were in a prescription bottle.
Yeah, but those look like specifically for someone. Like the ones they were grabbing from behind the counter were
like over the
just like,
just like
it is
generic.
possible that they were grabbing like prescriptions that were like already prescribed.
I guess so. I guess that's true.
But
I just assumed they were hers for some reason, and she just OD'd on them. I don't know.
Where'd you get those pills?
But yeah, so
where do you get those pills?
So yeah, they're talking in the garage about how this whole situation is FUBAR and they should plan to leave and try and like
get out of here
because they truly and rightfully believe that they are going to just all die in this grocery store if things keep going the way that they're going. So it's like
it is true.
We might as well take our chance with the mist rather than the guaranteed death that is here. It's like a near guaranteed death in the mist or an absolute guaranteed death in this grocery store. So their options are kind of shit. So their immediate first instinct is first let's go to the pharmacy. So
to save the one guy with burns, apparently, like that's
we have
the
to
only
at least
reason.
do that.
So that doesn't make sense at all. But it made for a good
Am I
set
right in
piece.
remembering that David also says like we might also need to help those other people if they're trapped in the pharmacy?
Well,
like
Yes, he does say that. It's like that's a bad thing. Don't if there's people in there, fucking leave them. We are in zombie apocalypse mode right now, my guy.
Yes,
the more people you have in the
survival
group,
mode.
the more liability you have. Like
yeah.
No.
And they are still alive. They are safe and sound. Like you are in like a grocery store, like a grocery market. Don't like put them in the danger trying to save them, because if they are still alive in the pharmacy, they are okay. Just like you in a grocery market. Yeah.
I'm also kind of surprised that like they shared a building essentially, like it was a strip mall kind of. Like how is there not like a no way to get like either break through a wall or there's just a door or even like their back doors are like right next to each other or something.
Usually like in the alleyway there's like really easy access to all the walking across a park.
Instead of walking like you got to walk the long way across all of the windows in the front and stuff.
Well, especially completely exposed in the open, like having to look every single direction. Like you're not up against a wall where you only have to look one direction to like protect yourself.
I was sweating for the military dude with the kitchen knife who was bringing up the rear. I'm like, that's the last place I want to be.
Especially because he looked like fodder. Like he looked like he was.
Yeah, he just lost his girlfriend. He's just like he's like, I'll go because I don't give a shit if I die now.
I love that one guy who was peer pressured by an old teacher of his, like, oh, you were always a slack. Who's like, go fuck you. I'm gonna.
I had choices.
I remember you.
I'm like, it would take a lot more to convince me to do this for some Randy who's gonna be dead in minutes.
You can say whatever you want about me.
Yeah, like I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I mean,
But again,
it was like if someone calls you sloppy, just being that sloppy guy and fuck them.
But again,
I'm sloppy, but I'm alive.
Some ketchup packets got to be in that group in order for shit to go down. Like
when that heel comes down,
so some people got to go. Oh, he wasn't. That's right. Yeah.
Because he's Jim. He's the guy, the worst guy.
Jim does suck. Jim is bad.
No, so the ketchup packets are the burn guy.
Oh, the brother of the brother.
But who the other guy? Who the fuck was he?
I don't know.
Oh shit!
I think he was just some rando who just volunteered, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe see him,
and Dale goes as well.
And so does the granny, who was fucking badass.
Dale and the granny both go.
Yeah, she knows what the medicine looks like and stuff like that. Obviously, Ollie goes.
But she also torched that giant spider all on her own. Just
she does.
She had
not
like
even a second thought.
Granny moment.
And not a bit of that fire got on her.
God
no. And normally, I'm always weary of that sort of thing, like spraying like aerosol out with a flame, because that can easily come back and just
right
blow
in.
The can.
Yep. Yeah.
No, she did it perfectly.
Perfect.
She's been doing this for years.
She does it too.
Yeah, oh yeah. She is locked in.
Like, I'm surprised they didn't have her give a line like, "Take this, you bitch." Like, usually when like you have a hardcore granny moment, they swear.
The
Well, she already
whole-
had her cool granny moment with the peas, so.
Oh, she
true.
did have her. She had the peas moment.
The so
I
that
have more
whole
peas.
that whole pharmacy sequence.
Woof, that pharmacy.
It was
sequence.
great. Like the whole setup to it was great too. Of just like dead silence. You're just fucking waiting for something to happen because these doors are blown open.
doors
There's
were
nothing
wide
stopping
open,
the
like-
mist from being in here or anything being in here.
Anything could be inside.
It's dead quiet. God damn it!
There's
When that
definitely
dude
stuff
just tumbled over something, I think I hit my leg on the table. Where it was like, it's like, God,
Yeah.
fuck you.
Again,
Fuck you.
classic Jim. Classic Jim fucking everything up. Not
I
that
was
it
so-
like the
you know
noise
that
really
would
ended up
happen, though.
mattering.
But it's like
Yeah, someone's
it's
gonna trip on something.
dead silent. They're like grabbing all these pills. You're just waiting for some shit to go down because you know it will.
Yeah.
And then finally they stumble upon like the spider den
EMP.
of people who have like been just like tied up in here. And that already looks bad enough. But yeah, then they find the MP who's like, you know, kind of breathing. I don't know why their first instinct was like, we can save this guy.
No, you cannot.
There's
No,
no,
No, you
fucking
cannot.
way.
Look at it. Just look at where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, he's saying I'm sorry, it's our fault, blah, blah, blah. And that's like the whole reason that some of the characters think to start talking to the military dudes for information about what's going on here. But then we get, which is probably, I would say, the most graphic death in the movie of him just like
I mean,
splitting
he is an
open
egg sack.
and just
Oh, yeah.
like you see some spiders like coming out of his face and stuff, and it's like
first they're
deforming.
coming out of his face and his chest, and then he's like screaming and writhing around. And then finally he drops to the ground.
Yeah.
Explodes in a giant like volcano of spiders.
I thought it looked
Dude.
pretty great, all things considered. The spiders looked
It
a little
wasn't bad.
jank. But
wasn't
like
bad.
when he like opened up his shirt and he had all that stuff there, I thought that looked pretty
That,
good.
that actually looked pretty good.
Yeah. Like the
like
work
like
that
his
they
chest,
put
I
into
was
the
surprised that
deaths
looked
of
good.
this, they looked they were effective in drawing the proper emotion out of me.
I was my face, dude. I wish I could have recorded my face.
Yeah. So yeah, that obviously starts going down, and then they start seeing the other spiders around here, and they start shooting their webs at them, which is like starting to like bring out some like you see them having an effect on like the things that they
Like,
hit.
what?
They did look a little bit goofy, like Matrix dodging these like webs that are coming around
I
and
know.
stuff.
I thought that was a bit funny.
Because you can tell that like nothing's there. Like the way that these webs are flying. You don't even know what like 3-dimensional plane they're on sometimes.
No, they're just in the screen somewhere.
But obviously I was waiting for one of those guys just to get pegged by those things. One dude
it was
gets
definitely coming.
gets
his leg, like,
wrapped around.
shaved off.
Immediately hit that the pants below that web just fall off because it's just immediate, like just cuts right through it, and then his
couldn't
leg is
tell
just
exactly
crimson
what was
blood.
happening.
I wasn't sure. It was a little
'cause
confusing.
At first, I thought it was cutting the leg off.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah,
then
I think it was just like scraping down. Like
okay, so
just,
it like flayed. It like flayed him.
yeah,
Yes.
pretty much.
Okay.
As
Yeah.
it was coming down his leg.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that was fucked. And then some dude just turns around at the wrong time, just gets a face full of acidic web.
Oh, dude.
Oh.
That's gotta suck.
At least they knew when that happened. Like, don't save him. He's dead.
Yes.
He's fucked.
Go.
Yeah. Oh man, when, like
And then all
after
the
that
spiders
whole
come
scene
start
wraps
eating
up
him.
and it just shows him writhing on the ground as like the spiders like wait no, it was a different guy. He with a web face, he's writhing on the ground, all these spiders are like getting up to him just like right in the neck and shit.
Eating his neck.
Yeah.
Eating him.
And then we will be discussing that later, Pomo. And then it eventually cuts to like they just leave the flayed leg guy for dead because he is dead.
Well,
and
yeah,
then
He's dead. He's dead.
yeah. And then
Good. That made your trip back so much easier.
easier. And then it basically just
Then a
pans
spider
out
the
to all
size of a
these
horse
spiders.
comes-
Right? And
God damn, the
Dale's
thing
just
is
like
big.
push.
Dude, I
And
love
then
that
just like
Dale
lifts
wasn't
it up and just
requesting it.
tosses it away.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
But yeah,
I just
then
wanna
it
point out
then it just pans
how
out to like all the
effective
spiders.
shields
Like,
would have been.
oh my god, yes.
Oh, very effective.
If they had just had some rudimentary, just like hold anything,
Yep.
anything flat,
trash
that-
can lid.
just basically a trash can lid. Like even with the acid webs going everywhere, it's at least
Even the
enough to
wood
kind of
palette.
like deter this stuff, you
Mhm.
know?
Yeah. But yeah, the whole shot of them just like zooming out of the pharmacy and just seeing all the spiders just overtake this dude's body.
Blech.
Blech. Yeah, absolutely.
I still don't like spiders.
I kind of liked when they get back to the grocery store and everyone's just like who has been out there is just like screaming and manic and just like no, they're not really saying what happened. They're just like kind of just like lost their minds. And like we've seen stuff like that before. Just like people are just like go into the mist and then they're just like inexplicably just like crazed and maddened when they come back and nobody knows like why are they acting like that. So to see the other side of that is kind of neat. To just be like, so this is what it looks like. Yeah. Like
what it's like out there actually just in the mist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Inside the mist.
Inside the mist.
This is where Jim's mind pretty much completely breaks at this point.
Jim's seen some shit.
He is perfectly malleable now.
Oh yeah.
And then David
expiation.
And then
he's now second in command in the jealousy group.
No, he's like Tom Cruise. He's like the enforcer of her cult now.
No, Boats. We've been talking about the mist for so long.
Boats. We've been fighting for our goddamn life out here, defending this movie against Pomo and Diesel.
Pomo and Diesel did not like hated it. They were giving it like 3s, man.
We're pretty positive on it so far. So,
and I feel like we have been very fair and honest about the massive problems that this movie has.
There's a lot of problems in the movie, but it doesn't hinder the enjoyment of it.
It doesn't keep you from being able to enjoy it. That's kind of the point. And the things I don't see the argument for it being boring. I'm confused about that one.
I have no idea.
I understand people not being into this idea of like they expected monsters and more about the mist, but it was more about the people.
If you expected this to be like a slasher monster movie, then I can see how you could be disappointed. Because like the gaps of time between like these gory events with these monsters are pretty lengthy. For just the development of the people inside the grocery store. So I can see if you were here for like the ghouls and the bugs.
Like the mystery, like stuff happening in the mist and the monsters, and I can understand that.
His score is double mine. Oh God.
Diesel is a scathing 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Diesel is like disgusted by this movie.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
But David wakes up and he discovers that poor old Burning Joe is no more.
Shut up, Diesel.
He wakes up to basically an entire congregation of people now following.
Basically, the whole store has turned.
They are far gone. They are now in more danger in this grocery store than they would ever be in the mist. It's just going to take a little longer for them to die. So David starts using the knowledge that he gained from the pharmacy to say like, hey, I think these military guys know something. Let's
find out.
Let's try and find them.
Let's go see them.
Yeah, he goes to find
their conversation.
Yeah, he goes to find the private dude, just smoking a doobie. I'm pretty sure it's a cigarette. Near the cashier or the cash register. Not the cashier. That'd have been fucked up.
Just on her body, he's just smoking up.
And he's basically talking about how he doesn't really know anything about the project. He says like you should ask my or I don't think he even says like you should ask my other colleagues, whatever you call people in your unit, I guess.
The other
military guys,
buddies.
They're the ones asking him about them. He's like, I don't know where they're.
Yeah, so they're going like they're probably in the garage. It's the only other place they'd be. So they're looking around for him. They found him. Just hanging out.
Hanging around.
Yep. They straight up zoinks themselves. And then they find that. Is military guy
Jim?
with them when they find this? Okay, yeah. So then
they said they were gonna do it, but I didn't believe them.
That's right. And then he lets slip like a couple of things about how he might have known some stuff, and then Jim's just like just pulls him out. It's like, I found a couple of these peckerwoods in the back. Even though one of them was black, so that's okay.
Peckerwoods.
And this is basically where just shit absolutely hits the fan, and we go straight up mob cult mode.
Cult mode.
This was, I feel like, disturbingly accurate of how this went down.
It was scary.
It was like very
it's one of the scary
humanly
parts.
scary.
You feel it. You feel the tension ratcheting. Like people are getting excited and they're like all around each other, feeling the same way.
You imagine being a one of the rational people in this situation, trying to explain or like put
You're
yourself
not reaching
in the private shoes.
anybody
Like,
in this moment.
I didn't do anything. I don't know. All I've heard are stories. I didn't do anything. No, it's your fault.
Yeah,
it's all your fault. It's like
all rationality buys you is like being on the wrong side of that group.
5 minutes ago, you were just by
them.
yourself, just smoking a cigarette, trying to stay out of things. Now suddenly you are at the center of this mess.
Oh.
Fuck.
And you can't get out, and it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't even matter if you like agree with them and show like some sort of like contrition, whatever they want. Like
they are looking for a scapegoat. They decided you're guilty and you need to be sacrificed.
I mean, even if he agrees to like be the jealousy or jealous or something, be in their group or something. Now you have to sacrifice because it's your fault. If you believe in, you can sacrifice yourself, right? It's something like that. He was gonna die.
Yeah. So everyone's like tossing him around. He's getting all beat up and shit. It's just utter chaos. And then suddenly some motherfucker pulls out a knife and it just goes right into his gut. And
before that, we do like find out what the
military was doing.
Yes, yeah, we do. It was basically like an experiment. They were trying to open windows to another dimension and stuff.
They imagined that there was other dimensions like close to ours, and they wanted to open a window to look into.
Well, they opened a door.
That window must have been a door.
Yeah.
And one of those spilled into ours.
But still, even though he knew this stuff, he had really no like say in like he wasn't involved with it. There were stories that people would tell, and he just had knowledge of it. That was it.
He was a low-level dude. He wasn't.
They were just looking. They were looking for someone to punish for it.
Yes.
And they found the closest person they could.
Absolutely. Yeah. So he just gets stabbed multiple times, just like to the cheering of the crowd, which was just
that's
fucking
terrifying.
Yeah, that's the scariest part. It's just like. Guy comes out of nowhere like with a knife and just stabs you multiple times, and he is like full in like serious.
It wasn't an accident.
There was intent, and like
he's okay, and he's totally happy about it.
And he's being
everyone is happy about it.
And everyone given the chance would join in on this.
Oh my god!
But you have no friends here. Everyone's murdering you.
After he gets like his innards scrambled a couple times, they just lift him up, and he's just screaming in agony while this entire mob carries him out to the mist. He's trying to like stop himself from going out there, even though he's pretty much dead already. He still has like this instinct to survive.
Sure.
Right.
And just
that. And at first, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but the Christian girl who was like a bad Jesus.
Yeah.
Bad Jesus was actually like a little surprised when the guy stabbed the soldiers. Have you guys noticed?
Yeah, I think I noticed.
She didn't even expect to be this kind of like extreme.
But at that point, you gotta lean into it if you're in her position.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
no, she embraced
that's the point too, where he went to all the down to the bottom.
Yeah. But the
I want to point out that I really enjoyed her little monologue in response to like why this guy was being sacrificed, about like this is because of like what we did to God's, like we broke God's rules.
Yeah,
like we from
themselves
walking
abortions,
walking on the moon,
splitting his atoms.
Yeah,
I enjoyed her list of like
scientific advancements,
and it's like your fault.
But the whole sequence of him getting carried out and then just like locked out, and just the whole slow buildup of him just like about to get fucked up by some giant mantis thing. And he's just turning around, just has his hand on the window, just all he can do now is just utter like please or help, like that's all, that's it. And then he just gets grabbed off.
You know what I would have done if I was him? Instead of like walking slowly towards the thing, I would have just stood as close to the windows as possible, so if something tries to grab me,
smash the window.
Yeah,
actually,
y'all are in danger now because of this.
Fuck you guys.
Outside,
like, you're gonna fuck me. I'll fuck you.
I'll kill all of you.
Outside of a certain best boy of the movie, that military guy's death was probably like the most tragic death in the movie.
It was sad because it was a sacrifice.
Yeah, like he was literally sacrificed by a bunch of humans who thought they were
goddamn. Yeah.
like appeasing the mist or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah, because right after the Christian lady's like, the beast will leave us alone tonight.
Yep.
Which is a haunting thing that she says. And then she says, tomorrow night, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Fuck.
What does that mean?
So
Like, if
so
you're in that
basically
crowd, you're
everything's
like,
going
there's only
down.
so many of us.
Yeah. But at least there's a contingent of non-believers that are easy like pickings.
That's true. That's the
what-
comfort.
and they know
What's her
that. so-
plan? What's her plan when they run out of non-believers?
Exactly.
I would say
There's only,
mobs
like,
like that don't think that far in
unbelievers.
advance.
No.
I mean, I guess that's true. She's not going to be the one sacrificed. That's all she cares about.
Well, the interesting thing in a group of radicals, there will always be someone on the fringe that isn't radical enough.
Yeah.
And as you go deeper and deeper, like those,
It's almost like a
those people on the
natural
fringe that
selection
started agreeing. They started off agreeing with you, but you move so deep that suddenly they're enemies to you now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's
It's
uncomfortably
human.
real.
It's
yeah.
human.
Yeah.
It's very human.
So obviously after that, all of the rational people are just like, yeah, we need to get the fuck out of here.
It's time to leave.
So
now.
they got all their stuff prepared. They like have some food set up near the cash register where they're gonna sneak out in the middle of the night and try and get to their cars and leave. But they get caught by dumb
How did
religious lady.
she? How is she so savvy to catch them?
I don't
What
know.
like Ollie was like very competent. Like how did she get signaled to this?
I don't
know.
But she's
Because
very
the group was only the non-believer they had, and like it was very spotting. Like I can say, like she didn't have
impossible
to
to
like
hide.
check on
I think it
their.
would be
Yeah,
difficult to hide.
But that's fine.
I
That's
guess
fine.
so. Yeah, like she knew she probably figured that they would try to leave at that point because
I
they
pro-
knew that they would be next.
I mean,
so
They're the next sacrifice.
Yeah, except main character's group, basically their plot, not plot. What is it?
Arc? Their character arc?
Clock.
Plot?
Flock. Like no,
Flock?
no, no. They're
Flock,
member.
like a flock
yeah.
of sheep.
Like
gotcha,
the
gotcha.
religious flock.
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah. How flocks all. Everyone, plug is like their snitch.
She's got eyes everywhere, I guess.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, she
And,
owns
yeah,
the
exactly.
store.
She's got eyes everywhere, so it's very hard
That's
to
fair.
spot it.
But regardless of the circumstances, she's there waiting, just coyly twisting her knife, saying like, "Oh, you guys are
little
stealing
tiny
from us
knife.
now." Her
drinking
tiny
knife.
knife,
So,
drinking her bottle of milk.
also, like how long has that milk been unrefrigerated?
Yeah. There's no power in the
That's-
store,
I don't
so
know.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
How days,
drinking
right?
old curdled
But
milk.
she
Yeah, it's just
starts slowly riling up her congregation of saying like, we need to get like another sacrifice or some shit.
You
and
want to
she's
leave? It's you people are the reason we're in danger. Like
Yep.
this is all on you. Like God is punishing us because of you. Like
Mhm.
trying to get everyone psyched
You
up.
don't believe God.
Everyone's pulling out their like weapons and like wrenches and stuff.
Dude, like Jim's got 2 knives.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ready to go.
You're weird.
Holy shit, Jim.
And she's just like, "Get the child" or whatever, which I think is just a
She does.
spiteful
in the
bitch move. Like,
But what an
Yeah,
amazing thing in the midst of all of that clamor for her to just start screaming, "Get the child!" Like
Yeah.
holy shit.
yeah.
Like that's how you know she's
Everyone-
really just lost it at
Uh-huh.
that point.
Yeah.
And then
And I mean, at this point, she doesn't even care about God's will or disobeying her
Mhm.
is against God's will now.
No, she is Jesus now. None of
Yeah,
the other
because
stuff
before
matters.
that, she was like experimenting stuff, like leading the other flocks to the her wheels or something, and she got what she wanted when the guy stabbed the soldier.
Yep.
Now she believes that her flock will do anything she
Yep.
wanna do.
because they will.
Yeah,
Um,
honestly.
But then, in the middle of all this tussle, we get to the best scene in the movie, where suddenly
Bam!
religious lady's milk bottle just fucking explodes because she gets shot in the abdomen, and she just, for
Holy
some reason,
my God.
cannot believe that this just happened.
Looking up.
And as she's just like on her knees in disbelief, she looks up at Ali, who does not fucking hesitate to pop her ass
Double tap, baby.
right in the middle of the head. She is gone. And
Not bringing her back.
David's just like,
That
"Thank-"
ends that-
he's
that
like,
ends that fight pretty
I
easy."
killed her.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, thank you.
Good.
I think my
Exactly.
I
favorite
wouldn't
part
have
is
done it
like,
if I had any other choice.
that's why I said thank you. I love that exchange so much. Like David was like, "You made 100% the right call, man. I only wish you made it sooner." Like that was it.
Yeah, it's just-
Like,
You kill her every
he
time.
had
you know,
no fucking remorse for this bitch's death, as he shouldn't
God,
have.
no.
Like,
I mean, to be fair, she was trying to sacrifice his son just a moments ago. So
and
No,
like
she had that.
she did
one
have it.
coming.
what a perfect way to end that that confrontation too, of just like all these
Everybody
people are
backs
ready to
down.
get up in arms with like their improvised weapons, and the one dude with a gun puts an end to all of it. And everyone's just like,
Yeah.
okay, all right,
man,
cool.
Okay, I'm good. I'm cool.
And he does it by killing the best fucking person in the room to kill.
yeah.
Let's go, Ollie.
And I was like very interested, like since the leader of the flock's gone, now the other people's didn't have any
They're
clue to
guideless.
what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're guideless, and they were just watching them leave.
Yep.
Didn't do anything. Like didn't say anything even. Yeah.
Yep. So they make their way out there. They move like the ice machine. They just get out there. They have a plan to get to David's car.
Get to the car.
Open up the doors. Everyone get in. I don't know how they were playing. I guess they could probably have squeezed in everybody in that car, but it'd have been a tight fit. So
8 people.
Yeah, but it could work. It could work. Yeah.
I guess so.
There were kids.
Sure.
Area. That's like there's plenty of room.
Yeah. So they get out there and they
Jesus.
immediately
like the
start.
Santa Claus.
you read the card. You put on the suit.
So they start making a beeline for the car as fast as they can in the mist. Fred Armisen gets like lost in the cars.
Fucking idiots.
Poor Fred.
And then I
like
think the other
what an
biker guy.
idiot.
or
He
whatever.
turns around though, like he gets. They're honking the horn for him and everything. He just all out panic though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
100%.
I can see that
Like,
happening.
I know it's
yeah.
safe in the grocery store. I'm going back to the grocery store. I know where that is. I don't know where
clear
the car
door to
is.
get in.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I could see that being like
For sure.
One of the guys gets fucking murked. I think by some spiders or something.
Yeah, the old mustache man.
Yep.
Like he
Jared
gets caught.
Jared
and
thought the guy who played the the store manager was Fred Armisen.
Yeah. So yeah, Ollie gets to the car first. God rest his soul. He opens up the doors just like he was instructed to do. He's ready to go. He makes the mistake of turning around, which is usually a death flag in a movie like this. And it is. A gigantic mantis just absolutely just like not bisects him, but he picks him up. He immediately goes into like ragdoll CGI mode. And then he just like lifts him up into the air. I think it just like takes a bite out of him or something.
It rips him up something new.
The best boy in the movie gone like that.
I was sad.
It was
so
bound
sad.
to happen.
Can we have a moment of silence for Ollie?
Moment of silence. Let me turn off this music here.
Can we pull up a picture of Ollie? Actually, I want a picture of Ollie. I want to pay my respects to Ollie.
Like a memorial for him.
Yep.
And can it be him when he's in Captain America as
it's like more like the Hydra, like scientist guy.
Let's see here. Let's see. What picture do I think.
Can you actually play that memorial song for the like American soldier when he died?
Wait, I have an idea. What was the religious lady's name again?
Carmody.
I have the perfect idea.
Okay, I'm into this.
Hang on. It needs a little setup.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Setup is good. Listen, we're trying to pay our respects to someone,
you take every time you can.
the one boy who actually paid attention through all of this, the one boy with his eyes open the entire time. But the one time he wasn't prepared was the one time he could sacrifice himself for the good of others.
Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you, Ollie.
Hang on.
Thank you.
A lot of setup for minimal payoff. Hey,
Sorry,
that's what we do here.
All right, here we
Listen, I don't need Roka telling us that the things we do have little payoff.
We should
talk about
all
minimal
press
payoff.
F
Let's
to pay
just Roka
respect.
to a T. Hey, got him.
Oh. We can hit this in slow motion.
Great, that's great. I love it.
Getting to look at these other actors' faces now is great.
Crying.
Let's go, Ali.
Yes. Get it, Ollie.
You're good, my guy. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Oh, that's great.
Rip Ollie.
Mm. Yes, he.
Best boy.
Jesus Christ.
In some way, that was perfect.
Best boy. Taken too soon from this earth.
Indeed.
But he did have one last redeeming moment when he dropped his gun that landed perfectly on the hood of the car.
Exactly. See, he
which
could've dropped
definitely made
anywhere
everyone's
else.
life better. So that's
Well,
good.
Imagine what would have happened if they didn't have the gun. Just imagine.
I can't.
Well, that's not Ollie's fault, though. That's not Ollie's fault.
No, Ollie did the right thing. He
Yeah,
thought
Ollie
he
did
was
the right
helping.
thing, yeah.
Mhm.
You made a conscious effort to drop the gun in a place where they could get it.
Mm-hmm. So everyone gets into the car. Again, like everyone gets in the car without the gun, and then David goes out of his way to put his life in danger to get it. So, oops. It all makes sense. I know it all makes sense. I'm just thinking of like how tragic those circumstances were.
Yes, but we don't know that yet.
Exactly. That's why, like in hindsight, it's like it's
Ooh.
upsetting to think about how close it was for none of this to happen.
Yep.
So he gets the thing. A little spider boy like crawls up.
He's charging.
He's charging. He breaks the windshield and then just goes all the way around. I was expecting a moment where like it's silent and then suddenly Gam just gets pulled from the roof of the car or something.
My God.
Yeah. 'Cause I was like, I don't know. I feel like there's 2 more ketchup packets in here that haven't busted yet. Because like all I see are 3 main characters in here now.
Where's my ketchup?
Yeah. So they're driving off. I guess another decision of David's that I don't necessarily agree with is that he drives home to check on his wife, who is dead.
Surprise. She's
Wow.
dead.
I mean, I think I can understand his
guessed that.
motivations of just like this desperate man is trying to hold out hope for something, even though it's
Yeah.
a complete impossibility. Yeah, we confirmed that his wife was like gone within minutes of that mist rolling
Yep.
in because their neighborhood was like one of the first
They were
places
like,
to get hit.
Yeah, there's no way that like, and she was outside windows, like she was trying to fix the windows or something.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
She's
well, they
just
had a
gone.
giant gaping hole in their house anyway, so there was no not letting those things
Yeah,
in.
even if she was inside, she would have been fucked.
So they unfortunately waste some gas going there, and then they just start drives like, let's just see how far this tank takes us. They're in just desperation mode. And they, they have some driving. We have that moment where they stop. First, I thought they were out of gas because I'm just like hearing like some sputter or like immediate brakes or whatever. And then like this gigantic eldritch being is just Jurassic Parking its way across the street.
I
Every
love it.
And I love the way
making
that
her a big 5.
yeah, I love the way that it would like even when it wasn't showing the creature, when it was zoomed in on everyone's like reactions and their faces, there was like they were jostling in that car with every step. Like you could feel the weight of that thing.
Like they did a really good job of like showing you the scale of this thing too, because
Yeah.
you see a bunch of like the pterodactyls and stuff flying around it, and they're like really small.
Yeah.
and they're having to like look really high up, and it's getting like atmosphere is like occluding it and stuff. Like it's super cool.
And also, I did not like we had mentioned before, like the majority of this soundtrack when it was there was pretty like you didn't even like notice it all that much. This final song that plays here, I thought was pretty great.
Well, yeah, that is
this whole
like, that
eerie
really,
thing.
It's good.
It's eerie and it's sad and it almost feels hopeless because that's kind of the situation that these
That's
people are
what
in.
it
They're
is.
slowly confronting the fact that
matter what they do.
there's no getting out of this. essentially.
They're just prolonging something that's definitely coming, and it may be more painful.
Like
to keep from doing it.
like Dale said after they ran out of gas, is like, we tried our best, and nobody can say that we didn't.
Yeah,
Like,
they already lost their hope.
They did.
They don't have any hope left.
Everything that they could have done to try to escape this. So it's the situation that they found themselves in the end was absolutely believable, where everyone was on the same page, just like, yeah, we gotta eject from this. Like,
without a word, they kind of just all accepted it. They looked around, and the fact that like Andrew's just like, only 4 bullets, like she already knows what the plan is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I think he says we got 4 bullets. He's like, but there's 5 of us.
But yeah, that's what it is.
It's like, I'll figure something out. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
But like not like, oh, only 4 bullets. Like, how are we gonna like survive out there? It was, how are we gonna die?
They were all on the same. Yeah,
exactly.
like we can only kill 4 of us. One of us will be left.
What a fucked up thing.
Yeah.
Super fucked up.
And oh god, like the way that this whole like sequence was set up in terms of like he's slowly loading up the revolver or whatever, and then we gotta put our heads together.
Okay.
1 bullet right through the neck, and just. If I had a gun with 4 bullets and I was stuck in a room, or I was stuck in a car with me, Hitler, and Billy, I would shoot Billy 4 times.
Whoa.
That's a notorious child killer.
But so like this whole secret of like him slowly loading him up, and then the last thing that we see before the shit goes down is Billy like waking up and opening his eyes and looking at his dad. We don't see what his perspective looks like, but we can only imagine that he's waking up to his dad pointing a gun at his face.
Yep.
He has no idea what the fuck is going on. He's been asleep for like the last hour. Who knows?
Sleep through his whole
He
dead
just
mom
wakes up for
incident.
that, and that's the last thing he fucking sees before it cuts to the car, and we just see like 4 pop bullets. Andrea's head, you can see her kind of like slump over in her chair and stuff.
Yeah, like the Andrea and the grandma, they're the only ones you can kind of see like slump over. Yeah, I assume it's Billy, Andrea, old lady, Dale.
Yeah.
He does it quick too.
He does.
It's pretty fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those things you just shut your brain off. You just pop.
So if I'd already decided I'm going to do this, I'm going to kill these 4 people.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to be a good guy about it. I want to make sure that every shot is an instant kill, right?
Sure.
I mean,
So
you're right.
no
You would expect some pretty. You would
Like
expect
shooting
some
him in
pretty.
the face, so.
Some pretty pinpoint percent. I guess that's just like Hollywood movie magic, where every headshot is an insta kill kind of thing.
But I'd be like a little.
There is a world
you know?
where a headshot doesn't kill instantly, but he is point blank, and it's a pretty high-ish caliber revolver, so he's blasting holes through these people.
I like Boats. Boats is like, fuck these other people. I take care of my own.
I'm kidding myself and just can figure it out. Yeah, you guys sort it out amongst yourselves.
So yeah, he does that, which is just like unrelentingly dark. Like,
it's
usually
pure tragedy.
Usually a lot of the movies that I've seen, or a lot of just the stories that I experience, will pull a punch or 2 here and there of like some like ex machina thing happens at the last minute, or like something not nearly as tragic like this happens, but like like all the stops out for this fucking one. Yeah.
The other movies usually give you the breathing room, like oh, this is so intense, and give you breathing room and make it intense again like this. But this movie at the end, it doesn't give you any breathing room.
And then
it just go intense.
Well, it gave you breathing room after it mattered most.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, first of all, I want to just like mention, like, we cut to him in the car just freaking the fuck out.
I'll be honest, himself
for most
shooting
of this,
an empty gun into his mouth.
I'll be honest, for most of this movie, I did feel like the main protagonist's acting was kind of like stiff-ish. Like, he didn't seem to emote all that much, but he fucking nailed it in this car scene. Like, I could feel the anguish in his fucking screams, man.
Oh man.
And then his desperation when he just like got out of the car, he's like, fuck it, kill me, let's go.
Something come get me.
Oh my god, they just had to twist the goddamn knife. What the
they just
fuck?
They just waited a minute.
A minute.
Just 1 minute.
There are so many
1 minute.
circumstances. There are so many things that could have possibly happened that led to this moment to have made it not happen at all. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yep.
so many things could have gone if one of those little things went differently. If they didn't if they didn't like go to the house first and then just start driving when they ran out of gas, they'd have probably been driving. They'd been alive for longer.
They tried to drive out of the mist, right? If they hadn't done that, if they had actually just kind of stayed in town.
Yeah. Yep.
Because they were on the furthest edge away from things.
Mhm.
They were trying to get away from it.
Yeah. Like if Ollie hadn't dropped that gun, if David didn't try and grab for it when they were already all in the car, if they literally just like talked about it for like a minute more.
Yeah, a little discussion.
A little bit of a debate.
Yeah, like, are you sure? Like, what are our other options? They didn't even go over options.
At that point, they were all like in agreement.
Options are
they
out.
Knew.
The car is
they knew
dead.
they knew it was get as far as we can. If we can't go further, we're dead anyways.
Yeah.
So
They
that was like
didn't.
the whole
There
plan.
was no plan beyond this.
Would you believe me, Roka, if I told you that Pomo thought the ending sucked? Anyways, I'll let that simmer while we keep talking about this because like essentially like he's ready for something to come and get him.
Yeah, he thinks it's over.
And then
like,
he starts
dead.
like you see in his eyes, it starts getting like suspicious because there's like a rumbling that is not what he's used to hearing. And then
Like,
a
is
fucking
that
like
a monster?
tank and the military is all just coming in and they're just laying waste to everything because they're the fucking military and they're ending it. The mist is literally clearing behind them.
Yeah. Because they're just like torching the shit as they go.
Fuck, man. Fuck. Like, what else can you say? But
it's such an ironic and troubling.
I wish I was in a theater. I wish I was in a theater to be around people to experience that ending for the first time. Because when you start seeing the credits after that, there is nothing positive to hang on to. Oh, you also see the mom and her kids in like the car like going by.
Yep.
Fuck.
Hey,
It is
also
soul rending. This ending.
Yeah.
And then it just like cuts to credits. It's like going through the credits. Another thing that I loved was the last little touch of like after that song was done. Normally for a movie thing, it's like they play like a second song to like fill the time in the credits. Like, nah, dog. You get dead silence and military helicopters. That's all you get. Fuck. So good.
It's some good
very.
shit.
I don't even know if I want to open up Pomo not feeling anything from this. I just don't understand. I don't understand how you feel nothing from this. Like you must like it's hard not to have some empathy for this situation, right?
Yeah, I can understand not liking the dread.
Even even without the context of this entire movie, even without the context of the entire movie, if you just set up something that's like, hey, there's this apocalyptic mist that if you go out, you die, and these people are trying to escape from it. That's the setup, and then you just start from this ending scene. That I feel like still should have like a significant emotional impact on you because it has all the setup that you need, and then this just fucked up thing that happens.
And you just killed your son. How could you not empathize it?
I can understand if it just ended with them all killing each other, like, oh, like perfect storm. I hate this. This is dumb. But the fact that they reached the end of their rope, like there was no more hope left. And you had to do the worst thing you could possibly do, but for like the only reason that you had left, which was like, if we're gonna die, we're gonna do it our way, right?
And he also promised his kid that he wouldn't let those monsters get him.
Yes. Oh, that's a really great detail. But the fact that you think you have no other options, and to all evidence possible, you have no other options. You have to do this, and you've been avoiding it for however many hours, right? And you've probably even been thinking about it for hours. And then to do it, and then like seconds later, know that you didn't have to. How could? Dude,
oh my God!
If you don't feel anything from that,
yeah.
Holy shit!
The amount of therapy after that is gonna fix him.
There was another piece of trivia, I think, where Frank had to negotiate something with the producers of the film. He basically took I think he forewent his director's salary and took half the budget that he was originally offered just to guarantee the fact that nobody would make him change the ending. Because he presented the screenplay to these people, was like, this is great. I really feel like we should have a different ending though. Like a lot of people were trying to get him to change the ending. It was like,
No.
I'm not
Because
fucking
they
changing this
know-
ending.
They
Hell
know
no.
this ending will make people
is
angry
it
and
is a-
exhausted and
upsetting.
You'd be
agitated,
hard
upsetting, yes.
pressed. You'd be hard pressed to find an ending that makes you feel like shittier than this.
Worse
Like
than this,
there's
yeah.
nothing about this ending that feels positive at all. It like I said,
Yep.
it is unrelentingly dark. It's fucked up, man. I don't
It's
know
like
what
a
else to
bad
say about
ending in a
that.
good way. It's like a bad ending in a good way, and
Yeah, like
but there are a lot of bad ending in the movie history, but this does have means something, not like
The-
other bad ending. Like it doesn't have anything.
The tragedy
it.
the tragedy that happens in these final moments are quite frankly like beyond my own imagination. I don't think I could have thought of something this like horrific to end on. Like I can see like let's just kill all of the protagonists once they run out of fuel. Like oh no, they're dead. Horror movie, bad ending. But like this was very deliberately thought out and executed in a way that like I don't think I would have thought of that. That's fucked up. It's impressive. It's impressive just how it hits hard. Like it's just
it's extremely memorable in
Yeah.
a way that you like don't have to have like killed somebody to feel, you know?
Yeah.
You can imagine what it's like to be in that space and get a glimpse of what that might feel like.
God damn. Yeah, this like on
And
a dime, this horror movie just like hard turned into like a hardcore tragedy. Like
oh man.
After this ending, I realized like in the whole throughout the movie, everywhere the main character stepped in, nothing went well. Like he first stepped into the like a garage, and
he had like the
one
worst
guy-
3
one-
days of his life, man.
Yeah, exactly. And whether it's his choice or not, where he stepped in, everything went bad. Like he's in garage, one guy dead. The neighbor didn't listen to him, just left. And after that, he tried to save the guy, but actually, eventually the guy dead, and the 2 other guy who believed in and followed him dead. And the soldier man, he just wanted a truth, but he didn't want to try to kill him, but the other guys killed him. But that's because he tried to get the truth out of him. And the gym guy listened to him, and he tried to get out to save himself and his son, his group, and he couldn't save him. Like he was the only righteous and logical, like rational man in the movie that didn't want to try to lead. But everywhere he stepped in, whether his choices or not, just went bad to the shit.
This
and the ending actually supported.
This dude has experienced so many fucked up things, especially in like the final moments. And the extra fucked up thing is that he survives to continue experiencing it. Like he's got
a amount of trauma. Oh Jesus.
Yeah. Like just think about
I can't even
like
think
after
about it.
all of this stuff, what do you do tomorrow? You're still alive. Life's still going.
Yeah.
What do you do now? That's to live with that sort of anguish, however short-lived it might be. I would argue he probably did not live much longer after this.
No.
Be surprised if he killed
But
himself.
it is just an extra little like stab to his heart. The fact that he is still currently conscious and experiencing this right now.
Yep.
That dude killed himself post-credits, no doubt. I don't even think he made it to post-credits, my guy. Like, there's no way.
Cocoon mommy.
Maybe he just snatches one of the wandering soldiers while he's so like shouting or something. And he just took one of his gun.
He probably
and
just
killed
looked for
himself.
where the tire treads were on the road and just like laid his head right there and waited. Like, there's no way that man lived longer than 24 hours after all that.
Cocoon mommy.
God damn. So that was Mist. The Mist.
I also like
deeply
Mist
flawed
High.
movie that was
So-
well executed in a lot of great ways.
Oh, absolutely. Like I think what sticks with me on that end there, like as far as like resonance from like the rest of the movie is like because I really liked the way that the movie is really about the characters and how they respond to fear and things. So the first time Faith is introduced, it's introduced as a danger and a threat. And it's actually the reason that they leave, right? Because the way Faith is being used as a reaction to fear is actually very threatening, and they have to get away from it. But if this group had a little bit more faith and held on a little bit longer, it would have actually saved them. So this idea of like Faith isn't all bad, but like the sort of the way you react to in those moments means something to your character, and the way those people reacted with Faith was threatening and dangerous. But if they had a little bit more faith, they would have actually lived.
Yeah. God.
And that just speaks more to like the movie's ability to create
that makes sense, because in the like I'm not even sure, but in the movie because they were trying to say that about the soldiers and army can try to kill that monsters or something, and they didn't believe we could, or soldiers like our nation could kill that kind of monster and win it over.
We already had proof that they were already vulnerable to bullets, you know?
Yeah.
Like those things were going down in like 2 shots. Also, the monsters look pretty good for 2007. They definitely did not age well, but like for what it was in 2007, especially considering their budget, I thought it looked serviceable. Like I wasn't taken out of it all that much, except for like maybe one or two things.
I still like the design.
Yes.
Overall
the designs were very cool.
Oh, design is awesome.
And again, all of the gore shots I thought were pretty effective. All of the deaths were like, ugh, sort of thing, except for Man on Fire.
I don't call it gore shot.
But yeah, I guess we can probably get to ratings now. We're already a little over time.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So for me, like I said, there was a lot of issues that I had with this movie, especially at the start. This movie made a really sour impression on me for like the first 10-15 minutes before I really started to actually like get invested in experiencing the movie the way that the filmmaker wanted me to experience it. I thought the dynamics of the group in the grocery store was very engaging and upsettingly realistic. I feel weird not really remembering any of the characters' names or even really caring about any of them individually, but as a unit, they were really cool to sort of watch and see this unfold. Again, like the monster designs were pretty sweet, even though the visual effects were a little jank. I thought that all the deaths in the movie were pretty creative and emotion evoking. So that was great. I thought the whole premise was interesting, and fun is the wrong word. Engaging to watch, I guess. There's a couple of character decisions here and there that are, I don't agree with, but nothing in this movie really like dramatically soured my experience with it, which is great.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could finish with a stronger finale than this movie. Like, I
don't know how you have an issue with the ending of this movie.
It's like,
yeah.
So, fuck, man. All of this in consideration.
Has your score changed at all, or is it where it started?
That's what I'm trying to decide right now. Okay. It has the potential to turn into an 8 out of 10 for me, but my current instinct right now is a 7.
There's a big gap between 7 and 8 for you.
Yeah, because like in talking about this, I still enjoyed like talking about like just the dynamics of human nature and why people behave in these certain situations and getting into depth of all that stuff. I'm gonna need to rewatch the movie again to just see how effectively the movie actually conveys those things, rather than us just like speculating and like putting words into the movie.
For sure.
So for now, I think it was definitely like a rock solid 7 going into this review.
Okay.
But I'd like to watch it again and see if that score will change. I do not anticipate it going down. I'm very interested to watch this movie again, which doesn't normally happen.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe I'd skip the first 20 minutes, but
the beginning is not so interesting.
So like there are some pretty major things that I have an issue with this movie, but like the stuff that it did right was I really enjoyed watching. 8 sounds too high. 7
Pomo,
seems
you
fine.
don't get to dictate Jared's score.
I liked this one. I liked it.
It's certainly not a 4.5, Pomo.
Just
It's
watching the
definitely
spider
not a-
crawl over the car as they were escaping looks pretty. Yeah, that looked pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty
decent.
good. Yeah,
They're
yeah.
decent.
Like showing like it's apocalyptic situation. Everyone else is just dying.
Oh,
You can't compare this to Wakefield.
Pomo,
They're different
I
movies.
think your opinion is a 2 out of 10. So
all right. Is this your highest scoring movie? No, our highest scoring movie, I think, right now, at least
Grand
mine
Budapest.
was. It's well, I think I rated Grand Budapest Hotel and Alien the same, which was an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I think
So-
those were our highest like collective.
8 out of
score.
10 so far is the highest that I've gone.
I think
7
what I
is still
gave
pretty
it.
good though. I'm usually hovering
7's
around
pretty
like
good.
anywhere from like a 4 to a 6 generally, it seems like. But yeah, there's my final thoughts. Who usually goes
Nice.
next after this? Was it?
Who should go next?
I think it was Jerry, right? I think it's Jerry.
I don't know.
I think
Jared,
I think
probably.
it's me. Okay, so my
We're
point
all
of
kind
view,
similar. So
there were actually quite a lot of hiccup that I couldn't like focus on. Like there were a lot of like acting and plot and their conversation and how they react. There were a lot of things that I was like curious, like why would you do that? Like I mean that doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't like bother me that much because in the end like how people react, how they are dumb. That doesn't mean that they are like a dumb in the real world. It can
Dum-dums.
it can happen in your world, like in panic situation, like a desperate situation, like people say it's a desperate situation, need desperate measure or something like that. So as I told you guys like continuously before, what I give the point for movie is like what it is meant to be watched. Like this movie was like a psychological horror, more like a monster slasher movie, like about like how people react in the desperate situation, and they nailed it. I was like in desperate situation, like why they don't listen to them, like why would you do that? Like why would you like something like that? But when I think about it, it's like it actually this kind of things like not this extreme, but this kind of things actually happened in real life in history, and I was like I was very into it. Visual was just but I think visual actually support the movie's mood, so I actually gives a high score for that. Not like a super extreme score, but the sounds is just there. I don't notice any sound effect or something, and that's good. That's good. That is the way it meant to be, I think, the sound effect or something. And I love the story. I love the plot. Although there were a lot of hiccups, but overall I love the fucking story and the ending also, because I think the whole story support the ending too. And some people can say it's a twisted ending. No, I don't think it's a twisted ending. Actually, it says a lot in the story throughout the movie. I love the characters, all characters, best of the out of it only. I even love the main character because I think he's a normal guy who is conscious, righteous, but he doesn't want to step up to change the situation because he cares about his son more than others. He's trying to like protect his son. So when he steps up, that means he's gonna get the enemy. That means he's gonna get his son in trouble. So this is just normal dad trying to protect his son, and that's normal. I love it. And the other characters too. Even Andrea, and of course I love Dale. Even the Christian lady.
You love this comedy?
Yeah, I actually thought about like a Christian lady. He's like the opposite sides of the Jesus. Believes in something and truly believes in something, but Jesus be the great guru and became to leader to lead the other people to the bright side. But this is like a exact opposite, like like opposite of Jesus.
Yeah.
She believed in something strongly, but she lead other people to the bottom of the hell.
I think that religious nut is a fantastic example of a really just like hateable character who's hateable because she's really good at what she's portraying. Like
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah,
she did
exactly.
a phenomenal job
Yeah.
It's not because like, oh,
Yeah,
this
she's-
person's annoying and the actor sucks or whatever. It's like, no, this person is portraying exactly who
They're
this person
evoking
is
the exact
very
emotions
well.
that they want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she
probably
also
one of the
played like
best in the
she
movie.
played a normal lady pretty well too. Like it could have been like at the beginning when you meet her, it's like this is just some like lady that
She's just a religious lady, like whatever.
She like her whole look and demeanor at the beginning is just like this is just some lady, like a church lady in town.
Yeah, like in the bathroom, she was scared and she was trying to like get the help from the god or something.
But then like
So,
her transformation as well too, like how she goes from like she's very like sort of tight and needy,
very tight,
buttoned up at the beginning, but like then her hair comes down, like her robe, everything starts to become Jesus-like. If you notice that at the end,
Yeah.
like she wears things the way that like Jesus is always portrayed, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting. So total, I want to give it like a 7.5 out of 10. It's not quite 8.
Jerry's going into decimals.
Very enjoyable. Yeah. So but 7.5 out of 10 is like a upright, like how can I say this? Like it's like a round up.
Sure.
Round up,
So round it up to an 8.
If I round up to 8, but it's not like a solid 8, like a great movie in the world, like I want to watch it like over and over. But it's very enjoyable. It fits the theme. It is a movie that meant to be watched. Like it conveys the feeling. So I will give it 8, but it's not solid 8, but more like a 7.5 out of 10.
Okay.
That's
Okay. So next,
Steven, you're up.
All right. Well, clearly I found that I liked this movie because I had watched it a month before, and I was still just as invested watching it now as I was, because I like it was still so fresh in my mind that I remembered everything that happened.
Wow.
But I was still like fully invested into watching it play out. I think the best thing that they did was not turn the monsters into jump scare, like classic horror sort of things where they're like sweeping across the screen and like they're like jumping out at people. They turned them into more of just like a real animals, like things that
they were like wild animals.
Things that you can't comprehend because they're fucked up and everything, but they still kind of feel
they're not
real
evil.
in that
Like
sense.
those things aren't evil.
They're just trying to survive like you are, and obviously they're gonna fuck you up because that's their prerogative.
Can I just comment on one thing regarding like that jump scare thing?
Yeah.
Was there a jump scare with the actual spiders in the pharmacy at all? That was like a
Not
slowly
really.
developed
don't-
thing
yeah,
that
I
kind
don't
of just
think so.
happened, right?
Yeah.
Although I do think that one guy just gets like stabbed, but he's like already slowly backing into a thing, so you can kind of see it there. I don't think there was like a major like jump scare in the pharmacy where you would absolutely expect it to be, you know?
Like there's not like a horror string sort of jump scare or anything like that where they're like big in your face.
There's nothing thrown in the screen.
I guess there's some like surprising things, but I think just all of like the monster scenes, I think they did a really good job of like making me fear for them. I think because like it started out like the tentacle monster. It's still like one of the best scenes is just Norm getting just pulled into the mist, just slowly, like just the look on his face and how horrified he is as he's just like reaching up for help.
It's pretty memorable.
That feel it's such a, like a cool like shot, and like I also think the characters, not necessarily on an individual level, but I'll agree with Jared. Like the mob was like the best part. The mob as a character and seeing them progress from like Carmody, and she's like starts off as like normal, like Andrew was saying, and she's slowly getting more and more bold and more like zealous as she's going on and kind of perceiving herself to be correct and like a prophet in that sort of regard. It's really cool to see that like kind of transition of, these people are horrified, they're like fearing for their lives, and what's kind of their thought process going through this sort of thing. And I think they portrayed it in a really realistic light where people are going to start off just like survival mode. We're all working together. We're going to get through this together. But eventually someone comes in with perceived answers and you start following that person because you think that you're going to be safe because they're going to sacrifice people to the god of the mist or whatever the fuck is happening.
Whatever harmony they start with, like, falls to shambles the moment a single thing goes wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. So like that the whole theme of just humans being these animals where if you, like I love it when he's talking about it's like you take away the lights and you take away the police and rules and everything and then see like how
primitive they become.
Like that's such a cool
that's a really cool theme that you see throughout.
Yeah, and like it's a very like consistent thing throughout the whole movie, and you get like this really nice gradual build up to it until it starts going into like insanity where you're like, these people are nuts, but this is still realistic. I could definitely see this happening.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really cool. And then obviously just I don't know how you guys feel about just like the whole like portal to another dimension thing.
I'm glad they didn't dwell on it.
They didn't dwell on it, but I like it as just like a little piece of world building. Like it makes me like especially driving through the mist at the end and seeing like I kind of wish there were more than just like spiders, mosquitoes, pterodactyls, and giant
other types of things.
Like I like because you kind of drive through and you see the school bus with like a bunch of kids like webbed up and stuff, and that's like pretty horrifying. It's like all these people are trying to escape and they're just fucked.
Yeah.
I kind of like the vibe because it's kind of got the like a similar vibe as a Half-Life, and I'm a big fan of Half-Life.
Funny you should say that.
Like
Half-Life sources the Mist as a source of inspiration for their game.
There you go.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Like
I don't know anything about Half-Life.
Like, because usually like good world building to me is like, oh, I want to live in that world. But this is good world building because I'm like, I never want to set foot anywhere near this world. But that's like the whole point of it, sort of thing. Like I'm intrigued by it, but I want nothing to do with it. Yeah, the giant, like the big thing at the end is probably my favorite part of the movie, just bar none. But yeah, overall, just the way they handled the people and the kind of fear of it without going too crazy corny with scares.
Yep,
I thought they did a really good job. And obviously the ending speaks for itself. We talked about that quite a bit. That one is pretty memorable. It'll stay with you
forever.
So I'm gonna give the movie an 8 out of 10.
Solid.
I think it's a really solid movie. And do I always remember that it's there? No, but I'm always happy to watch. I've seen this movie a lot. Like
I think I have
quite a few times. Like probably not double digits, but close to it, I would say. And I think just like personally, because I definitely agree with like 7 out of 10 if I was just thinking critically about it, or even maybe a 6. But I think just like personally, it reaches an 8 just because of like the emotion that it invoked in me.
Yeah,
sort of deal. So yeah, 8 out of 10.
I respect.
Very fair.
All right.
And I'll go quick because we're definitely over time.
Yep.
But I have seen War of the Worlds, and I know Steven has too.
Hell yeah.
I think that's another solid one. I don't know if we'll get to watch all of these in this time, but that's a good one on the list.
I mean, if we just stream forever, we'll watch every movie that ever existed.
So y'all know my criteria. I obviously like this movie quite a bit.
I gave it an 8 votes.
With my criteria, like, is this movie original? Like, it's a Stephen King story. So I'm usually like hesitant to give things like super high scores if they're original when it's like technically not them. But like I still give it a 7 out of 10 because I think it still stands out in the genre and does some cool things for the idea of like horror not just necessarily being the scary monster, but like how people react to it. I think that's pretty solid. Frank did a good job with that. Is this movie creative? Like, does it execute that idea like creatively? In some ways, yeah, but in others, I think it's fairly average. Like, I don't think it does. Like, I think there's moments where it's really creative, but I don't think as a whole that it's a really creative execution. So I gave it a 6 out of 10 for that. Theme is probably one of my favorite things. Theme and story are the strongest parts of this movie. The theme, it's only weak at the beginning because it doesn't do anything to set it up.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you cut out, to me it wouldn't hurt it that bad if you cut out the beginning.
No, if you just started at the grocery store.
They start at the grocery store, and
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why he's going there. Like
That might
he's
even
just
make
there.
it more interesting because the storm, like, so the storm would have been more effective to me if it was showing how people were reacting to the storm. And it's like, here's a very normal thing that happens, and look at how bad people are even with just a storm. But people didn't do that. It didn't show like people, like, because they could have shown like a rush on the store because people are scared of the storm. It didn't show that. It alludes to it, like, you know, people are gonna run at the store and like buy up everything. So I understand why the storm is there, but it's like it didn't do enough for me to like build the idea of the theme of people reacting out of fear. So the beginning is meh, but later on, like basically from the time it introduces Carol's character of like the only person acting like unselfishly to go out into the mist is the one that survives until the end when it like comes full circle, and like it carries that through all the way.
I just remembered that she passed by holding both of her kids too.
Yes, exactly. Like she is able to get home, save her. It's ridiculous and it doesn't make sense in this world. But
after
the movie,
but
the movie like brings up this idea of like you can't know, like it's all completely unknown. Like you're pretty sure that like Norton's dead, right? But you don't actually know. Like he's pretty, but he's dead. He's
won't know till the mist.
But anyways, like.
You don't know what happened in the mist.
The theme of fear and faith that you see throughout is super cool, and I love how it's applied to all the different characters and the mob as a whole. I love that. So I gave that a 7 out of 10. I would give it more if it was a little less heavy-handed, because I think subtlety is what makes theme even better. Story is also a 7 out of 10, because I think same thing. Like it's a little heavy-handed, but when it does those things, it does them really well, and the ending is what gives it like a high score for me. It makes use of all of the characters and what they were doing pretty well. But if the characters were just a little less hammy, if there was a little bit more subtlety in the writing and the dialogue, just little things like that would mature this a little bit up to like an 8 or a 9. But the foundation of it was really cool, and it made for a really emotional experience. And then the presentation is the lowest score. I didn't have like a great like reaction to the visuals, and I was trying to not be critical of like an old movie with 3D. And I thought that they did fine, but they didn't do anything like really groundbreaking for me to say that like the presentation was really over the top. Like wow, look at what they did. They did some creative things, and I'll give them points for that. But I can't really say that they went over the top with any visuals. And I put this note down that it kind of reminded me of Office filming at the beginning in the grocery store. They dropped this, but they definitely do it at the beginning in the.
You see some like
the shaky cam stuff and like the
I
forgot about that.
But they don't do that later, which I thought was really weird. That it starts with the shaky cam, but becomes really stable later in the movie, which I thought was very weird, and I don't know if it was.
I
is that a metaphor for something?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know.
That handholding shot is kind of cool. I thought, but
it is,
never
but like,
later.
but they lose it. Like they don't continually use this throughout the movie. I thought that was a bit odd. So whether it was a choice or whatever. So all that comes out to like a 6.4 out of 10, which in the group doesn't sound like a high score, but to me that like that's a very good movie to me. It's not
I know.
It's not up there in like the God level of movies for me, but it is a very good movie. And if I was going to be biased with this, I would easily like round it up to a 7.
Allow yourself to be biased, Andrew.
So I think this movie is a 7, but if I'm being objective, it's like a solid 6.
Sure,
that's fair.
Well, there you go. 7 from me, 8 from Jerry, 7.5 from Jerry, sorry. 8 from Steven, and a 6.4 from Andrew. Not too
I think
shabby.
if we were all being completely objective, the movie would score lower, like at least 1 point lower.
Yeah.
It's possible.
But we liked it. We liked what the movie like was at least trying to do.
It's a post score. Who cares about objective stuff?
It did enough stuff. It did enough stuff. And like it had my attention, no matter how often I see it.
See Boats' score there.
Yeah, I saw that. Me and Boats are same page.
I'm glad that Boats suggested this one, because even though Diesel and Pomo,
I remember
really
Steven being a little bit concerned. He's like, "Listen, it's probably not a great movie, but I like it." So
yeah.
It's one that I wasn't like. I know that I like watching a movie, but I don't know that other people are going to enjoy it quite as much. Because a lot of people can't get past some of the corniness of it.
Sure. I can understand that.
And I kind of understand why Pomo and Diesel hate the ending, because you don't want to be in that situation, so you hate that situation itself. That means you are actually into the movie, because that everything was like happened. You have to know why ending is cruel. So I actually think you guys like it better than you think it is.
Alrighty, we got our wheel.
time for the new one. This is the last Halloween movie, right?
Last Halloween movie. So
It doesn't mean you
Oh
can't
shit!
submit Halloween
Yep.
movies. It's just the last like
next
fully Halloween.
next weekend is going to be Halloween weekend. We have a couple of shenanigans planned, one of which is going to be involving
Shenanigans.
talking about whatever movie we get.
First
Right.
movie, then other things.
Wait, I didn't suggest it.
Well, get it in there, Jerry.
Hurry the-
Yeah, it's the same skeleton key.
Anyone
right.
else?
I want to increase. I want to increase a portion of the
Jonathan
wheel.
Williams?
Sure.
All right, nice. Oh, I want to increase the B movie portion. Please.
That's what I'm.
That's
That's what
one
I'm
thing that you
increasing.
cannot do.
Oh, you can't.
No, you can only
Oh,
increase
okay.
your wedge. So if you want to
Okay.
refund
My
that,
wheel is so small.
No, that's fine. I'll increase
Yeah.
my
Make
wedge.
it
I actually,
bigger.
I just want to do anything to decrease Resident
And-
Evil.
If you made skill,
True.
hang on. Let me double check these here.
War of the Worlds is absolutely a horror movie. It's like sci-fi horror.
Boats,
It was definitely
did you submit
horror
a
when it was
movie?
on the radio. Oh yeah, boats.
Boats. I remember you submitting Donnie Darko a while back. You could submit that now if you want.
For the Halloween
That's
movies,
for-
for the Halloween movies
You can't
specifically, we're allowing double dips on
Yeah,
submits.
We're allowing double
dip
dips.
for Halloween. Double dip for Halloween, guys. It's trick or treat.
because
time.
it's a special occasion. So
all treats here. No tricks.
Donnie
Someone
Darko's
make
a
the
horror
list.
movie?
all right,
People,
put War of the Worlds
please.
on the list for
War of the
Roka.
Worlds, you got it.
That's a solid one.
Don't worry about its size. I'm gonna fix it.
It will adjust.
There we go. All right. We have the. Hang on. So you're still
Wait, did
increasing
both
your
submit
wedge,
one?
correct?
I just really have another.
Increase Silence of the Lambs. Yeah.
You got it.
All right. Well, you know, if you can't think of one, that's
Solid
fine.
movie.
There we go.
Do.
Classic.
All right.
I want that tiny wheel though.
Here's the wheel. We can get to the tiny wheel if it hits B movie.
Tiny
Okay,
wheel.
just
Tiny wheel.
to get you guys excited for no reason. The stuff on the B movie list is Monster House, Hangman's Curse,
Yes.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil, Epic Movie, and Dead Alive.
Dead Alive.
yeah.
Can I add it too? Can I add it too?
Yes, you can.
You might as well put yours that you had in there.
What was the name? Shit.
Wasn't it another
Just
Peter
put
Jackson?
Peter
movie?
Yeah,
Jackson.
Peter Jackson's first movie, like a super low budget.
Right, I forget what it was.
I don't.
It's
remember.
like Bad Taste. Yeah, Bad Taste.
Well, let's
All right,
spin
well,
the
if we
wheel
get to
first and see
that-
if we get the B movie. Yeah.
Come on, B movie.
I actually want
Damn.
to.
Is it gonna happen? The Orphanage.
I mean, it's a good movie. I'm not sure it's a good Halloween movie though.
The
It's a good
Orphanage.
movie,
Diesel's
but
pick, I
I've
wanna
never,
say.
I've never seen it. This was Diesel's pick.
I have. None
I
of
haven't
us have
seen this. I
Yeah.
haven't seen this. So
I haven't
here we
seen
go.
it.
This one will be new for all of us.
I'm not sure it's a good Halloween movie though.
There it is, The
Yeah.
Orphanage.
Have you seen it, Jerry?
I mean,
I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh, you have seen it. Okay. Well, no spoilers.
No spoilers.
No spoiler. I want
Another 2007
my
movie.
mouth
We
is
like to
chipped.
stick to one era, don't we?
2007.
What is it with us in 2007, 2005, like that?
And then like
early
1985 to 1987. Like we stick to specific eras.
That is so true.
Well, I'll have you know the next non-Halloween movie I'm going to submit is from 2006. So.
Oh, Diesel doesn't even know
What's
he's
the-
won. He said goodnight a while back, so we're just gonna have to
He
announce
did.
it.
He's not on right now.
Yeah, just put it in there.
Announce
Yeah,
it, please.
yeah, Andrew. The next movie I'm going to suggest is Deja Vu.
Oh, so
I fucking
good.
love that
Deja
movie
Vu.
so
that
much.
that one like doesn't really get old ever.
Nah, I can
I'm
watch that
pretty
one a
much
million
happy every
times.
time I watch that movie.
All right. So that is going to be the movie that we will be talking about next weekend.
Can I little?
No, you cannot.
Hey, at least it's not Resident Evil.
True.
Alrighty, let's get ourselves skedaddling on out of here.
Get on.
Nice.
Thank you, kid.
So with regards to Ludum Dare results stream tomorrow, that we're gonna discuss that off stream after this.
Off stream.
So
We'll announce
we'll
on the
see.
Discord.
We'll announce on the Discord.
So,
It
be
is
determined.
extremely early for some of us, so
it is.
we'll have to see.
Later.
But
Is
yes,
there anybody online to go to?
let's find out.
It is very early.
It'd be 6:30 in the morning for me.
Yeah.
It'd be
That's pretty-
9:30 in the morning.
Oh, that's very
Going to
that's very
cats.
confusing because my timeline is different. I'm gonna have to calculate it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
what would it be for you, Jerry?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
It might be nighttime for him.
Yeah,
Maybe it's like a perfect time for Jerry.
probably.
Would you
Or
like to
not.
join us for playing Ludum Dare results games, Jerry?
Sure,
If you're free.
sure.
You're certainly welcome to. There's never been a problem with it.
Like, wait. Like, you guys gonna do the
So-
Ludum Dare games?
Ludum Dare
next week?
Ludum Dare results are dropping tomorrow. They're going to be releasing the top 15 over the span of like 3 hours, and then they're going to release all of the results. So we would be streaming during like those top 15 things and like playing through the games and stuff.
I got it. I
Yeah.
thought we were talking about the Halloween.
No, it's
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I'm gonna participate in chat.
Okay,
All right.
that's fine. Both
But,
console and jam.
most-
So 30 games total.
If we do the morning stream, we'll probably still be back for normal stream at night
so.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see. We can discuss that. So,
So,
but
At the very least, Jerry, you can go to that
Yes.
because that's normal time stuff.
until tomorrow, though, whenever you see us, Jerry, take us out. It's been a while.
Love you, Mr. Minion. Later, Cabbage Patch.
Later, Cabbage
Yeah.
Patch. And then we're just gonna wait a couple seconds.
Pause for dramatic.
hold,
Great.
hold.
All right.